Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it. Thanks. By the way, I also have a Naruto fanfiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. One Piece, reborn as Enel by Vegan. Master Alexander Nicoli is a person of many talents, a genius in the eyes of many. After a bizarre string of events, he ends up getting reincarnated into his favorite anime, into the body of one of the most underutilized, overpowered villains in the story. The world was bound to change in some way, whether that change is positive or not. That's up for interpretation, really. I don't own anything now. Let's get started.
Kaido didn't quite like his current situation. He had been captured before, so it wasn't that he was unaccustomed to it. Sure, it was the first time he was captured on a sky island, but it wasn't actually the first sky island he had been on. He had even jumped off of one of Shiki's islands at some point. The one thing that bothered him didn't have much to do with his location or imprisonment. It had a lot to do with the people around him. He was used to people being afraid of him, or at least wary to some extent. Even stronger Marines and admirals looked at him with fear. But the people that incarcerated him now basically laughed in his face multiple times. Francisco did so more in a rhetorical manner, by not respecting him in any way and still treating him like a child. And Shiki did so by actually laughing in his face for getting captured. Garp was a bit more indifferent about the situation. Now, Kaido could somewhat understand Francisco and Garp, as they were both strong enough to face him on an even level, both even surpassing him at some points. But he couldn't accept the fact that someone like Shiki was also laughing at him. Kaido was under the impression that he had managed to outgrow all of the other former members of the Rocks Pirates, including Whitebeard and Shiki, who had grown weak and frail in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Hell, Kaido would have killed Newgate before Marineford, had Shanks not stopped him. Well, at least he would have tried to take the title of strongest from him. Yes, Kaido was confident in his strength. Francisco was the only person that Kaido really feared, but that fear was only born out of old trauma. He wasn't afraid of dying per se, but he was also extremely close to his goals. He would usually accept dying to a strong opponent like Francisco. To him, that was an honorable death. The situation changed a lot when the Navy became much weaker. The balance of the New World was broken completely, and he wanted to take advantage of that and start the war of his dreams. But besides that, Kaido also detested Francisco. The more polite that old monster acts, the more disgusted I am with him. He acts like a sheep while being one of the biggest wolves around. Kaido found the fact that Francisco was even pretending to act friendly around him to be insulting. The dragon simply couldn't comprehend the fact that someone with Francisco's strength would see humans as anything other than ants. The moment I recuperate, I'll kill both the old monster and Shiki. I'm sure I'll find an opportunity to do so. I can already use Haki, so I should be able to escape from these bindings easily. Kaido knew what he needed to do. He knew how many people were on the island, and he knew what the real threats are. Screw meeting that bastard Sky King. I'll just destroy his home, he'll surely seek me out afterwards anyway. He was going to seize the occasion and challenge Garp, Francisco and Shiki alongside the remainder of his crew that was also captured there. He was confident that he would be able to fight Francisco as long as he was careful from the start. Shiki and Garp were going to be a hassle, but at least he'd be able to destroy the island and run away if it turned out that he truly couldn't win. The cruel emperor laughed a bit inwardly as he imagined the looks on the faces of Garp and Francisco as he burned down the place they were tasked to protect. He didn't laugh for long though, as something entered the corner of his eye. A blue flash of light, followed by the sound of a man walking. A figure stepped out in front of his cage, sitting on a chair and staring at him with a bored gaze. A shirtless man wearing a white furred coat and loose pants, twirling a white walking stick on his wrist and humming a bit. The Sky King is here already. Immediately, his plans of destroying the island were halted, as yet another potential danger reared its head. Kaido looked at the long Earl Obed man with a serious gaze, trying to study him closely, trying to see what he was built out of. A man that has managed to make both Francisco and Garp follow him, the one who this territory truly belongs to. I hoped he'd come a bit later, but what's with his state? Kaido had seen plenty of reports, but nothing was ever mentioned that he had lost an arm, so it was definitely a recent injury. Who the hell did he run into? Did that red-haired bastard fight him? The dragon couldn't really think of many people capable enough to cut off the hand of an emperor. Shanks was the first person that came to mind. Mihawk was also a possibility, but Kaido knew that Mihawk didn't care to fight anyone unless they were a swordsman. You look a lot weaker in person. Kaido snarked enal without holding anything back, a mocking smirk filling his face as the Sky King smiled right back. Even if I can no longer destroy this island, I'll still be able to escape if push comes to shove, right? Could say the same for you. Francisco really did almost cut you in two, huh? Enel was honestly amused when he heard how pathetically Kaido had lost. Sure, it was due to carelessness, but it was still him falling to a single sword strike. A single swing to take down one of the most resilient monsters alive. It just helped to put into perspective just how powerful his right hand actually was. A man that truly deserved to stand at the top of the world, unmatched talent and strength, huh? But Francisco hadn't been unmatched, far from it actually. How powerful was Rox, I wonder? I don't know enough about him, but it might be worthwhile to learn more. The Sky King then also pondered more on the position of right hand, a bit. Now, Garp was also a contender for the spot of right hand. But the old Marine didn't actually want to be called a pirate, so he was just the resident trainer and annoyed old man to everyone, though extremely powerful and well respected. HMPH, I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but pirates from his era are cutthroat and extremely dangerous. If I were you, I'd be expecting a sword in my back any second. Kaido smirked as he stoked the fire a bit. Don't bother trying to create a rift between us. I trust Francisco more than I trust your flimsy words and skewed worldview. Enel simply scoffed at his shoddy attempt though. Trust, huh? Suit yourself. I don't care. Just don't be surprised when it eventually happens. Kaido said as he stared the Sky King in the eye without any fear. Sure. Now, to get to the point. What the hell are you even doing here, Kaido? Enel glared at the bound man with renewed ferocity, momentarily surprising Kaido as well. That intensity made the dragon somewhat question Enel's actual strength. Is he really able to defeat Francisco? He killed Jack and fought the Navy, but that doesn't help me compare him with that old monster. Still, Kaido found it unlikely that someone as young as Enel was as strong as Zebek, so he decided that he had no reason to fear Enel alone. HMPH, this land was ripe for the taking. Many would obviously try to take it if they discovered it first. Kaido simply scoffed. Don't go around kidding yourself. You aren't the first to discover this place. Far from it. What I mean is that you were supposed to have a job elsewhere. Enel narrowed his eyes at the Dragon Emperor and spoke with a smile. Huh? A job? Really now? Kaido scoffed at that once more. What does he know? Has he been paying attention to my actions in the past? You were supposed to be in Wano right now, waiting for Joy Boy to arrive. Why are you wasting your time here? Enel looked Kaido dead in the eye as he said that. The Dragon Emperor stood silent for a while, looking at Enel with narrowed eyes. Does it matter? I will let you go for now. You'll be free to leave and take your goons with you. Cryptic talk is for weaker men, but I guess you won't give me more details. Still, what you are doing is just foolish. You really think I won't be back to claim this land with the rest of my Foley started laughing, simply thinking that Enel was simply joking around with him. You and the rest of your forces, huh? Enel smiled mockingly as he repeated Kaido's words. If you really do try that, then you'll just be killing yourself and dooming your men. Enel simply smiled, stating the obvious as he proceeded to stand up and walk towards the door. And one last thing. Don't underestimate the world government just because they appear weaker now. It's because of them that I lost my arm. The Sky King decided to give Kaido one last warning, not wanting him to actually go ahead and attempt a raid on the Holy Land. I'll keep that in mind, Kaido said in a low voice, somewhat confused by the entire conversation. Someone will come free you soon. If you harm anyone on your way out, I'll make sure both of your arms remain on this island. Enel then simply left the prison, disappearing in a flash of blue light after he spoke the last words of his sentence. He reappeared in his small old cabin, filled with dust and unused. The back of his head hit the pillow and his eyes peered at the ceiling above him. He could only sigh as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Pav Enel As much as I'd love to be able to ally myself with or simply kill this bothersome warmongering emperor, I still need him in Wano as of right now. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that his presence there is needed most. The world government will seize control of that country as soon as they find out he's missing. Not only that, but I also need him to help awaken Nika in the future. Even with my current allies, having a person with a god fruit on my side is certainly going to help. I'm sure the others won't fully agree with this, but I think they will be able to at least trust my judgment. It's been quite a while since I've had the proper time to rest though. I should probably go ahead and do that right now. Well, I still have work to do. I need to speak with Bonnie and see what deal I can make with her. By now the news of my missing limb should have reached her as well, so she'll probably be expecting me as well. There is also the new Marines that I need to contact, and I am quite sure that I'll run into Hina there. A reunion that's really been a long time coming. I hope she is safe at least. Other than that, there is contacting Buggy, scouting out the sunken remains of God Valley and training my conqueror's Haki more earnestly. I must also work towards awakening my devil fruit. Like that mythical beast said. I don't exactly know what to think about that yet, but it is better to listen to its advice for now. I need to be prepared. By the time Nika awakens I need to have everything ready. I can't really shake the foundations of this world with a half-baked plan. My current power still feels like it won't be enough, but at least I can now grow without any restrictions thanks to Big Mom. I need to be able to face I am by myself, even if I'll have allies by my side. I don't want to see anyone else end up like Sengoku while in my care. Well, I'll have time for all of that after resting for a bit. It's been quite a few days before I slept. Even blinking is straining at this point. Bonnie didn't quite know how to approach Enal at first. She had heard a bit about his recent injury, and he still needed rest, so she had some time to think about her current situation. On one hand, her stay on the Sky Islands meant that she was safe from all harm. Francisco seemed quite keen to protect her from anyone after she de-aged him, and Garp still considered her an ally, so she wasn't even in danger if more emperors besieged the islands. On the other hand, it seemed that she was somewhat losing sight of her goals. She felt as if she was a bird in a cage while sitting on the island. She was growing stronger and stronger though, now being strong enough to stand up to most pirates in the New World. She had decent proficiency over some of the 6 powers with the help of Garp's teachings, and she had even managed to materialize her will after gaining a bit of insight on armament from Francisco. She was confident that she could hold her own even against pirates with up to a 500 million bounty as she was, even without using her devil fruit. Her devil fruit still gave her the advantage of being able to end any conflict instantly as soon as she touched her opponent. Those with strong haki would be able to prevent her from altering their age, but as long as she managed to overpower their haki with her own, she would be able to use her devil fruit regardless. Alas, she was far away from overpowering anyone when it came to haki. With each hour that passes, little Kuma is suffering more and more. Bonnie simply scowled. The mere thought of Kuma being treated as a slave by the world government made her feel sick to the core. There was also a strange feeling of inadequacy, staying there in safety as her nephew suffered terrors she could barely imagine. Well, no, she could imagine them, as she had once suffered from their tyranny herself. Had it not been for Fishman Tiger, she likely would have still been in captivity in the Holy Land. She had gone through a lot of trouble to make sure her powers didn't end up in the wrong hands. But her life wasn't always filled with so much trouble. She didn't have the time to train much previously though, as former royalty, she didn't even need to. She had had it easy in the first part of her life. Only after gaining her devil fruit powers and having a target silently painted on her back did she start her journey in hiding. The more she reminded herself of her past, the more she thought about her family. She felt ashamed, remembering Kuma as a child, snuggling up to her lap like an innocent child. That same child had now grown up, while she looked just the same, and he was suffering as she was sitting on her ass, doing nothing of substance. What am I even doing here? She looked at the ceiling with a frustrated gaze. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to rescue Kuma on her own. Even after I promised that I would protect him. Why did he have to go and get involved with the revolutionaries? Bonnie had followed the moves of her nephew rather closely, paying attention to him whenever she could. Even after he became much stronger than her, he was still her nephew, and she felt the need to protect him. But alone there wasn't much that she could do. Her only real hope was her next conversation with Enal. He's injured, right? I can heal him. Even if it feels a bit scummy after all that he did for me, I can use that to bargain with him. Bonnie really felt like she was stretching the limits of Enal's good nature. He was the reason why she could live as leisurely as she was currently. He was the one to bring such powerful people under him. Even the Revolutionary Army and the Marines that had been working to capture her before were now working with him. He seemed to have the strange ability to bring everyone together in one place. Well, it also seemed that the government was aiding him, by making themselves the obvious common enemy they all had to take care of. Still, it was thanks to his actions that the government's actions had spiraled out of control. She was able to observe most of it from a vantage point. And as she mulled over her thoughts, Bonnie heard a knock on the door. She looked at the entrance of her cabin and simply sighed. "Come in." The door swung open without any grace, slamming into the wall and making it slightly shake as a blond man walked in, whistling as he did so. It was none other than Francisco, wearing the same black pants and boots, coupled with a loose white shirt. "Bonnie, my dear, can tell you're feeling down lately. This is an intervention." Francisco puffed up his chest and spoke in a flamboyant manner. He always seemed playful when with her, his otherwise dignified self seemingly disappearing. It went to the point where Bonnie wasn't even sure which was his actual personality. Well, in all fairness, he likely just acted that way because he wanted to get some reactions out of her. But he was a damn good actor. Not a good time for theatrics. Bonnie smothered her face into a pillow as she waved the legendary pirate off nonchalantly. Any Marine, or anyone for that matter, that knew of Francisco's reputation would have been shitting bricks in his presence, yet there was Bonnie, casually and quietly telling him to fuck off. Francisco just scoffed. He was not some hot-headed young man, so he wasn't bothered by her ignoring him. Now, I may not be the most well-adjusted in our merry crew, but I am still the first mate. I must tend to the mental health of the others, make sure that everyone is safe. I can tell that something's been weighing on your mind for quite some time now." The old swordsman shrugged and sat down on a stool in front of Bonnie's bed, staying by her side as she still tried to ignore him. After seeing that her strategy wasn't quite working, she decided to speak to him. It didn't help that Francisco's words raised quite a few questions. "It's personal. And since when am I part of your crew? Wasn't I just a guest?" Bonnie's tone seemed genuinely confused. The old first mate simply smiled. Well, a guest is what you call a fleeting acquaintance. Do you really think of all of us like that? After everything that has happened, and all of the time spent here? Well, the time I spent here was nice. But we both know I won't be here forever, and I won't be here for much longer either, depending on how my conversation with your captain might go. Bonnie's words seemed to put a bit of a frown on the old pirate's smiling face. Well, I doubt my captain is as bad as you paint him. I am sure that whatever you have to do or say, he won't mind. As long as you don't betray us, of course. The old man's smile returned as she slowly stood up. It was pretty clear that she wasn't willing to talk to him about whatever was bothering her, and he didn't want to pester her too much about it. She'll tell us when she's ready. But he still decided to leave her with some parting words, as her lack of response made him a bit frustrated. If you do decide to betray us, please don't blame me when I kill you with my own 2 hands. The blonde man's gaze turned cold for a second as he spoke those words. Bonnie simply looked at the wooden floor as Francisco walked out of her cabin and closed the door behind him. The glutton didn't mind Francisco's comment, nor did she find them to be out of line. Her lack of response had just left room for interpretation. It was mostly her fault for not trusting him enough to share her concerns with him. I guess he's never going to take betrayal lightly. Well, what I have in mind isn't quite qualified as betrayal, so it should be fine, right? She wasn't really betraying anyone. She was just going to take advantage of the situation to request something. It wasn't a kind move, nor was it something a friend would do, but she wasn't betraying anyone. She was left to mull over those thoughts for a while that night, but she wasn't the only one going through a tough time. Garp was quite confused when he first saw Sabo. He could soar him somewhere, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it though. At least not at first sight. It was only after a few minutes of speaking with Dragon that he realized who Sabo really was. Aren't you that brat that used to hang around Ace and Luffy? It was a question that made Sabo raise his eyebrow. He seemed genuinely confused, which made Garp scowl a bit. Then Garp put his hand into his chest pocket and pulled out a picture. It was a picture of 3 kids. 2 had black hair and 1 was blonde. They were clearly Ace and Luffy. And the other was clearly a younger version of Sabo. Sabo seemed to enter a strange state of shock, which made Dragon a bit concerned. Unfortunately, Garp didn't consider that. He figured Sabo was just pretending to have trouble remembering things. Ya better remember. Garp used his famed fist of love in that instant, smacking Sabo's head into the ground and making him pass out instantly. Dragon wanted to say something about Garp harming his subordinates, but he decided against that after some inward deliberation. I don't want to get hit again. Sabo for some reason didn't wake up instantly though. He was carted off to the medical bay, newly constructed, after Dragon noticed he wasn't waking up. Garp was also concerned after that, looking at his fists with a raised eyebrow. I didn't hit him that hard. In the end, Sabo would wake up later into the night, clutching at his bed sheets with a pale face. He wasn't alone in the room though. A woman with short orange hair stood by his side, sleeping while sitting on a chair. It was none other than Koala, one of Sabo's best friends in the Revolutionary Army. Sabo smiled warmly when seeing the droll come out of her half-open mouth. He scratched at his head a bit as he thought back to that photo that Garp had shown him. Luffy and Ace, huh? Some fragments seemed to be slowly returning, as he finally remembered a bit more about his childhood. Whether it was from Garp's fist or seeing that photo, or both, his mind had been shaken up enough to force him to remember a few things. To think I'd have brothers like that. Sabo could only smile as he remembered his siblings and their recklessness. Well, looking at the Marineford War and their public actions as pirates, they certainly haven't changed a bit. Sabo sighed, a smile spreading on his face, as he slowly stood up in his bed. I can't wait to meet them again. The chief of staff then stood up completely, stretching a bit as he rubbed the small bump on his head that he had received from Garp's. Eventually, Koala also woke up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She instantly perked up when seeing Sabo already up, slapping him back into bed and hugging him a bit. The rest of the night was rather uneventful for all parties involved. Well, Gonfall still had to deal with the Shandians, but that went quite well. Dragon made sure to go and introduce himself and his people, as he didn't want to appear rude. It seemed that the Shandians were okay as long as the space they took was a bit further away from their tribal holy land. Even if they didn't need to protect the writings there any longer, it was still a place of importance with a lot of history, so they didn't want outsiders swarming it or living near it. In the afternoon actually, Enal woke up feeling quite refreshed. He stretched his arm and earlobes a bit, standing up and jumping a few times, hitting his head on the ceiling of the cabin just as many times. I really need to build a bigger home. I could ask for help from the revolutionaries this time. Maybe they can make something better in their spare time. Enal then took his walking stick and stepped out the door. He only took one breath of fresh air before he twirled his walking stick and appeared in front of Bonnie's door. Might as well deal with this right now. He knocked on the door a few times and waited outside for a few minutes before the door finally opened. Bonnie looked at him with a pair of tired eyes, somewhat hidden behind her pink bangs. Enal. Glad to see you. Did you have to come this early in the morning? Bonnie asked as she rearranged her bed hair and invited him in. It's already afternoon, Bonnie. I slept in a bit, so I figured you'd already be awake. Enal smiled in a friendly manner as he waved one of his earlobes around. Well, excuse me, Mr. Emperor. But I didn't know you were here to judge my sleeping habits. Bonnie's dismissive tone managed to slightly annoy the Lightning Emperor. He wasn't some stuck-up old guy, Cap, that cared about appearances, so he wasn't mad at being disrespected or anything, it was just her overall tone that bothered him. Sorry for disturbing your beauty sleep then. But I felt the need to speak to you sooner rather than later, otherwise, Garp might actually chew my head off. Enal scratched the back of his head as he let his heavy walking stick lean on him. The wooden floor creaked a bit under its weight, but Enal simply ignored it. Bonnie didn't seem to care much for the cabin either, she seemed to have bigger concerns. Garp? Bonnie tilted her head a bit, not bothering to hide her confusion. Why would Garp chew him out for losing an arm? Well, I guess you aren't caught up to speed yet. No one visited to tell you everything about the situation, right? Enal sweated a bit at her question, replying in earnest. Francisco came by, but our conversation was cut short. I was kinda busy mulling over some thoughts. Bonnie's smile became a bit strained as she spoke of her interaction with their resident legendary swordsman. Well, it can happen. Anyway, Sengoku, Garp's best friend and brother-in-arms, was also maimed quite badly by the attack that took my arm off. Enal decided to just give her a quick overview, to let her know who exactly she was going to be contracted to heal. The former fleet admiral. Bonnie seemed a bit confused, but she then remembered that Garp was indeed a Marine, he never acts like one. Yep, and he wants me to talk you into healing him. We can strike a deal, there must be something you want in exchange. Enal didn't bother mincing words with Bonnie, they already knew each other for quite some time after all. Bonnie simply stared at Enal with her eyes wide open. It was that easy? It was that easy? Bonnie almost wanted to rip her hair out. What was all of that anguish and frustration for then? She didn't know if she was mad at herself or at Francisco for making her feel even more on edge. Though, to be fair, she didn't really give him much information on what she wanted, so the legendary swordsman just assumed the worst. You seem a bit confused. Or maybe mad. From your reaction, you likely planned to ask me for something, maybe bargain a bit. Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? Enal almost wanted to cross his arms and shake his head at her, but he didn't really have two arms to cross. I don't know. I guess I just thought you'd be a bit mad that I'm not helping you out right after everything you've been doing for me. Bonnie ended up scratching the back of her head. She was truly not used to getting things for free, not in this second part of her life as a fugitive pirate. Bonnie. I saved you at that time because I didn't want you to fall into the hands of the government. I thought I had made it clear, but I won't ever ask you to use your powers outright. That is something you can only do at your own discretion. Enal scowled a bit when seeing her flabbergasted. I mean, I'm not exactly used to this. I just figured you'd finally start acting like an emperor, I guess. Bonnie looked to the side a bit. She seemed to be muttering a few curses. Enal heard Francisco's name being mentioned, but he decided to just ignore it. I've always been an emperor, even when we first met. Why would I suddenly change how I behave with my own people? I've gone over this already with Francisco, but I'm not part of your crew. The Lightning Emperor scowled a bit when seeing how fixated she was on that. Not part of my crew yet. How about it? Want to join us officially? The Emperor clapped his earlobes together and spoke with a flamboyant tone. I guess I never did formally extend an invitation to her, I was quite busy. What? You're inviting me just like that? What were you expecting? It's not like I give written invitations. The Emperor pouted a bit at Bonnie, not quite sure how else to respond to her. The glutinous pirate looked at the Emperor in front of her for quite a few seconds, trying to process the face he was making. Okay, I'll be joining your crew and all that, but first you have to save my nephew. I'll also heal whoever you wanted me to, or whatever. Bonnie ended up just accepting, well, technically accepting. She did want to ensure the safety of her family. Enal nodded like a sage when hearing that, his eyes closed as he seemed to be thinking about something. They then shot open and he stared at her for a few seconds. What? Bonnie obviously noticed his staring, she wasn't exactly blind. Bonnie, how old are you again? Enal rubbed his chin as he spoke out, his expression remaining blank, but his eyes glinted with a sparkle of curiosity. Bonnie could feel her blood pressure rising a bit when she heard that question. Say, have your parents ever taught you manners? You never ask a woman her age? Bonnie shouted right in Enal's face. The Emperor blinked a few times, ignoring the spit that landed on his face. Fair. That was all he said as he leaned back into his chair. Sue, care to spare me a few more details on who you want to rescue? The Emperor didn't waste much time sulking before he started speaking again, inquiring further about this nephew. Bartholomew Kuma. Former warlord, also the former king of Sorbet Kingdom, somewhere in the South Blue. Bonnie crossed her legs as she straightened up a bit, realizing that they were likely going to get into a more serious subject. Kuma, I remember him, but I don't know if you like how he is currently. Enal scratched the back of his head as he spoke. He clearly remembered Kuma from the show. He didn't remember Bonnie being mentioned a lot in relation to him though. However I want him safe and out of the hands of those slavers. Enel at least had to give it to her, she was certainly resolute. Understood, manageable even. So he's being held at the Holy Land? Enel said as he rubbed his chin a bit. That's where I think he is. He's probably a slave there. I can't give you exact information, as I don't have any. But there's really nowhere else he could be. It's either there or with Dr. Vegapunk. Bonnie bit a bit into her fingernails as she spoke, visibly frustrated by the lack of information. Enel simply nodded. There really weren't many places where Kuma could be at the end of the day. So it's either a raid on the Holy Land or a visit to the smartest human alive. Enel smiled a bit as he thought about that. Yet, in the show, he was being kept as a slave in the Holy Land. That's where he's most likely to be. Well, I know what to do in this case. Enel nodded and got up. He signaled Bonnie to follow him, and she did so, questioning him a few times along the way. Enel simply answered in odd phrases and hummed his way along through the forest, as the two of them walked for a few minutes. Bonnie was obviously irritated by Enel's lack of responses, but she did seem to understand a few things when seeing where exactly the Emperor had brought her. They were staring at two men, playing chess in the middle of the woods. Both were tall and blonde, but one was obviously older and with dyed hair. Francisco and Shiki just seemed to be relaxing. Well, Francisco was relaxing, Shiki was losing, badly, and was angry, thrashing around like a rowdy child and swearing every time Francisco made a move. This isn't fair, I'm too old for this shit, Shiki said as he lost once again. The Golden Lion had never been able to win against Francisco, not even before he had gone a bit senile. I'm older than you. Francisco tilted his head a bit as he spoke, and it seemed to tick Shiki off quite a bit. Older my ass. Well, I guess you are, mentally. But I refuse to call you old while you look like that. Shiki shoved his finger into the legendary swordsman's face as he spoke, his spit flying everywhere. Francisco simply chuckled a bit as he turned and looked at the two newcomers. Come to gander at the most engaging strategic match of this island? Francisco's tone sounded grand, arrogant even. Shiki simply scowled when hearing it, mumbling some curses under his breath. I am quite sure this is the only chess match on this island. I don't think the Shandian tribe is playing chess. Enel said as he narrowed his eyes at his first mate. But there is also the Revolutionary Army. Though I guess they're quite busy for now. Still doesn't disprove my claims. The old swordsman laughed a bit as he tapped the hilt of his blood cutlass. Sue, what are you two here for? Shiki looked at Enel and Bonnie with a hopeful expression. The Emperor instantly understood the message. Please save me from this. It wasn't his idea to start playing chess by the looks of it. Francisco and Shiki. Would the two of you be willing to raid the Holy Land? Enel smiled as he spoke, and Shiki's eyes gained a crazed glint. Willing? You only need to ask once. The Golden Lion immediately stood up, laughing as he did. Bonnie couldn't help but sweat a bit at his eagerness. Now, don't get your horses all riled up. Francisco smacked his partner on the back of the head, making him a bit dizzy. What does this raid consist of, Captain? The first mate looked at the Emperor with a last smile. He was clearly up to the task, he was just asking for more information. Enel simply smiled as he started speaking again. You two old guys are to save this wee lass's nephew. The Emperor pointed at Bonnie with a smile on his face, making the woman in question cringe a bit at the strange tone he had used. Nephew, no offense, but ya don't look that old, Shiki said as he squinted a bit at the gluttonous supernova. Bonnie simply shrugged, before snapping her eyes open and looking at Enel with a slanted gaze. See, even a senile old man has Enel my age directly, Bonnie crossed her arms. A smug look creeping on her face as Enel just scowled a bit. Hey, I ain't senile. Not that much at least, Shiki said as he scratched his beard a bit. Anyway, you want us to rescue someone, that's it? No absolute destruction on the world government or something along those lines? Francisco was the one to get the conversation back on track, once again being the voice of reason in a conversation. Well, we aren't quite ready for a full-on assault right now. The one that stands on the empty throne can likely kill us all by himself. Enel simply shrugged a bit as he spoke, remembering the large eye that hovered above Baltigo. I don't know if he's strong enough for all of us. Shiki seemed to not quite believe Enel at that point. It pays well to be careful, but I also agree with Shiki here. All of the people gathered on this island. There shouldn't be any force in the world capable of holding us back even slightly. Especially if we can heal up Sengoku as well. Francisco also spoke out. He believed in his captain ultimately, but still felt the need to express his point of view at the end of the day. I know how powerful this group has become. I am not blind. The Emperor sighed a bit as he looked at the people around him. But I also know that the world government have their hands on pieces of two ancient weapons, and they also have a full ancient weapon. Or at least something with equivalent power. Enel's smile seemed to become a bit strained as he spoke, clearly a bit frustrated with the situation as well. Francisco and the rest were somewhat forced to think back to Baltigo when Enel said that, especially since Enel seemed to be pointing at his missing arm with an earlobe. I see. Well, I guess being careful doesn't hurt. As long as I see the current government fall to its knees in my lifetime, I don't particularly care. The Golden Lion ended up just shrugging. He wasn't intimidated by the threat of an ancient weapon, but he also knew that it was nothing to scoff at. It was better to be careful in such situations. Francisco and Bonnie both seemed to agree. So, would it be the three of us rescuing this nephew? Is he being kept there as a slave, by chance? Francisco asked as he rubbed his chin a bit. His blue eyes looked over at Bonnie, who seemed a bit ashamed to meet his gaze for some reason. Shiki and Enel both noticed that. The two of them looked at each other for a bit, then back at Bonnie and Francisco. Women, huh? Both of them ended up sharing the same thoughts. But Enel did have to answer Francisco's question, so their small moment was somewhat ruined by the Emperor's next words. Well, it will just be the two of you actually, Enel smirked as he spoke, making the other three people present stared at him with wide eyes. What? Why aren't you going? Bonnie was the first to react. Shiki seemed to be asking the same question, just with his gaze. Francisco was the only one trying to find a reason for Enel's actions. Well, I'm quite sure that if all three of us were to go, they'd just nuke the entire island. In the first place, I'm quite sure they have something prepared for me if I go there. Enel shrugged as he spoke. You think they're focusing on you to that point? To have something prepared specifically for you? Shiki seemed a bit unconvinced. Sounds a bit arrogant, sure. But they've been baiting me towards the Holy Land for a while now. They've also made it clear that they've gathered everyone there. Every time they make an action, it almost feels like they're trying to bait me there. Even when they destroyed Baltigo. Enel smiled a bit as his words made all of the people present think more and more about the situation. They didn't have the full context like Enel did, however. At Baltigo, are you sure they were baiting you then too? Seems more like they were trying to kill you. Bonnie said as she looked at Enel's missing arm. There is no way they thought I'd get hit by that attack. Even if it was fast, I could have escaped with ease before the red light even hit the island. I only stood there to help the others. But they had moved most of their forces away while knowing that it would at most take me a minute to reach their base and destroy every celestial dragon in the Holy Land. Enel's smile seemed to be turning more devious as he spoke, and the others were also starting to understand what he was talking about, even Shiki. When you put it like that, it does sound like they were expecting you to go there. Francisco seemed to become thoughtful for a few seconds. Indeed. Well, does that mean we can also expect them to have something prepared for us? Shiki still seemed more than willing to go to the Holy Land. He was disappointed that he wouldn't get to see Francisco's new captain in action, but his old bones still felt like they needed some action. They'll likely have something prepared for devil fruit users, but that's why I want Francisco to go. You will help mainly with finding the prisoner and helping everyone flee the scene. Enel cracked his neck as he spoke, his finger tapping on the wooden table in front of him. The chess pieces on the table shook a bit, and Enel smiled. Francisco also grinned a bit. His smile became more and more crazed, betraying his usually calm facade. It's been a while since I've gone on a spree. The legendary swordsman's words managed to give chills to just about everyone present, including Shiki. The Golden Lion shuddered a bit as he remembered Francisco's temperament back in the days of the Rocks Pirates. Yeah. He was always a bloodthirsty one, much like our captain. Maybe that's why they got along. You'll both get plenty of action, I assure you. Shiki, you should be prepared for your devil fruit to fail you in there. Bah, I'm not worried, even without it I can take on any marine you throw at me. The Golden Lion certainly lived up to his reputation. Enel couldn't help but smile when seeing his confidence. As expected of a monster from that generation, Bonnie also had similar thoughts. Seeing how competent the people Enel was entrusting her nephew's rescue made her very excited. She could almost feel that Kuma was within her reach. Say, if we're going there, we might as well free all of the slaves. Gee ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion started cackling madly at the thought of inconveniencing the world government even more. Whatever works for you, I guess. I'm sure you can provide them with housing on all those islands. Enel didn't bother to tell him off either. It at least helped the Emperor better understand the Golden Lion's philosophy. The more I annoy the world government, the better. Well, we'll see how things go when we reach the Holy Land. Francisco also seemed to be on board with the idea. Enel was unsure if it was out of compassion for the slaves, or the same reason as Shiki. By the way, Shiki, can you even keep the islands afloat if you lose your devil fruit powers momentarily? Bonnie asked with a raised eyebrow, making all of the other people present blink rapidly. I guess I'll have to stay away from the actual fight then. Shiki seemed wholly disappointed. It was as if someone had taken a shit on his parade. Now, I say we just rest the islands on the Imperial Cumulus. It should do, for now. They'll just drift off a bit, but I think Enel here can keep them all together with a bit of effort. Francisco was thankfully quick to come up with an idea. I'll have to touch everything again. The lengths I go to in order to fuck with the world government. Shiki sighed a bit, his wide smile returning to him. Bonnie could only sweat, as her trust in that operation fell more and more as the conversation went on. In the end, it was decided that they'd rest all of the islands, the few dozen that Shiki was constantly floating around, on the Imperial Cumulus. They did so rather quickly, as it was right underneath them. The Golden Lion just had to spread them out evenly. Tadley became a lot more clustered, but it was easily capable of holding up the islands. In the end, it was up to Enal and Dragon to keep the Imperial Cumulus from drifting off too far from their initial location, but Shiki said it'd be fine either way, as he'd just fly all of the islands back upon returning. Bonnie and Enal watched from the periphery of Upper Yard, as Shiki and Francisco departed on a small flying island. Shiki had made sure to have a large mansion on that island, with enough accommodations to make a king blush. "We're off to conquer the government," Shiki shouted at the top of his lungs as his island got further and further away. Bonnie and Enal looked with blank expressions, as they could hear Francisco loudly admonishing the Golden Lion, saying they were actually on a rescue mission. "Will they truly be alright?" Bonnie asked, that same blank expression still etched on her face. "Yeah, I assure you, Francisco is an extremely dependable individual." Enal simply gave her a large smile and started walking off, tapping his white stick on the ground as he did so. Bonnie just looked at his back, then looked at the island that was still flying away. "It's not Francisco I am worried about. I hope that senile old bastard doesn't ruin the whole mission. So what's the plan exactly? Do we rush in and kill everything while looking for the rescue target?" Shiki said as he lazily lay on a beach chair on the floating island. They were already steadily making their way towards the Holy Land. No log poses or vivre cards were needed either. Shiki was already used to navigating through the skies. He could make his way to just about everywhere using a compass and a world map. That sounds more like the type of plan our former captain would have come up with. Francisco sighed a bit as he lay on a beach chair right beside the Golden Lion. "I guess you've always been the type to plan things a bit more thoroughly. I've been doing my best, but it was never really my thing." Shiki scowled a bit as he spoke. A barrel rose up by his side, tilting by itself as sake poured into their cups. The Golden Lion sighed as he took another sip of his favorite drink. Francisco also drank a bit, not quite worried about getting drunk before a big job. The two of them were awfully relaxed for people that were about to raid what was essentially the most defended place on the planet. But they had all the right to be relaxed. They were used to doing such missions, they were used to fighting, and their teamwork was almost impeccable. Even if quite some time had passed, and Shiki was a bit weaker, the two of them were still pirate legends that used to be the conquerors of the seas. You really were never much on planning things out. Francisco could also just sigh as he wondered how Shiki had survived that long as a captain of his own crew. "Bah, plans are just for fodder. I usually change them abruptly anyway, gives life some spice." Shiki smiled confidently as he spoke, his legs cutting a bit into the chair he was laying on. "That's incredibly irresponsible and stupid. I'm glad to say that you've not changed a bit." Francisco nodded a bit as he spoke, making his old friend spit out some of his drink. Cough asterisk, "You know, I'd have killed just about anyone for saying things like that." Shiki scowled at the legendary swordsman before him, staring at him fearlessly. "Hey, funny, I would have killed just about anyone for throwing such an empty threat my way." Francisco laughed a bit as he spoke, his gaze turning to Shiki, his eyes burrowing as his calm smile seemed to turn a bit colder than usual. The air between the two of them seemed to stand still as their gazes met. A strand of red lightning seemed to clash with a purple one, and the world around them slowed down visibly. Shiki's will seemed to be unflinching, steadfast and strong. Francisco's will seemed to be sharp, pointed and deadly. It was a strange effect, where neither will managed to conquer the other for a few seconds. The birds fell from the sky, and the clouds parted ways, but the clash ended abruptly as well. "You're lucky you're my friend," the two of them said at the same time before looking away. The two of them laughed out loud after that. Gihahiahiahi, jihahahaha. They then continued drinking with silly smiles on their faces, like nothing ever happened. "We'll do things simply, I'll draw their attention and you can handle the rescue. No reason to overcomplicate things. We'll have to park your island close to the Holy Land though." Francisco ended up coming up with the plan in the end. "Of course. I think I know just the parking spot." Shiki smiled as they continued on with their journey. It would still take them a few days to reach the Red Line, then following along it to reach the Holy Land itself would take another few days. Alas, Shiki had brought enough food to last them a few years, so they weren't exactly stressed out about the journey. As the two of them were bickering, Kaido was already leaving the Sky Islands. He had done exactly as Enel had instructed. He departed on a large raft that he and his people constructed in a rush, floating through the clouds in a rather unsafe manner. It was only being held up thanks to the flame clouds that Kaido controlled, otherwise it would have collapsed as soon as a few waves hit it. The fearless emperor was left somewhat disturbed by Enel's strange demeanor and words. He had thought of looking for Shiki and trying to kill him but decided that it would be a stupid idea in the end. The island was now seemingly filled with people that could prove to be a threat to him. The Emperor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the Marines and revolutionaries were also there. It was an alliance that managed to send some shivers down his long spine. As if having Garp and Francisco under him wasn't enough. I guess I can no longer call my beast pirates the strongest crew, no matter how many smile fruits I shove into their mouths. The Dragon Emperor was left with quite a few things to consider upon leaving the island. He was a bit annoyed at having lost 2 Tobarapo, but at the very least the 2 strongest in his crew weren't maimed. Besides, be it 2 or 200 Tobarapo, they would never manage to breach the gap between his forces and Enel's by the looks of it. Shiki's crew was also massive, even if only a shell of its former self. He had a few islands filled to the brim with Grand Line-faring pirates from the old days. Kaido knew that a force like that alone was annoying enough, but he could deal with it. The problem was the massive revolutionary army, and for some reason, the entirety of the supposedly deceased former marine cadres. The more Kaido looked at the numerous sky islands resting on the clouds, the warier he grew. Things are too unbalanced for a proper war right now. One side will crush all the others. I can either try to join it or try to stand up on my own regardless of the danger. Alas, Kaido was no longer willing to be anyone else's subordinate. He had long since grown out of that phase, and not being in charge of a situation was simply no longer something he could stand. I need to make an alliance, and fast. Time to call up some old acquaintances. The dragon continued on his way back to Wano, Enel's words still ringing in his mind. Joy Boy. Why does he know about that? Kaido couldn't help but clench his fists at the thought. Alas, it wasn't like the Lightning Emperor seemed especially chatty. It was unlikely that Kaido would get any answers out of him. The Dragon Emperor's hand reached for his back, where his large mace would have usually been, only to grasp at nothing. I dropped it somewhere in those clouds. Shit. The Emperor was instantly enraged, scaring the subordinates that sailed on the same raft as him. They were bound to have a long week. Enel was a lot calmer though. He was not at all worried about Kaido or his people, and he wasn't exactly worried about Francisco and Shiki either. After all, he believed IM was unlikely to even get involved when the rescue was happening. Hell, he hadn't gotten involved even when Fisher Tiger had broken into the Holy Land. Sending Shiki there for transportation was one thing, but Enel was actually also sending him to test the methods that the elders had prepared for devil fruit users. Shiki himself was a lot stronger than Enel if both were to be caught without their devil fruits, so he was the best choice in that situation. The Golden Lion was not someone that Enel was accustomed to. He didn't actually remember anything about him from the original story. But from what he had seen, the legendary pirate was both fearless and willing to face the government without a moment of hesitation. I guess he and Francisco had a lot of history. I wonder how their teamwork is. After so many years, they're bound to have changed a lot in their styles, especially Shiki since he now technically wields 4 blades instead of 2. Enel couldn't help but smile when thinking about the number of strange swordsmanship techniques that existed in that world. Bonnie was still quite worried from what Enel could sense. Alas, he couldn't exactly blame her. That worry probably also came from the fact that neither Enel nor Bonnie knew how the two on to approach that mission. Enel was still confident they'd be just fine though. I didn't give them any specifics on how the operation should go, but I think Francisco is reliable enough to think that up by himself. As a first mate he should at least be that capable. Bonnie also seemed to calm down when Enel reminded her that Francisco was not some inexperienced thug. The Lightning Emperor also had to remind her that Shiki was still a rather intelligent and powerful individual, even if he didn't tend to act the part. In the end, they agreed that she'd hold her part of the deal only after joining them and being reunited with her nephew. Enel was fine with that. He didn't care much for his own arm, but he figured he'd have to first bring Sengoku and the red-haired pirates to the Sky Archipelago before Bonnie was to heal the former fleet admiral. Whether or not Shanks and his crew agreed to come or even remain here is still debatable, but Sengoku at the very least will be staying here. Garp would likely put him back in the hospital if he tried to leave anyway. Enel's day didn't end with just the deal he made with Bonnie though. The next thing he did was spar with Wiper again. The tribal warrior was quite shocked to see his friend missing a limb, but he took it in stride. The more annoying part for him was that now Enel was using his earlobes a lot more when fighting, even turning his earrings into metallic punching gloves and beating him up. Earlobe Gatling, as Enel called it, it almost gave Wiper a brain aneurysm. Still, the greatest shock that came in that day was when Wiper got so annoyed that he actually used Conqueror's Haki on Enel. The Lightning Emperor was a bit flabbergasted for a few moments, which almost gave Wiper the opportunity to land a hit. Unfortunately, Enel managed to bat it away with his walking stick, tripping Wiper in the process and slapping him over the head with an earlobe. Wiper stood there for a few moments, his head buried somewhat deep in the ground as he pondered on how he ended up in that position. Enel also looked at him for a while, as if in a trance, wondering just how much stuff he managed to miss out on while away from the island. In the end, he found out that Wiper was now officially Francisco's student when it came to hockey. Enal's Conqueror's haki was still stronger than Wiper's at that point, but it was clear that Wiper was swiftly catching up to him. If I stagnate for a few months, then he'll certainly surpass me. Thankfully, Enal didn't need to stagnate anymore thanks to Big Mom. He was free to unleash his will as he pleased. Before officially starting his training on that, he did meet up with Garp to inform him about the deal with Bonnie. They met up at the newly built underground lair of the revolutionaries. Garp had moved there to keep an eye on his stupid son and make sure he behaves. He did make sure to create a schedule for the training regiment of the Sky Guards. The former Vice Admiral Momonga became his right hand and made sure that everyone abided by the harsh training regime. It was Garp's way of saying he wanted to spend some time with his son, but no one really dared to call him out on that. "So she's gonna heal you too after she sees her nephew? How old is she again?" the old Marine asked as he munched on some biscuits. "I'd rather not ask her about that again," Enal said as he sighed and took a sip of sake, tilting the cup with his earlobe while he twirled his walking stick around his wrist. "Yeah. Old broads tend to get cranky when talking about that stuff. Suru is like that too." "Well, I guess that's doable, rescuing her nephew I mean. Now, I think it's time we talk about the people that seem to be drawn to you." Garp quickly switched the topic, obviously bringing up his distrust of Francisco and Shiki, who he considered a major threat to the island's safety. When Enal inquired about why Garp didn't like Francisco anymore, the old Marine became a bit annoyed and started grumbling a bit. "I don't believe a word that comes out of that old snake's mouth. I could manage him when he was old, but now he is back to being the monster he was, so I think not keeping a constant eye on him is risky. He may be loyal to you now, but he is not a good-natured individual. Please remember that when trusting him." Garp scowled a bit as he tried to remember more about Francisco's notoriety and the many he had murdered to gain the title of the strongest swordsman. "Well, I may have already trusted him with the rescue of Kuma. Well, he and Shiki, to be exact." Enal's smile trembled for a bit, as Garp instantly started choking on the rice cracker he had been eating. "What the fuck? You trusted the two bloodthirsty pirates with a rescue mission?" Garp's tone was higher pitched than usual. Some veins appeared on his neck as he glared at Enal, who just whistled a bit and looked to the side. "Believe it or not, they might just be the best for the job. They won't hesitate to kill whoever gets in their way, Marine or not, and Shiki can easily transport them out of there." Enal still stood by his choice, smiling as he did so. "I still don't like this. Besides, aren't you basically announcing to the world government that Francisco is back, and as powerful as he used to be?" Garp scowled a bit as he thought more and more about his captain's choice. "That's also true. I want to make them wary, to make them realize that they aren't fully in control of the situation, or at least raise that possibility in their minds. They might have suspected that Francisco is with me already. Seeing him back in his prime will make them realize that Bonnie is also with me. Shiki also being there is just the cherry on top." Enal smiled a bit as he spoke, not bothering to hide his plans from Garp of all people. "An intimidation tactic, huh? I guess that can work. Playing mind games isn't really my thing though, sounds more like something Sengoku would think up. But doesn't that mean our assault on them will be much more difficult?" Garp stroked his beard a bit, somewhat accepting Enal's plan for a few moments, or at least thinking about it. "That's the thing. We make them wary now, make them stay up late at night, expecting an attack at any moment. But we aren't going to attack them anytime soon." Enal smiled a bit, tilting his head as his blue eyes looked coldly at a table near him. "So it really is just mind games, huh? But don't we already have enough power to take the government down? After Sengoku's healed, at least. I doubt they'd use an attack like the one at Baltigo in the middle of their holy land." Garp's concern was also rather logical, and Enal nodded when hearing him. "Garp may act like a simpleton at times, but I guess he is far from one. I guess Luffy does take after him in that regard. Well, I'd wish he took more after him. It's good that you're thinking about that, anticipating my worries. But they will use that attack in the Holy Land, especially if all of us are gathered there. The rest of the celestial dragons don't matter as much to the world government. They would gladly sacrifice themselves to get rid of all of their enemies at once. So unless we can stop it, we might as well not even think about raiding the Holy Land." Garp simply sighed in frustration at Enal's explanation. He couldn't quite refute it either. He wanted to argue that all of them together could likely stop that attack, but he didn't want to risk it either. Enal was the one to have experienced that attack, so Garp decided that he knew best when it came to that. "Well, this will work to make them a bit more careful. They've already started harming a lot of people. It works especially well since they don't know where we are. An unseen threat, huh? Still feels like we could have gone about this a bit better though." Garp still had his doubts, but he seemed to relent in the end. It was too late anyway. Shiki and Francisco had already gone off. Enal wasn't going to try and stop them either way. In the end, R managed to somewhat calm Garp down. "At this point, there are more Marines on the island than pirates, so I doubt you should be that stressed out about Francisco and Shiki. Although I doubt it will. If anything goes wrong I can take care of it." That was how Enal waved away the concerns of the former Marine hero. "Sure, Garp was still annoyed that the revolutionaries also had to be there, but at least his son was at the helm of that group, and Sabo also seemed quite reliable. In the end, the rest of the day was spent with Enel catching up with a few friends, Oven tagging along with him after the Emperor finished his conversation with Garp. Enel started his training soon after speaking with Garp. At first, the Lightning Emperor wanted to go down to the lower seas and knock out Sea Kings with his Conqueror's haki constantly, to slowly allow it to grow stronger. But another solution appeared in the form of Wiper. Once again, the two of them would spend the rest of the following days locked in constant clashes with Conqueror's haki. The entire island could feel it, and Garp eventually came in and punched the two of them in the head. They ended up having to change to a smaller island to the side, one that didn't have any people on it. It was just an island filled with wild animals that Shiki floated around, likely collecting exotic species from what Enel could sense. Regardless of its previous uses, the island was now a place where Wiper and Enel could go all out, and that was what they did for the most part. Oven trained on the side, along with the other Sky Guards and even with Momonga. The two of them started sparring regularly, and Momonga was able to hold out quite well against the Sweet Commander. It seemed that Oven had a rather large advantage when it came to physical strength, while Momonga had an edge when it came to technique. It was a rather good match for the Sky Guards to witness. It helped them gain a bit more understanding of the marine fighting style and Rokushiki. Momonga was also pleased to fight a tougher enemy. Previously the only people on the island that could fight him were Wiper and Bellamy, who were both still rather lacking. Garp, Francisco and Shiki didn't count at all, as they were on a completely different level. Oven was also pleased to make some new friends on a sky island of all places. He was rather shocked at how friendly Momonga was with him. If you're friends with Enel, then you must be a trustworthy person. That was what the noble killer had told him. Yes, even Oven and his family had heard about Momonga, as the former vice admiral was now one of the few people still alive known to have killed a celestial dragon. Momonga's existence was something like a permanent red stain on the government's reputation. Most pirates ended up respecting the former vice admiral for that. Momonga wasn't the only person of interest when it came to the celestial dragon's death. Most people also considered the people of Fuchsia village to be martyrs due to that incident, especially after people started drawing similarities between them and the people of Ohara. So much fuss would obviously be noticed by a lot of people worldwide, and the emperors also took notice of Momonga. Some even had thoughts of recruiting him, including Kaido and Big Mom. Alas, Oven now realized that Enel was one step ahead of them when it came to that. Bellamy was just a small pirate to Oven, not someone that he considered a threat by any stretch of the imagination. The Sweet Commander sparred with all of the members of the Sky Guard at once, minus Momonga and Wiper, and won every time. Bellamy was stronger than all of the others, but to Oven, he and the Sky Guards were still very far off from ever posing a threat to any one of his siblings. One thing did manage to surprise Oven, and that was the fact that all of the Sky Guards seemed to have high endurance and strength compared to pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. And one thing that surprised Oven slightly was Bellamy's potential for growth. The former pirate turned Sky Guard was constantly learning and adapting in fights. It certainly showed to Oven that there was no shortage of talented people under Enel. Slowly but surely, 1 week flew by. Shiki and Francisco were steadily getting closer to the Holy Land. They had enough time to discuss the plan and even visit an island on the way. Shiki was very enthusiastic about the operation, to the point where he even showed his face in public for the first time in decades. The only people that could recognize him were the older folk, and they turned completely white when seeing him stroll around the city's streets. Other than that, no one could recognize him anymore. He was no longer as relevant as he had been. No one recognized Francisco though, that was a given after all. No one really remembered the Rock's pirates, aside from the people that had lived through their tyranny. To others, they were just a bunch of pirates that got ruined 4 decades ago. The world government had done a thorough job of burning any evidence of them being the rulers of an era. Francisco was a bit discouraged when seeing that, but he was already prepared for it. Shiki didn't seem to care much either. They only stopped on that island for one reason anyway. Come on. We need to get you a real sword. Shiki's voice rang out throughout the streets, as he looked at Francisco with a raised eyebrow. My current blade is already good enough, the legendary swordsman said as he continued walking randomly. To him, the trip was more about sightseeing, and to Shiki, it was about convincing Francisco to get an actual sharpened sword. Blade? That thing strapped to your waist might as well be a breadstick, cheap metal, shoddy blacksmithing and an edge so blunt that any kitchen knife off the street would be better to use. Shiki continued his tirade as Francisco just sighed and continued looking around at the stalls with a smile on his face. No blade of the streets would be better than the one I currently have, Shiki. No use in replacing something inadequate with something that is just average. Francisco simply shrugged, not quite willing to part with the cutlass that the Sky People had forged for him. Well, we won't just find another Mato, named Blades randomly on the streets. There are only so many of those in the world. Shiki scowled a bit as he spoke. That is extremely strange to hear from the person that has 4 of them. The first mate looked pointedly at the golden lion as he said that. Shiki simply whistled a bit, deciding not to continue that conversation. Using named blades as his feat was certainly a luxury, and he wasn't exactly willing to part with any of his blades. Francisco and Shiki continued strolling for a bit longer until Francisco stopped and looked at a side street. "What island are we on again, Shiki?" "How the fuck should I know? Just some random small island near the calm belt." "Isn't this place John's town?" Francisco stroked his short beard as he looked around the town with a closer eye, his gaze returning to that alleyway constantly. "No way." Shiki immediately disappeared, flying above the city and rushing back to the beginning, looking at the sign with a raised eyebrow. "It seems so." The golden lion stroked his beard as he looked at the sign with a flabbergasted expression. The golden lion then flew back to Francisco and simply nodded. "Yep. That greedy bastard used to live here," Shiki said as his bladed legs touched the ground again. "Hey, wasn't this where we recruited him as well? Random urchin trying to steal from us," Francisco said as he then started walking toward that alleyway. "Well, I wasn't that much older than him at that time. Pretty sure we were both teenagers," Shiki said as he remembered one of their old crew members. The man that had gone on to be known as Captain John to the world after the fall of the Rocks pirates. A greedy and scummy scalper that only really cared about wealth and how to get it. That was how Shiki remembered that man. He was an ambitious brat. I still remember him trying to capitalize on Zebek's strength to extort money out of people. Francisco seemed to remember John a bit more fondly. Shiki just looked weirdly at Francisco for that. Didn't Zebek rip him a new one for that stunt? The golden lion smirked a bit as he remembered how mad Zebek was at John at that time. Zebek didn't care about extorting people for money and goods, but he didn't like others using his name to do it. Had John used his own strength to extort people, Zebek would have even praised him. Indeed, Doc Correja had to glue him back together after Thamiled as he remembered a bit more about that incident, as well as their resident doctor, Correja. That woman was the only one older than Zebek and Francisco in the crew. She was the only real voice of reason besides Francisco as well. She was a motherly figure to everyone, including Whitebeard, who she scolded regularly for his hot-headed attitude. Both Shiki and Francisco remembered her fondly, though neither knew what had happened to her after the war. They just remembered her fondly and assumed she was already gone since she was older than all of them when the Rocks pirates were active. "Hey. I wonder if that Gretty bastard left anything behind in this place." Shiki looked around in that alleyway as he followed Francisco. They were heading for what had been John's childhood home, more specifically, a brothel that he used to live undercovertly. Doubtful. He didn't seem the type to leave behind anything for anyone. Francisco simply shook his head. "Oh, you'd be shocked. That guy left behind one of the most sought-after treasures in the world before he croaked." Shiki laughed a bit as he remembered stories about Captain John. "I remember hearing he got killed by his own crew because of his bloodthirsty and stinginess." The Golden Lion was more than happy to bring Francisco up to speed on the fate of their greedy former crew member. "Sounds about right. Even Zebek told him he'd get killed eventually with that attitude," the legendary swordsman said as he stopped in front of a half-collapsed building. "Bah. If Zebek of all people told him that, then it really was to be expected." Shiki stopped right behind him, looking at the building in question with a raised eyebrow. "I guess there's no way it would have survived after so many years. Was it 60? Francisco's voice immediately gained a melancholic tone as he stared at that collapsed wooden building, eroded by age. "Around that much. Maybe more." Shiki's voice felt the same, as the Golden Lion also looked at the destroyed building with a strange gaze. The two old men seemed to both be stuck like that for a few moments. They stood there until Shiki's cigar burned out, and the Golden Lion started walking towards the building. "I guess we should check if he did leave something behind," the old man said as he touched some parts of the building and raised them up. "Let's look at the basement. That was where he actually lived for a good part of his life," Francisco said as he started walking directly toward the basement. The legendary swordsman could still remember how he had saved John from their captain's wrath after John had successfully stolen a few pieces of jewelry from them. He remembered how he had helped recruit John into the Rocks pirates. Banking on his talent and deft hands, the greedy thief had been one of the first people they had ever recruited in the Rocks pirates, which only consisted of 5 people at that time. The two old men walked down the stairs of the basement. The wooden stairs were mostly broken down, but neither man was afraid of falling. There was also no danger of the rest of the building collapsing on top of them, as Shiki made sure to move all of the debris away from the basement with his devil fruit powers. "This place stinks," Shiki said as they walked further down what had formerly been a wine, alcohol storage. It was clear that no one had cleaned that place in decades. It reeked of mold and dried stale ale. "To be expected, but I feel something interesting ahead." Francisco and Shiki eventually reached the end of the room and were both staring at a stone wall. Where was that secret button again? Shiki scratched the back of his head as he looked around the room once more, holding his nose as he did so. "I don't remember, but I don't feel like spending too much time here." Francisco tapped the wall in front of him with his palm, his arm turning red as his will attacked the core of that rock instantly. The wall wasn't blown backwards, it instead crumbled to pieces where it stood. Francisco then continued walking into the hidden room. Fair enough, Shaki said as he followed suit. The contents of the hidden room shocked the two old men greatly. The walls were littered with old paintings and pieces of art. Golden statues lined half-collapsed wooden tables, and golden bars formed a small wall all around the room. That bastard really was a hoarder, Shaki said as he looked around a bit more. In the center of the room was a 2.5-meter-long stone casket with a notebook placed upon it. Do you think this is that fabled, hidden treasure of Captain John? Francisco said as he looked around the room. Doubtful. There's barely any gold here by his standards. That bastard should have hoarded a lot more than this in his life. This is likely just a stash of his. Shaki judged the amount of wealth in the room with a critical eye. It was a lot for regular people, that was sure. But for a legendary pirate, that much money wasn't really anything to write home about. Both Francisco and Shaki had more bounty on their heads than the value of everything in that room put together. But Francisco saw something rather promising in the center of the room. The gold isn't all that impressive, true. Let's check that notebook though. Francisco continued walking, ignoring all of the gold and paintings around him as his hand touched the stone case. Shaki followed suit, looking around at the walls with suspicion in his eyes. Francisco then picked up the notebook and started reading through it out loud, for Shaki to hear as well. If you're reading this, then you're either really lucky, or you are one of 5 people to know of this place. Regardless of who you are, I decided for this to be my resting place, so I prettied it up a little. If by any chance I don't make it here, please try to return my body to this place. You can keep all of the money and gold in this room. The map to my secret treasure is also on my body, so you will have that as well. Francisco raised an eyebrow, as he then opened the casket in the center, only for there to be nobody inside. I guess he didn't make it here. His betrayal and murder were rather sudden, I guess. Shaki shrugged as he spoke. Francisco simply shook his head with disappointment and continued reading. If by chance you are one of my former comrades, then I hope you get eaten by a group of ravenous land sharks. Francisco nodded sagely when reading that. Shaki had a similar reaction. Sounds about right, at least we know this is John's writing. The golden lion stroked his beard as his eyes noticed something shining in a corner. Francisco then continued reading the last few passages from the book. Hope you at least have the decency to do your old buddy a solid. Anyway, that's it from me. If you want my treasure, you better find my body. If it's already here, fuck off and let me rest in peace. Bye-bye. Francisco closed the notebook with a cold expression on his face, wondering why he wasted his time reading that in the first place. What a dignified ending, Shaki said as he started walking to the corner, where he noticed a handle poking out from behind a pile of gold. A weapon? In this mess? Francisco asked as he watched Shaki pull out a long spear from that gold pile. It was sharp and it had a red piece of fabric tied near the blade of it. The shaft itself was around 2 meters long, with the spearhead adding another 30 centimeters in length. The spearhead was not made out of metal, instead, it seemed to be built out of a sharpened bone. On the shaft, 3 characters were scribbled down near the spearhead. Yeisei no Kiba, Wild Fang. Shaki read out loud as he pondered on that name. Francisco was the first one to recognize it though. One of the 21 grade blades. The legendary swordsman was a bit surprised to see it there. He had read everything about the Meito, or the named, ranked blades. He knew each of them by name easily, though that was the first time he had seen that particular one. Oh shit. Looks like they aren't that ha ha ha. Shaki laughed a bit as he looked more at the bone blade. Why would John keep something like this? He wasn't even a spearman. Francisco was a bit confused though, not quite willing to just accept that finding one of the 21 grade blades was easy. He's a greedy hoarder. He would have stolen all of the Meito in this world if he could have. Shaki simply shook his head, just accepting that they were lucky enough to find the stash of their former crewmate. So I guess we're taking that with us, Francisco said as he stroked his beard. Yeep, no reason to let it gather dust in this place, though neither of us is a spearman. Shaki lamented for a bit, wondering if they had anyone they could give the weapon to. I think my newest student will appreciate it. If you don't have anyone in mind for it, of course. Francisco instantly thought about Wiper. The tribal warrior turned skyguard was more of a bazooka type of person, but Wiper still used the spear sometimes in training, and he was clearly trained with it. Didn't you want to also make him a swordsman? Shaki asked as the two of them started walking out of the hidden room, not bothering to take any of the gold, deciding they would much rather take it when returning. Yes, but he seems to have different talents. It can't be helped, Francisco simply shrugged. Also, since we're taking the spear, we might as well look for John's body, retrieve it and all that. The legendary swordsman crossed his arms as he wondered where the body could be. Bah, why would we bother with all of that? Shaki was clearly not enthusiastic about it though. I would have done the same for you, Shaki, and you know that John would have done the same for the both of us. Francisco tapped his chest with a smile on his face. Shiki just stared at him with a blank expression. You just want his money, right? Well, the funds will certainly help my new captain out. No need to dwell on it though, let's get going. Francisco ignored the Golden Lion's question and continued walking back towards their floating island, exiting the collapsed building without any issue. Shiki also exited the building, spear in hand as he looked back at the basement. At least don't act altruistically if you just want to steal from him. Well, he was a greedy bastard, so it's whatever. The Golden Lion proceeded to cover the entrance in debris, and started flying back to their island. Still, a week of the journey left. I can barely wait, Shiki smiled widely as their island continued flying into the horizon. Shiki and Francisco continued their journey, with the new spear stashed safely inside the mansion on the island they were traveling with. The Golden Lion had played with it extensively, and he seemed quite satisfied with the weapon itself, but he also had quite a few questions regarding it. What the hell is this thing made out of? Francisco casually answered that it was obviously made out of the bone of a large animal. The hilt seemed to be made out of an extremely strong and enhanced type of wood that neither of them could recognize. Shiki could tell by himself that the spear was made out of bone, but the toughness of that bone was what concerned him. He had tested its sharpness, and not even his blades could leave a scratch on it. Rather, it was the opposite. One of his swords was scratched when clashing with the bone spear. At that point, even Francisco was surprised. The both of them became quite curious, but they really had no way of telling what type of bone was being used. There was no indication of who could have created that blade and what methods they could have used to create it. Francisco decided that he would just end up looking into it whenever he got the chance. By now, Francisco and Shiki were already close to the Holy Land, frighteningly close in fact. Follow the plan, Shiki, Francisco said as he looked at the Holy Land in the distance below. If they truly have a way to turn off my devil fruit besides sea stone, then I can't really afford to leave the island floating. Shiki shrugged a bit as he spoke, his island not slowing down at all as he came closer to the Holy Land. Well, parking it on the sea isn't really an option. How about resting it on a cloud? Don't tell me. Francisco then noticed that they were already over the island, too late to hide their approach anymore. Bello, the ones protecting the Holy Land, were already alerted of an island flying above their heads. Well, there goes the stealthy option, Francisco commented as he eyed his partner with a frustrated gaze. Bah, who cares? Brace for impact. Immediately, the island came crashing down onto the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, a heavily muscled old man with spiky white hair and a beard looked up with a scowl on his face. Which suicidal bastard is dropping an entire island on us? The old man was wearing a sleeveless dark shirt adorned with medals, dark green armbands, a light yellow scarf, and a white and dark gray marine coat draped over his shoulders. It was none other than Kong, the world government's commander-in-chief. Beside him arrived a tanned middle-aged man with wavy black hair, wearing nothing but a pair of black pants with a floral pattern and a marine coat of his own. The newly appointed fleet admiral, Aramaki. Probably some misers thinking they can ambush us. Aramaki scowled a bit when seeing the island, his hands immediately extending upwards and turning into many wooden tendrils that grasped at the island and tried to stop it. Don't think so, this looks like Shiki's work. Kong immediately recognized the legendary pirate's fruit. The Golden Lion? Didn't he croak already? Aramaki was visibly surprised to hear that name. The government was even close to retracting his bounty because of his inactivity. People like him never go out quietly, Aramaki. Kong wasn't quite as quick to believe that Shiki had died. To him, the Golden Lion had only been planning something. And by the looks of it, his plan involved attacking the Holy Land. Aramaki looked up with narrowed eyes, as the branches he had built started snapping one by one, the island continuing to press down on his arms. I don't think I can stop this completely by myself. He gulped a bit as the tendrils of wood creaked heavily under pressure. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Kong stepped forward, his body transforming a bit as he looked up. His body grew larger, his muscles fuller, his gait became wider and white fur seemed to grow all over his body. He immediately became taller than most giants, his hands already grasping at the island still threatening to drop onto the Holy Land. HMPH, you won't get far with just this much, Shiki, the old commander-in-chief shouted as he then turned his body slightly and threw the falling island to the side, forcibly landing it on the red line that surrounded the Holy Land. Just as that island was flung away, two figures dropped from it right into the middle of the Holy Land. This is going to be fun. Shiki's golden hair flew in the wind as he grabbed onto Francisco and floated in place. This is going to be messy. But I guess messy can mean fun under the right circumstances. Francisco couldn't help but smile when seeing the number of people that had already gathered to greet them. Amaraki's branches had already started reaching out to the two of them. Shiki simply scowled when seeing them, his leg whipping to the side, sending a flying slash that cut all of the branches apart. The flying slash continued and cut through quite a few of the buildings around him. the chunks of wood turning into shrapnel as they bombarded the homes of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Francisco waved his arm on the other side, creating a flying slash that did much the same, though it did not travel as far, since the first mate had been too lazy to take out his blade. Kong immediately noticed them as well, his giant body turning with unnatural speed and trying to slap them away instantly. Shiki immediately pulled Francisco down and dodged under the slap, which sent another shockwave into the Holy Land, collapsing quite a few buildings with sheer force. Kong is as strong as always, huh? Francisco whistled a bit with a lazy smile, though he found it a bit odd that the commander-in-chief was willing to damage the Holy Land to that extent. Shiki, don't think you're getting out of this alive. Kong's voice boomed throughout the Holy Land, causing many of the guards and marines below to cover their ears as well. The mere shockwave from his voice broke all of the windows and mirrors in the vicinity. Gee ha 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 ha. The overgrown primate is as intimidating as always. The golden lion was still not afraid by any stretch of the imagination. Shiki's legs quickly started cutting towards the guard below. They quickly tried to send flying slashes of their own, but they stood no chance against the golden slashes of the flying lion. The cannon fodder was quickly blown away, and trees started growing out of the ground and shielding the rest of them. Get it together, folks. We can't afford to allow some dusty pirates to walk in here so brazenly. Amaraki immediately tried to take control of the situation, and Shiki grinned at the wooden fleet admiral's commands. Shiki's words were immediately stopped by a slap to the head, which made him bite his tongue and crash down into the earth. The figure that slapped him gently landed right by his side. Stick to the plan, Shiki. I see you're getting excited, but it is my job to hold them here. Sheesh, talk about a mood killer. Shiki rubbed his head as he got up, uninjured but somewhat mad. Go get what we came for, I'll take care of things here. Francisco waved off his old friend as he reached for his blade and took it out. The Marines and Celestial Guards had already formed a large circle around the two of them at that point, and they had almost burst into laughter when seeing Francisco's blade in all of its blood glory. Kong wasn't exactly in the mood for jokes though. The giant brought down his white furred fist on the two of them with rage. Both Shiki and Francisco dodged to the side, not willing to take that punch head on. The entire island trembled at the strength of the giant commander-in-chief. Dirt and earth shot up instantly when that fist touched the ground, pushing Francisco and Shiki further away from it. The people on the side quickly tried to slash, stab and shoot their weapons at the two dodging pirates. Shiki and Francisco just smiled when seeing their attempts. Francisco swung his blood cut away all of their strikes with ease. Shiki dodged a few of them but ended up taking out the two blades strapped to his waist and slashing across into all of the incoming attacks, landing on his bladed feet without any issue. Shiki looked towards his friend and nodded, before starting to fly off to find their target. Maybe it's better to thin the herd first. Francisco decided to cover his retreat in the only way he could. Francisco's eyes seemed to instantly turn bloodshot, his conqueror's haki spreading throughout the island. A red wave of aura that caused the sky to look gloomier than usual. All of the people that felt it also felt their spine tremble, and everyone that couldn't withstand it instantly fell to the ground. The birds in the vicinity all seemed to collapse as well, falling from the sky instantly. The Celestial Guards were foaming at the mouth, and the Marines strong enough to withstand it was even forced to take a knee. The only two that managed to stand straight in the face of it were Aramaki and Kong. Kong's eyes immediately widened in recognition, as a white conqueror's haki burst forth from him. The clash that followed instantly caused the sky to darken, red lightning clashed with white, and the people around were forced to look on in fear. Shiki took that opportunity and flew away while everyone was distracted, intent on finding Kuma, and freeing all of the slaves that he could. Kong was the first to break the silence as he returned to his regular form, narrowing his eyes at Francisco. Feel familiar? Francisco finished his sentence with a smile on his face. Your devil fruit does give you a lot of power, but I guess it doesn't help enhance your memory. Francisco twirled his sword around, spinning it to the side as he looked the commander-in-chief in the eye. The legendary swordsman smiled, before pulling one of his sleeves upwards and revealing a tattoo on his right shoulder. Rocks Pirates. Kong immediately narrowed his eyes and scowled. Indeed, we are having a small reunion, though I am still sad you don't remember me. I was there that day when Zebek gave you that scar, though you were just a vice admiral at the time. Guzman. Kong immediately turned into a hybrid form, his muscles bulking up as white fur started growing on his body once again. I don't get how the likes of you are still alive, but I do have an inkling on how you may have returned to your prime. Kong's voice became rough, as he growled slightly at Francisco. The commander-in-chief seemed to still be processing the situation. No one else besides him seemed to know who Francisco was though. Of course you do, now, might as well get down to business. Francisco immediately stopped spinning his blood cutlass, grasping it tightly and pointing it at the commander-in-chief. Kong's eyebrows scrunched up together as he clenched his fists, knowing that he had to defend the Holy Land regardless of who was attacking it. Aramaki. Go after Shiki. I'll handle this one. Kong immediately turned his head to the newly appointed fleet admiral, who simply nodded. The fact that Shiki had already gotten away was concerning. As much as Kong would have liked Aramaki's help, he knew that Shiki also needed to be dealt with. Aramaki gave Francisco one last confused look before turning and dashing in the direction Shiki had flown in. I hope Aramaki is actually able to handle Shiki. No, as a fleet admiral he needs to be able to handle Shiki. I'll focus on what's in front of me for now. Francisco watched Aramaki leave with a raised eyebrow, before sighing and gripping his cutlass tighter. Shiki will have to deal with that beansprout. Dealing with Kong is going to take all of my attention anyway. Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government, a mythical zone, ape fruit, model Yeti. One of the strongest people alive, and someone that could even face Yonko by himself. Francisco knew better than to underestimate such an enemy. Even if Zebek defeated him back then, he is likely even stronger now. His conqueror's haki is certainly a lot stronger. This time it was a straightforward confrontation. Francisco knew that he couldn't rely on a surprise attack as he had done with Kaido. Kong was fully on guard and prepared to fight him. Kong displayed his speed, tapping the ground once and appearing in front of Francisco in that very second, his fist already raised and punching down at the first mate. Francisco turned his body to the side, deflecting the punch to the side as sparks rose when his blunt blade came in contact with Kong's fur. The swordsman swung his blade upwards as soon as Kong's fist touched the ground. Sparks rose once again as Kong's neck turned black just before Francisco's blade reached it. Kong then started smashing his fists towards Francisco. What ensued was a rather strange dance, with Francisco dodging and slashing continuously the commander-in-chief. In the end, the two jumped backwards, returning to a stare-down. Francisco couldn't help but narrow his eyes a bit. Each time he swung his cutlass, sparks arose, and Kong somehow tanked all of the hits with ease, with only some fur falling off his body. Kong also stared at Francisco with narrowed eyes. He hasn't managed to injure me yet, but the fight has barely started. The second he starts coating his weapon in conquerors, the fight will become more dangerous. The commander-in-chief was also weary of Francisco. Despite his confidence, Kong's eyes had already spotted a large weak point though. That blade. If I manage to break it, then I will be able to win this. I just need to apply more pressure. Francisco also noticed Kong's gaze turn towards his blade. He noticed that glint in the commander's eyes. The legendary swordsman smiled when seeing that. Showing your intentions so blatantly. I'll gladly make you regret it. We were already told to expect something big. And it wasn't like I had to be told that in order to expect it. Garp, Sengoku, Sakazuki and the rest, all of them are gone from the Marines. It's clear that the elders used that on Baltigo, knowing that most of the Marines would die. It's Sakazuki's fault for making his intentions to depart from the world government so obvious. Kong didn't agree with the decision, but he also didn't agree with the way the elders were treating the Marines. To begin with, he could understand that decision. He expected to see Kaido or Big Mom at the gates of the Holy Land. He was not afraid by any stretch of the imagination. He actually expected them. He wouldn't even have been afraid of them together, though he wouldn't have been able to fight them by himself. Kong still had Armaki after all. The Green Fleet Admiral was nowhere near close to having the strength to back his title. Fleet Admirals were supposed to go toe-to-toe with Yonko. Even if they couldn't win by themselves, they could still fight them. But the Marines had really fallen off at that point. Kong didn't want to say it, but they were really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it came to powerful people in the Marines. Especially with Z and Suru departing with a large number of talents. Kong didn't stop them though. He knew that the world government was the one that had pushed them away, and he didn't want to raise his hand at old friends. He was also against Garp being imprisoned initially, knowing that it was a fool's game. Garp was going to be rescued no matter what happened. No one listened to him, unfortunately. The result was that Garp was now in the fold with Sky King Enal, a person that Kong didn't have a very high opinion of. And not only Garp had escaped Impel Down's level 0. Francisco. Kong looked at the swordsman in front of him with his beastly blue eyes. He hadn't expected that such a day would come, for him to have to face someone that should already have died decades ago. He wasn't stupid. He knew that the former first mate of the Rock's pirates was a dangerous individual. He had even tried to plead for him to simply be executed instead of kept and tortured. It wasn't due to any form of pity for the legendary pirate, it was merely fear of him getting out. Alas, Kong was nothing more than a vice admiral at the time, and his pleas went ignored. The fear also vanished after a few years. But Kong hadn't forgotten the Rock's pirates, who still remained the most dangerous pirate crew in history. He was a bit afraid when hearing word that Francisco had also escaped, but he didn't think much of it since the former first mate was already old and crippled. Now, Kong had to face him, returned to his prime and more powerful than ever before, probably having finally reached the level of his former captain. It was a rather bleak situation for anyone that had any notion of how powerful the Rock's pirates had been. The fact that he was with Shiki was even more annoying. It was only a matter of time before Shiki took control of the Holy Land with his ability. Though they had already prepared for that. They expected either Enal, Kaido or Big Mom to attack them earnestly after the fiasco at Baltigo. So they had made preparations for devil fruit users. Aramaki can certainly handle Shiki without the fruit. Right? Well, he better. Other agents can help him, but I need to focus on this man. The only problem was the non-devil fruit user in front of Kong, someone that they hadn't prepared anywhere near enough for. I can still fight him. I am much stronger than back then, someone like Zebek won't be able to just ignore me again. Pav narration _ Immediately, Kong growled, and Francisco noticed the determination emanating from his beastly blue eyes. It was only a matter of seconds before the next blow was thrown. Kong this time calmed himself down, cooling his mind and kicking towards the legendary swordsman. A white flying slash came barreling towards the swordsman, splitting the ground in front of it. Francisco simply smiled, meeting the slash with one of his own. The tip of his blade touched the ground, and he let off a red flying slash that was just as big. The two met in the middle, and the shockwave of their meeting managed to blow away all of the dust that had risen up. All of the unconscious people on the ground were also sent flying in the distance, banging through a few buildings in the process and further collapsing the nearby infrastructure as the ring of the two legendary figures became a bit more well-defined. Kong looked around the wrecked part of the Holy Land, scowling slightly, glad that they evacuated the celestial dragons to an undisclosed location not long after the Baltigo incident. Francisco also noticed that there weren't any celestial dragons. It was obvious due to how calm and collected Kong was acting. I guess it does make sense for them to be expecting an attack. Let's just hope they didn't bother moving the slaves as well. I don't get what you two are trying to achieve here, not even coming here with a proper sword. But I'll make sure neither of you leaves this island alive. The commander-in-chief still was half the size of a regular giant, even in his hybrid form. His deep voice sent tremors through the ground. Kong instantly dug his leg into the ground and kicked up again. This time he didn't release a Rankiaku. Instead, his massive leg shot up hundreds of small rocks and debris towards Francisco. The swordsman jumped instantly, the rocks shooting through his previous position in the very next second, going much faster than bullets and banging into the ground with heavy tremors. Francisco was still forced to block some of the rocks with his blade, taking his hilt in the other hand and using it to bat away rocks as well. It's always annoying to use future sight against an enemy that also has future sight. A lot of the battle is done internally, but only annoying moves end up being used. Francisco couldn't help but complain internally as his hands trembled slightly while he batted away the blackened dirt projectiles. The swordsman wasn't about to just be passive in the fight though, it was his job to finish things quickly and assist Shiki. Their mission was to find a hostage, not fight. He used one of the rocks as a foothold in midair and immediately appeared in front of the giant monster, blood cutlass already raised, blackened and ready to cut. Kong was prepared for him however, just as Francisco prepared to swing, he opened his mouth and let off a powerful roar. Freezing blast. It was somewhat similar to what Kaido was using, just of a completely different nature. Francisco was currently suspended in the air, forced to watch a giant ray of cold air and frozen wind crash into him at blinding speeds. The swordsman was immediately flung backwards, ice patches settling on his body instantly. He was still undeterred though, even when he felt his back hit the red line in the distance, reaching the edge of the Holy Land. The cold breath froze everything in its path, all the way to the wall of the red line, which was completely frozen over, with Francisco crushed somewhere underneath all of the ice. Good thing he doesn't know all of my techniques yet, still, he really does live up to his reputation. The giant white-furred monster looked down with a scowl, a red line spanning from one side of its chest to the other side of its lower abdomen. Even when being flung away, he managed to slash my chest at such blinding speeds. Kong wasn't deterred by such injuries either though, he simply took a deep breath and flexed his chest muscles, stopping the bleeding with pure pressure. The cut was not all that deep anyway, so Kong could just ignore it. Still, to think he can even cut me despite using such a shoddy blade. How much have his skills improved? The commander-in-chief didn't get much time to think, unfortunately. The frozen wall in front of him started cracking just as quickly ash ice was blown backwards like shrapnel from a grenade. Kong ignored it, his eyes fixated on his opponent, who was still looking uninjured. I guess it's going to take a lot more than that to take him down. Francisco himself looked towards Kong with narrowed eyes. That cut. So shallow. Maybe I should have listened to Shiki's advice and gotten a better blade after all. At this point, a battle between me and Kong will take days to finish up. I just hope he can find the hostages quickly so we can get the hell out of here. The stalemate between the two legendary figures was bound to continue. On the other side of the island, Shiki was flying everywhere and trying to find any sign of either celestial dragons. He was hoping to be able to put some of them in coffins before rescuing the slaves. Alas, fate had other plans by the looks of it, and the Golden Lion was disappointedly forced to only focus on finding the slaves. And just as his observation Haki spotted an entire warehouse filled with different auras, a gigantic tree sprouted out of the ground and blocked his path. Spiked branches immediately extended themselves towards him and forced him to pull back and slash at the tree. 4 golden flying slashes cut into the tree with ease, collapsing it on the nearby buildings and making Shiki curse a bit, as he realized that if he got too close to his rescue targets then he'd also get them implicated in the fight. Golden Lion Shiki. A relic from an old era. Well, your legend ends here. Today, Aramaki stood in front of the Golden Lion, hopping in the air as his turned into branches and extended towards the pirate. Pooh! Marines and their stupid posturing. Shiki swung one of his bladed legs, cutting into the branches and aiming to split the fleet admiral in half. Aramaki wasn't exactly a pushover though. The slash stopped halfway through, and the branches continued heading towards Shiki, this time from 4 sides. The Golden Lion scowled as he flew through them and dodged each branch with ease. More and more rose from Aramaki's extended arms and eventually forced Shiki to swing his blades madly, creating a deadly circle of flying blades and severing all of the nearby branches. Aramaki also scowled a bit, as all of the severed branches continued moving, turning into spikes and rushing towards the legendary pirate. Tisk. Annoying logia fruits and their stupid control. You're just some lucky brat. Don't get cocky on me now. Shiki batted away most of the spikes, dodging the rest and ending up in a stalemate of sorts for a few seconds. HMPH, for a legendary pirate, you aren't all that much, Aramaki commented as he crossed his arms, raising a few tree branches from the ground and standing on them, looking the flying lion in the eye. I bet I'm making Sir Sakazuki proud. I must live up to his standards at the very least. With my victory over this man, the Marines will rise once more. Aramaki was hopeful. He wanted a chance to prove himself and strengthen the Marines. He had never wanted for the Baltigo incident to happen. He had never been in the know. He also would never have agreed with it. He had madly respected Akainu ever since he was a recruit. How could he ever wish for his death? Still, his excitement at the prospect of proving himself to his predecessors made him blind to one thing. He was currently not facing a figure known for swordsmanship or brute strength. He now had a slight advantage, but things were about to change. Some veins bulged in Shiki's forehead as he looked at the Greenhorn Fleet Admiral in front of him. No mastery over conquerors, his haki isn't anything special either. Who the hell does he think he is? Immediately, Shiki went over to one of the red line walls nearby, his anger boiling as he cooked something up. I can't just float out the entire red line, but I can certainly do something similar. Standing at the base of the wall, Shiki drew all of his swords and let out a huge flying slash, cutting out a large piece of the red line diagonally with a very clean cut. The red rock immediately started slipping towards the Holy Land, and Aramaki was shocked. He rushed to catch it, only for Shiki to hold out his hand and touch it. Aramaki watched with horror as he looked at the large rock, half as big as the Holy Land itself, float up to the sky. Shiki then clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking as he did so, and the almost triangle-shaped rock mountain turned into a large floating sphere. Let's see how chatty you are now, you little shit. The Golden Lion roared in laughter as his 2 swords floated by his side and started spinning in the air. Aramaki could only gulp at that point. I hope backup comes soon. Dragon sat at his desk, looking through the old reports he had received and catching up with all matters that required his attention. The work of the leader of the Revolutionary Army was truly never-ending. Garp was also sitting on a couch nearby, eating rice crackers with Enal, who was happily telling him some random story that the revolutionary leader wasn't quite listening to. Enal didn't seem to be including him much in the conversation either, likely aware that Dragon was busy currently. To him, it just felt like he was in the room with 2 random old men that were telling each other old wives' tales constantly and laughing at whatever dumb exploits they may have had during their training lives. Enal was surprisingly wise for his age from what Dragon could tell. Alas, it wasn't like Enal was truly young in the first place, having around 38 years on his back. It seemed he was even older than that, at least judging by what Gonfal had told Dragon. They didn't get into many details on the Emperor's backstory though, but Dragon did know that Enal had once been a tyrant for one reason or another, then essentially got possessed by the spirit of a dying archaeologist through the power of some strange fate-defying devil fruit. Dragon didn't really buy it, but he didn't really care to ask the Emperor and verify it. He knew who Enal was currently, and he knew that he was technically their de facto leader at that point. More people looked up to Enal than to Dragon, and he was basically the glue that held Akainu and the rest together with the revolutionaries. Garp was also a huge factor for the Marines, but then again, Garp was only there because of Enal. Although Dragon was the leader of the revolutionaries, to him it felt more like he was the leader of one of the groups currently working together with or under Enal. The Emperor never gave them orders to do anything, but he did come up with a plan of action against the world government, and all of them did listen to him. Gonfal was still a bit reluctant to put the Sky People in danger by facing off against the world government directly. But he knew that simply being related to Enal would warrant the destruction of the Sky Islands, so he was better off fully supporting the one-armed emperor. Enal was also an extremely hands-on leader. He liked to do most things by himself. To Dragon, it felt as if he wasn't properly placing enough trust in the people around him. At least it did so until he sent Francisco and Shiki alone to raid the Holy Land. A choice that he was still a bit skeptical about. Alas, it wasn't his choice to make. Still, that made Dragon argue that delegating tasks to everyone would be more beneficial for them in the end. In the end, the revolutionary decided to entrust the mission of contacting the Neo-Marines to Kizaru, who was also more than capable enough to do it. Enal was a bit reluctant to accept that, but in the end, he couldn't quite argue with the fact that doing everything by himself was not something a good leader would do. There was also something else. Dragon really wanted Enal to continue with his training and grow stronger. Especially so after reading the reports from Luffy and Robin about their findings. The Great Empire, it was strange for Dragon to hear it, but it suddenly felt as if he could finally understand a few more things about the world now that he knew about it. Joy Boy and Nika are one and the same, huh? Dragon had already heard of Joy Boy before. At least he had heard tales from one of Gold D. Roger's old crewmates. He obviously didn't know the full story, nor did he have any clue about the prophecy, but he did know that the members of Roger's crew were for some reason looking for said Joy Boy. Now it at least made sense. As for the other two kings of the Empire, the King of Hearth was really just a big question mark still, even with all of the information compiled. It was rather clear who Raijin was at least. A man that could control lightning and thunder, and was also coincidentally from the Sky Islands. It was rather obvious at the end of the day. Enal had a fruit related to the god of thunder, Raijin. That was why Dragon wanted Enal to focus on his training. He wanted that power to develop, as he realized how important it was going to be in their war against the world government. He also finally managed to find out more about Uranus, the ancient weapons thanks to Robin and Luffy. The eyes of God. If my guess is right, then they should be held by the one that stands atop the throne of this world. It was a rather scary image, but at least they could now somewhat come to understand the threat they were facing even more. But that made the decision to send only Francisco and Shiki to the Holy Land even more jarring to Dragon. I just hope he doesn't get involved in whatever plans Enal has with this two-man raid he just ordered. Back at the Holy Land, the fight was still raging on, Francisco and Kong both struggling to get an edge over the other during their battle. Kong was extremely cautious in that fight, controlled and always protecting himself, while Francisco was swinging his chipped blade in a frenzy. The legendary swordsman had managed to put quite a few cuts on the commander-in-chief, but he also received plenty of bruises and cold burns on his skin for the trouble. Kong's fruit not only gave him overwhelming strength and endurance, but it also gave him an aura cold enough to even penetrate Francisco's armament, which was annoying, to say the least. The two of them were bound to be stuck in a stalemate for a while, and Francisco just hoped that Shiki would stop around and just complete his objective, that way they could just flee. But when looking to the side of the Holy Land, it was clear that Shiki was planning on fully fighting the Greenhorn Fleet Admiral. Of course. I bet that Greenhorn just said something slightly annoying and Shiki decided to just fight him to the death. Still, the Marines and Kong are clearly dragging this fight out for some reason. Francisco was well and truly confused, unsure what Kong was even protecting in the Holy Land if the celestial dragons had been moved elsewhere. But Shiki was having none of these thoughts. His mind simply concentrated on the fleet admiral below him, as his blades rushed and sliced at his wooden body at insane speeds. Aramaki dodged as much as he could, but his body was already filled with scratches, and the situation was only getting worse for him, as the huge earth sphere moved to stand directly above him and Shiki. The golden lion reached up and touched the earth sphere with one of his arms, as his floating blades kept the fleet admiral busy. The second Shiki's palm came into contact with the sphere, the size that was turned towards the ground turned completely black, gaining a metallic sheen. Aramaki finally sighed as Shiki's blades finally gave him a second of rest, returning to the golden lion's belt, forcing the fleet admiral's eyes to wander upward. His eyes then proceeded to widen upon realizing what was about to occur. Shiki simply gave Aramaki a sadistic smile, as the earth shifted once more, turning into a gigantic lion's head. Shishia Doshi, Kami no Shuan, Lion's Majesty, Divine Termination. The lion opened its maw, looking as if it was roaring with rage, and then from every corner of its mouth, hundreds upon hundreds of gigantic spikes rushed towards the ground below. The earth trembled and cracked, shockwaves spread everywhere as the ground was pierced, and that entire part of the red line started breaking apart. With one attack, Shiki reminded the world exactly why he was the Golden Lion. Aramaki tried to dodge, but the spikes only grew more and more, separating and chasing him at will until the ground was covered completely, and the sphere above them was only left with half its initial size. The fleet admiral received more and more cuts, as he was eventually overwhelmed and buried somewhere in the middle of the spikes, pierced in multiple places and Grievel alive. Shiki scoffed as he felt that Aramaki had survived. Marines are always so annoyingly durable. Shiki scoffed as he raised his hand once more, preparing the perfect burial for the fleet admiral. It was exactly at that moment that Shiki felt a red light wash over him, and he immediately felt as if he had lost control of himself. In an instant, the fabled golden lion started falling out of the sky and completely lost control of the gigantic lion head that he had been using to skewer the ground with. The lion head remained suspended in the air, the spikes from before now acting as a support pillar. What the hell was that? Shiki landed on his feet, looking off to the side to see dozens of masked men and women wearing white suits. Shit. Government agents, huh? I should have just ignored that stupid greenhorn. They seemed to be holding a transponder snail and reporting on the situation live. Shiki also noticed that the snail's eyes were looking quite strange. It only clicked with him after a few seconds though, that they seemed to be the same as the eye that had hovered over Baltigo. He had expected to see them, so he had tried to look into them as much as he could. Unfortunately, he couldn't find much. The golden lion immediately realized that he was likely caught in whatever the government had prepared for Enal in case of an attack. At that moment, the pillar of spikes also started cracking, and a gigantic tree started growing out of it. The tree was both holding the lion head suspended in the air, and allowing Aramaki to walk out, holding onto his bleeding torso with a grave expression. Shiki's scowl deepened as he realized that the fleet admiral wasn't affected by whatever was making him unable to use his devil fruit. The golden lion, huh? Not much without your devil fruit though. The agents all decided to come closer to the legendary pirate, all with their weapons already drawn and prepared to kill Shiki at a moment's notice. The agents were well and truly excited at the prospect of killing one of the legendary pirates that had lived in Roger's era, but they were more excited to finally see their leader's ability in action. The Eyes of God had many utilizations, and one of them was specifically made to counteract devil fruit users, specifically made to fight the users of a few specific fruits. It, however, could affect all fruits, and Shiki was no exception to that. Shiki was surprisingly silent, deciding to calm down and ignore the agent's taunt. Whatever that was. It's not sea stone, I don't feel weakened in any way, and my haki is also unaffected. But I am unable to use my devil fruit in any way, at least not right now. The golden lion immediately gripped his blades, looking at the enemies that surrounded him with an eerie calm. He immediately blocked two claws coming from behind him without even turning towards them, his blade slashing through the agent in one swift motion. Blood was spilt as the agents were reminded that the golden lion was still highly dangerous even without a devil fruit. Shiki's swordplay was akin to a dance, turning gracefully on his bladed feet. He even raised up one of his legs and blocked two bullets with the blackened blades that he used as crutches. Tisk. Make sure to put a bullet in him, one of the agents said, as Shiki also realized that they were trying to shoot him with a sea stone bullet. Although he was dodging and blocking many hits, while also slashing and injuring many of the people that came close to him, the golden lion still received a few slashes, especially a deep one across his chest. It's been a while since I've been pressed like this. The golden lion pondered as his body turned slightly. Aramaki also seemed to still be in fighting condition, despite bleeding from various places and looking a lot worse for wear than before. So Shiki was severely disadvantaged. Bullets, wooden spears and tendrils, and flying slashes surrounded him completely, coming from all sides as the golden lion gained a strange moment of clarity. With a loud exhale, his blade slashed forward all around him, a gigantic flying slash cleaving through all of the attacks that were coming his way and giving him a moment to breathe. The golden lion could only smile as his senile mind gained an unnatural clarity. A spark appeared in his eyes as they narrowed dangerously, giving all of the people present chills as a golden aura seemed to expand everywhere from the legendary pirate. The golden lion felt as if he had returned to his youth when he used to struggle and constantly fight against enemies stronger than him, when he refused to bow his head to anyone. I'll show these puppets how bright the golden era of piracy used to shine. Shiki turned and blocked a clawed hand with one of his blades, sparks rising as an awakened zone user approached him in a frenzy. The golden lion was able to easily predict and dodge his moves, eventually ending the agent with an upward kick, which sliced him in half. Shiki immediately turned around and eyed the one enemy that had made no moves to attack him. The one that held the snail. And the golden lion also noticed something else. The snail had never broken line of sight with him. I see. This may be a long shot, but it's certainly worth a try. Shiki immediately directed his blade for the ground, releasing a slash that raised up enough dust to cover the entire battlefield. It was far too fast for any of the agents to stop Shiki. Shit. Blow the dust away. The agents immediately panicked, and one of them immediately blew the dust away with a flying slash of his own. But the golden lion was no longer there. All of the people present immediately froze, and the one holding the snail immediately directed it upwards, but there was no one in their line of sight. The gigantic lion head now started moving again, alerting them as it visibly shifted and rocks started falling towards them. This immediately helped the agents come to a conclusion. He's hiding behind it, one of them immediately said as they all started slashing their swords at the gigantic piece of rock, hoping to cut it apart and destroy any cover that the golden lion might use. "Nice try, you little shits." A boisterous voice interrupted all of them though, and they all turned around to see the one that had been holding the snail be skewered by earth and spike coming from the ground, and the snail itself smashed at Shiki's feet. The next few moments of the fight happened far too quickly for the agents to even register their fear. Immediately, the ground around them started moving, and everyone finally understood what had happened. Shiki had used the fact that he had segmented the ground to his advantage. The second line of sight was broken. He touched one of the nearby spikes and took control of the golden lion's head again. And then he touched as much of the ground as he could, and hid in it, suppressing his aura and rearing his head only to get rid of the most annoying obstacle in the fight. The agents were shocked at having been outsmarted by a senile old man. But their shock didn't mean they were getting any break. They were all instantly smashed by a tornado of flying debris, and all of them started being flung everywhere and gathered in one ball of earth. Shiki smiled once more as he looked up at the sphere, the heads and limbs of agents sticking out of it. Shishi Adoshi, Chamaki, Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. The large earthen lion immediately turned its head to the new sphere and opened its maw, swallowing it in one bite and crushing the agents even further as the golden lion simply laughed out loud. That was the power of his devil fruit, the power he had trained and fostered. It gave him complete control over the battlefield, and it was the reason why both Sengoku and Garp were needed to bring him down when he attacked Marineford in the past. Shiki smiled as he realized that the only enemy still standing was the fleet admiral from earlier. And standing was a rather large word, as Aramaki was curled up from the ground. Tisk. You're not even worth killing. Shiki didn't waste any more time on the fleet admiral though, immediately heading for the slaves instead. We're in the home stretch now. Francisco's fight with Kong was also interrupted by a group similar to the one that tried to stop Shiki. Alas, Francisco didn't really have a devil fruit for them to turn off and weaken, so the agents were forced to take the role of support. Even then, they were susceptible to any stray flying slash that Francisco sometimes sent their way while clashing with the giant commander-in-chief. The only agents still standing were a few of the stronger ones, including Kaku and Rob Lucci, who got by with a bit of luck mainly. The two had only recently been promoted and were still not strong enough to do meaningful damage to someone of Francisco's caliber, but they still tried. Francisco was able just to ignore their attacks, letting them slide off his armament-clad body as he concentrated on Kong fully. The frozen white-furred giant had already turned that part of the Holy Land into a frozen hellscape, and Francisco could feel the cold affecting him slightly more with every minute that passed. The agents on the side weren't strong enough to damage the legendary swordsman, but that didn't stop them from trying and approaching him. They were usually killed rather quickly or were forced to retreat with a missing arm or deep cuts. However, none of the agents was getting discouraged, as they were still managing to distract the legendary swordsman effectively, allowing Kong to even land a good hit. To the agents, killing Francisco was a necessity, so they were more than glad to give their lives away to create a mere distraction. The hit that Kong had landed managed to cannonball Francisco back into the frozen red line behind him, cracking and fragmenting it with great force and collapsing it instantly. Francisco still got up, spitting some blood as he took a look at his cracked blade with a scowl. It was close to snapping, and it likely wouldn't be able to take any other hit, or even redirect any other hit before it completely broke like glass. Francisco's endurance had always been his weak point. The one thing that differentiated him from his former captain, he didn't have the thick skin that Kaido had, nor did he have the iron muscles and bones of Kong. Zebek had endurance in spades, and his punches could easily snap mountains in half. He would have been a much better match for Kong. Alas, Zebek was no more, and Francisco knew that well. Normally, he would have been able to rely on his blade to damage stronger enemies. He was once the wielder of one of the 12 supreme grade blades, but he had lost his blade at God Valley, so now he was delegated to using something subpar. He was only able to cut Kong thanks to his haki, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to even put a scratch on the commander-in-chief. He could have gotten a slightly better sword, maybe he could have even picked up a blade from one of the nearby fallen agents or marines. But a regular blade was not going to cut it regardless. To fight someone like Kong, only a Meito, named Blade, would be useful. Only the higher grade ones would have actually made a large difference in the fight. That was why Francisco simply didn't think that it was worth looking for a new average blade, as it would have snapped regardless. The first mate also relied on his armament for protection, and it was strong, but the defense had never been his forte in the first place. After Francisco dashed back at the frost giant, he was quickly intercepted again. Now forced to only dodge around Kong's hits as he did his best to put as many cuts into the giant's body as possible. Rob Lucci to the side sent yet another torrent of flying slashes towards Francisco. The injured swordsman simply scoffed when sensing the attacks heading his way, only turning around and slashing his blade in the air towards Lucci, sending a gigantic flying slash his way with little effort. Lucci was taken aback instantly. His world slowed down as a gigantic flying slash cut into the ground with ease and obliterated his attacks instantly. The flying slash didn't stop, and the human-leopard hybrid was forced to roll to the side, right in the nick of time, but his tail was still severed in the process. These ants may not be able to harm me, but they sure are annoying. Francisco then turned and jumped over Kong's fist, stepping on it and dashing backwards, as he watched Kong slap his own hand in anger, trying to catch his afterimage. The commander-in-chief was obviously doing his best to use the distractions that the agents were creating, but it seemed that he was losing out when it came to the speed department. To be more specific, Francisco could move faster than the agents around them could perceive, and not even observation hockey could help them get close to him. Kong was the only one able to keep up slightly, using his body and armament hockey to tank as much as he could, and using any opening to score a hit or at least try to. His body at this point was also filled with shallow cuts from head to toe, many aiming at both his ankles and the backside of his knee. It was clear that Francisco was trying to force him to kneel, to limit his movement and speed even further. Kong was actually relatively sure he would have already lost the fight already if Francisco managed to get his hands on a Mato in time. If only Sengoku or Sakazuki were still here, any one of the old admirals would have been great to have, now that I think about it. Kong well and truly felt bad about losing so many comrades at once in Baltigo. But it was in a moment like this that he was truly reminded how important they were for the world government. It was the same for Suru and Z, who both would have been a great help against Francisco. Gion and Tokikaki, two potential admirals, also left with the Neo Marines. Gion left because she considered Suru to be family, and Tokikaki left because he was still madly in love with Gion, and he was painfully persistent, despite being rejected 100 times. Kong knew all of them personally, and that was also why he didn't want to try and stop them from departing. That was why he was now alone, facing off against an enemy that would normally require the attention of the entire Marine force. The 5 elders were also unwilling to help them defend against any threat, as they were the bodyguards of IM specifically. They had actually moved relatively close to the Holy Land, somewhere on the red line. IM had already prepared for a devil fruit user attacking, most likely preparing for the newly risen emperor to make a move after baiting him in. But instead, they got one monster that looked much younger than he had any right to and a washed-up pirate legend that had already attacked Marineford by himself in the past. Kong wondered whether he'd get to see the elder in action for once. He assumed they had already started heading back to the Holy Land. But it seemed unlikely that they would arrive in time, especially when he looked to the side to see Shiki still using his devil fruit and chomping a few agents with a giant lion made out of tough red line rock. I guess Aramaki failed in the end. I can't really blame him. Shiki is a formidable opponent to fight on land. Kong wasn't stupid. He now realized that Shiki and Francisco were after the slaves they were still holding in the Holy Land. They hadn't bothered moving the slaves along with the celestial dragons. After all, it would have been a waste of effort and resources to build temporary housing for them as well. Some celestial dragons had protested, but the elders made their stance clear in refusing them. They were no longer in an era where they could carelessly fulfill every single childish whim that the spoiled celestial dragons could have. The white-furred giant received yet another cut to one of his arms as he looked at Francisco with a frustrated gaze. He was then forced to block another flying slash, this time aimed at his eyes. Kong felt blood splash in his arm as the flying slash managed to penetrate his skin and cut a bit into his palm. Francisco simply scoffed when seeing the little damage his attack had dealt, and then he CK once more, as Kong kicked up the ground towards him. Dozens of frozen rocks ripped through the air, and Francisco's blade cut through all of the ones getting too close for comfort. The rocks brought with them a cold air that once again allowed patches of ice to grow onto the swordman's body. Francisco simply flexed his muscles and moved his body at blinding speeds, running right through the rock barrage and slashing at one of the giant's ankles once more. Kong scowled as he heavily stepped on the ground, his force shaking that part of the red line and causing all of the mountain-like walls that surrounded the Holy Land to crack and collapse. Francisco was also flung backwards by the shockwave, alongside anyone that had been trying to assist Kong. The legendary swordsman couldn't help but clutch at his wounds, rubbing the ice off his body as he prepared to head for Kong once more. Kong himself was tired. He could only hope that Shiki would take a bit longer to return. The ice giant looked at Kaku, Lucci and the other agents in the distance. At least we still have some promising talents on our side as well, but they aren't much help right now. In the future they'll grow to be the backbone of the world government. I need to make sure to at least protect them. Oi, all of you, run and meet up with the elders. Kong quickly shouted an order at them, hoping to at least be able to protect them in that way. What happened next felt more like a blur to the commander-in-chief. He watched the young agents, all be shredded to pieces, as the ground underneath them rose up and turned into a meat grinder. Kong watched a few limbs flying upwards from that dust cloud. The dust settled after a few seconds, and it revealed all of the agents' mutilated bodies impaled on dirt spikes. Shiki was hovering above them, with a sadistic smile stretched on his lips as his golden locks flowed in the wind. A large patch of earth was hovering off in the distance, flying slightly away from the Holy Land. The slaves had been rescued. It was at that point that Kong snapped, his deep blue eyes turning bloodshot in rage. He realized that he was likely the only one alive on the island besides the intruders. He didn't know of Aramaki's state, but he didn't see Shiki as one to spare him. And with an enraged roar, the ice giant completely stopped holding back, forgetting any notion of doing so. In an instant, a cold aura spread out throughout the entire Holy Land, freezing over the ground as Kong grew back to his full size. Francisco looked on with narrowed eyes, his blade already sending a flying slash towards the giant's form. Kong simply kicked the ground in front of him, raising a large glacier to block it in its entirety. Shiki in the distance also narrowed his eyes, as his hair and skin started being frozen by the low temperatures. The golden lion quickly flew towards Francisco, bearing through the cold blizzard as he made his way towards his comrade. It was at that point that Kong crouched down, grabbing a large chunk of earth and ice, crushing it in his palms and slinging it in the path of the golden lion. Shiki was forced to dodge around. One of his bladed legs was hit once, but it only flung him in the distance and forced him to block the other pieces of rock in a mad frenzy of slashes. Francisco had thankfully also headed his way, jumping towards him the second he saw him, using some of the flying debris as a foothold in midair as he jumped right in front of the golden lion. Shiki then grabbed Francisco and flew closer to the ground, taking cover behind a few raised rocks as the enraged Kong continued to break the island apart, slinging shrapnel all around him, hoping to hit either of the pirates he was now facing. Found the target? That was the first thing Francisco asked as he sat down with his back resting against the large rock behind him. Yep, found the former warlord. He's resting with the rest of the slaves. Didn't seem too responsive though. Shiki nodded, also sitting down and resting for a bit. That's fine, as long as he's alive then we should be good. Bonnie can likely cure him from whatever has happened to him. Francisco thought to himself as he shook his head. Still, this Kong guy sure is annoying. Shiki gasped a bit as he spoke, reaching down and readjusting his bladed leg, as the harness holding his prosthetic in place had slipped slightly. Imaging having to fight him the entire time, with what is essentially a stick. Francisco also sounded quite frustrated. He had taken plenty of hits, but it was nothing all that serious in the end. A lot more than 1 or 2 wounds would be necessary to take someone like him down. Doesn't sound fun in any way. We should probably get going. Shiki then slowly got up, as shrapnel flew right near them, the shockwave of it hitting the ground and blowing the golden lion's hair upward. Shiki was about to scoff and rub his beard, but then he noticed that his hair was still standing up, having frozen in place because of the chilling aura spread out throughout the Holy Land. It's unlikely that he'll let us leave the island. He'll definitely shoot us down if we attempt to flee. Francisco slowly stood up as well, his eyelashes and eyebrows both frozen at that point. The glistening eyes shined quite a bit, making his eyes stand out quite a bit. We can always cut down his projectiles, though I think he started using hockey on the rocks as well. Shiki looked at the enraged ice giant with a scowl, not quite enthusiastic to face him. Oh, he certainly is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be much of a danger to us. The speed of the projectiles also exceeds his own speed. Fighting him from a distance might actually be more dangerous than otherwise. Francisco gripped his cracked cutlass with a determined expression. So, what you're saying is that trying to flee the island will actually be harder than just taking him down in the first place? Shiki shook his head, doing his best to manipulate his hair to settle back down. Essentially, together we should be able to make quick work of him though. Remember the combination attack that I used to do with Zebek? Francisco smiled confidently as he watched the rocks in the distance decimate more and more of the ground surrounding the Holy Land. Kong had essentially attacked almost all hiding spots nearby, leaving only a few that were likely going to be hit next. Francisco knew that their time to rest would end soon, so he was quick to make up a strategy. Shiki was also aware of that, so he simply nodded when hearing about the combination attack. We better get moving then. The faster we finish this overgrown monkey, the faster I get to relax on a beach chair. Shiki immediately grabbed Francisco and flew upwards. The place they had been was swiftly crushed by rocks and debris. Shiki's speed was good, even with him holding onto Francisco. The two of them were able to dodge projectiles with ease as they got closer to the ice giant. Kong saw them coming already, swinging his arm and creating a great shockwave that aimed to keep them at bay. Shiki resisted it, holding onto Francisco as the latter swung his blade and sent a flying slash at the giant's arm, which was promptly ignored, only leaving a thin scratch. Eventually, the two pirates stood close enough to the giant, still slightly out of reach for him, but close enough for their combined attack to land. It's been a while since we've done something like this. Francisco pointed his blade at the ground, turning it completely red as lighting seemed to ripple from it. Indeed, it's been a long time coming. Shiki mimicked his friend, pointing both of his blades towards the ground, both of them turning blue as purple and golden lightning danced across them. Kong noticed that they were preparing something, and he immediately raised his gigantic leg to blow them away with a stomp, but he then felt the ground underneath him rise to hold him in place. Instead of waiting a few seconds for the ground to break and let go of his leg, he immediately prepared to smash the ground with force, only for a gigantic lion head to crash into him from the side, forcing him to stagger slightly. Nice distraction, Shiki. Francisco smiled as the two of them proceeded to pull all of their wills into one strike. The air around them roared as their auras rose and intertwined, gold and red, light dancing towards the sky. With one motion, the two of them moved in tandem, swinging their intertwined blades upward and releasing a devastating attack in an instant. Hakai, Supreme Seas, Conquest of the Seas. Their shouts spelled disaster, as Kong looked at the wave of force traveling towards him with fear in his eyes. The wave of force was a mix of red and gold, rushing towards the ice giant at speeds too fast to defend against, and at a range too large to dodge for the frost giant. Shiki and Francisco both laughed loudly as their auras continued to whirl wildly. Kong punched towards the wave of power with a grave expression, his white conqueror's haki and frosted fist clashing against the combined might of the two legendary pirates. The clash only lasted for a few seconds, as the two pirates watched Kong get lifted off the ground and blasted away with amused expressions. The wave of power created a gigantic hole in the middle of the red line, spanning as far as the eye could see. Kong had been blown away right till the end of it, his fate unknown. Francisco then looked at his cutlass, which was disintegrated at that point, with only a small piece of it left, with even the hilt crumbling. Gihahiahiahi, jihahahaha. The two old men laughed for a bit, and Francisco simply threw the crumbling hilt away. The two of them didn't stay on the island for long after that, quickly fleeing and taking all of the slaves with them. 5 figures descended on the frozen battlefield a few moments after Shiki and Francisco departed. The 5 old men looked around and studied their surroundings with curiosity, before piecing together what had happened. Well, shit. The elders looked around the wreckage that was the Holy Land for a while, all of them studying the battlefield with varying expressions. Any survivors? A bald elder wearing a white yukata asked as he gripped his blade. His associates called him Saint Ogata, and his round glasses shined as he studied the frozen hellscape before him. Another one of the elders closed his eyes and breathed out some steam as he stood completely still. He had a scar on the left side of his face, a thick grayed beard, wearing a black tuxedo, a hat over his gray dreadlocks, and was supporting himself on a walking cane. The old man was called Saint Noda, one of the most influential celestial dragons alive. He stood still for only a few seconds, before opening his eyes in a lazy manner and narrowing them. Someone's alive on this island, currently frozen solid, but alive. His aged voice came out emotionlessly, as he reported to his associates. Good, at least someone survived. Kong should also be alive, at least that's what the agents that found him claimed. But he'll have a lot of recovery to do before actually being useful again. This time, the elder that spoke was a tall and thin bearded old man with long white hair without eyebrows. He wore a dark blue suit, formal, to match his status. He was called Saint Sonobe, the younger brother of Noda and also part of the council. This was a complete loss after all. The slaves got freed as well. The youngest one amongst them, Saint Masutani, spoke out, as his cold blue eyes drifted towards the parts of the red line that were missing. Parts that Shiki had lifted up and carried the slaves away on. He also glanced at the wrecked statue of a lion head that had been thrown to the side. The young elder's blonde hair and beard shined in the snowy environment. A scar could be seen, stretching across his chest. He, like most of his associates, wore a suit, this time dark red, with the shirt buttons open, and without a tie. No, it can't really be completely counted as a loss. Now we at least know that the forces we are facing are a lot more dangerous than expected. Shiki, a young Francisco de Guzman, likely colluding with that devil fruit user. The last elder to arrive spoke out. His body seemed to be relaxed, although his eyes spoke of unshaken determination. He was a bald old man with a few scars on his forehead and face, as well as a large white mustache. He was wearing a dark green buttoned-up suit. His name was Saint Hirano, the shortest of the elders and also the slowest. It seems that the Sky King wasn't the one to attack the island. We don't even know if these were his associates or not. What if Francisco parted ways with him eventually? All of that preparation for nothing. Saint Ogata scowled a bit as he gripped his blade a bit tighter. It can't be helped, both Francisco and Shiki are most likely colluding with the Sky King though, even if they aren't his subordinates. Enal likely knew we had something prepared for him anyway. Lord I Am said that Shiki was somehow able to figure out one aspect of Uranus. This doesn't mean anything though. No tricks will ever save them when facing our Lord. Saint Noda simply shook his head in disappointment. It wasn't a great situation for them, but it could have been a lot worse. At the very least the rest of the world had no way of knowing what had happened, and their enemies didn't seem to have gained a lot either, well, besides the slaves they reduced. We should have been here as well. At the very least we would have been able to stop the two pirates from taking anyone with them. Saint Ogata shook his head, taking off his foggy glasses and slowly blinking a few times. It can't be helped. We are to protect our lord. The Holy Land itself was of little importance. We only came here because he commanded us to after the transponder snail was destroyed. Kong was likely expecting us to come much sooner. Saint Noda didn't seem to be all that bothered by the state of the Holy Land. They hadn't lost anyone truly important regardless. I doubt it. The commander-in-chief should know our duties. The throne was thankfully moved in advance. Lord I.M. cares more about protecting it than anything else at the end of the day. Alas, if our lord was here then maybe things wouldn't have gone as badly. Saint Misutani, the youngest, seemed a bit displeased to see his former home destroyed. He believed that such an attack would have never been pulled off had I.M. been there in person, along with them, of course. Don't ever question our lord's decisions, Misutani. You'd be surprised to learn just how many things he has predicted. This is nothing more than a slight distraction, nothing to be too concerned about. Noda was quick to warn his associate when he saw his thoughts go astray. The elders were to never once question I.M., that much was the law at that point. I.M. was not someone that they could ever afford to disrespect. I.M. was the true leader of the world, at least in the eyes of the elders. Any disrespect directed toward I.M. was akin to heresy for the 5 elders. Hell, the other 4 elders would have killed Misutani for even attempting to doubt I.M. in any other circumstance, but they truly weren't in a situation where they could spare any men. Misutani himself simply looked to the side, hiding his face as his scowl deepened. Indeed. What if someone else had attacked the place the other celestial dragons were transported to? Who would have protected them? Ogata spoke as his bald head shined, as a ray of light appeared on the horizon, the clouds dying down as the blizzard also dispersed. It was kept secret for a reason, but I guess it being careful doesn't hurt. At least not usually. Misutani seemed to still have a few things to say, gaining a few odd looks from the other elders around him. As my older brother said, it can't be helped. If the celestial dragons were here they would have all died. It's better this way, and I'll advise you to just drop it. No use in dwelling on what could have been anyway. Sonobe was the one to close the subject in its entirety, not willing to hear anything further from their youngest member. Misutani still has a lot of growth left to do. I just hope we have enough time left for him to grow. Noda looked at the youngest elder with the same cold eyes from earlier, before finally opening his mouth again and speaking out. The war that our Lord had prophesied is creeping closer. We must make sure that we are ready for it. The elders all seemed to ponder on these words for a while before one of them finally spoke out with confidence. We have been preparing for many centuries. The question is if our enemy is truly prepared for us. Saint Ogata looked more resolute than ever, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wiped his round glasses and put them back on. The other elders seemed to agree with him. They had been preparing for war, they had tried to postpone it or avoid it, but they all knew that it was coming. Their lord had said so, and their lord was never wrong. The new Holy Land, the location where the celestial dragons had been transported, was where they would set the stage for said war. Shiki's sudden attack was too fast for them to be able to deploy any of their secret weapons, especially since they had just moved all of them to the new Holy Land, but such a mistake wouldn't happen twice. They just used up their surprise attack card. I hope whatever they gained today was worth giving us this opportunity. Alas, the elders had no clue what they had truly lost. They didn't quite make the connection between Kuma and Bonnie yet, so they had no way of knowing that Enal had just gained a way to strengthen his army even further. Garp, Sengoku, Shiki and even Big Mom. All of them were people that could benefit from Bonnie's ability. There was also another major player that could be revitalized. A family man that already happened to owe Enal a huge favor. Alas, that would have to come later. Currently, Enal was indisposed, in the middle of a clash with Orier was wearing a pair of loose pants, just like the Lighting Emperor. The two of them were locked into a stare-down as a storm seemed to be raging around them. Their wills clashed constantly, and Enal was honestly shocked by what he was experiencing. Now, it wasn't like Enal wasn't talented, it was quite the opposite. He had a rather large affinity for the will of the Conqueror. He had mastered Conqueror's Haki only for a few months, but he was still strong enough to face someone like Doflamingo, and even come out on top. He had used it in battle several times against increasingly powerful opponents, including the likes of Whitebeard and even that giant eye in Baltigo. However, he was now forced to watch as Wiper completely wiped the floor with him when it came to talent. Despite only having a few weeks, 2 months at most since he had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, he could already stand his ground and even match the Emperor's will. Their clashes became more and more violent, as Wiper's will became stronger and stronger, to the point where Enal couldn't afford to hold back in any way. Truth be told, the Emperor was a bit annoyed by the fact that Wiper could catch up to him so quickly, but it also provided him with more motivation to train harder. The island around them had already morphed itself to accommodate their constant clashes. The trees now faced away, and the grass constantly swayed in a different direction, even when the wind itself beckoned it to go a different way. The few animals in there had already long since fled the island, throwing themselves into the sea of clouds or migrating to other nearby islands if they could. One person did decide to help Wiper and Enel after seeing them clash constantly like that. That person was none other than Garp. He watched over the two of them and withstood their clashes constantly while making sure things didn't get too out of hand during their training. In his absence, he left the task of training the sky guards to the former Marines on the island. Akainu took it with stride, as he enjoyed having something to do for a change, while the others were a bit less enthusiastic. Kizaru was not willing to do it at all, as he was preparing to go on a rather lengthy trip to contact the Neo Marines. Aokiji was somewhat busy, trying to catch up on some reading, which was the excuse he had chosen due to his laziness. Fujitora didn't really know much of the Marine techniques, as he had been a rather last-minute recruit, who hadn't been associated with the Marines for more than a week before the war at Baltigo. In the end, Akainu got mad at them, mostly at Kizaru and Aokiji, and decided he'd just train the sky guards on his own. The recruits instantly noticed when Garp left, and they were disappointed, but all of them became hopeful when Akainu started training them, only to realize that he was a rather bad teacher. Akainu was good as a drill sergeant though, the physical training with him was just as intense as it was with Garp. Thankfully, the one-armed Momonga was a much better teacher, with just as good a mastery of the Rokushiki. The other Marines that had escorted the Fuchsia villagers were also there to help the sky guards with their training, so all was good in the end. Time passed rather quickly for them, as their training continued. Bonnie also decided to rejoin the recruits in their training, hoping to get her mind off the dangerous mission that involved the rescue of her nephew. Then, one fateful day, she saw something on the horizon, a giant floating island slowly approaching their sky archipelago. And instantly, her heart rate rose, and her breathing became heavier in anticipation as she started running to call Enel. Please be okay. That was all she could think as she hoped to finally meet her nephew once more. Enel sighed as he stood at the very front of a small aluminium flying boat. By his side stood Bonnie, and they were speeding towards the island, flying towards the archipelago on the horizon. Bonnie got impatient. I guess she cares about her Kume a lot. Family will remain family, I guess. Enel looked at the anxious Boni with a sideways glance, as his earlobes and short golden hair were swept backwards due to the wind. He was still wearing his training clothes, as Bonnie had pulled him directly from there. Wiper was a bit upset, but he shut up immediately when noticing just how anxious Bonnie looked. She was basically trembling with anticipation. Or was it fear? The entire time, she had been the only one still stressed out about the outcome of the mission, especially since she didn't place much trust in Shiki's cognitive abilities. Alas, Enel was a lot calmer, as he knew that Shiki, even half senile, was still one of the strongest pirates alive, and one of the strongest swordsmen as well. See, can you sense them already? Bonnie asked as she looked at Enel with hopeful eyes. Enel sighed and closed his eyes. His observation haki spread out alongside electromagnetic waves, bending around everything within Enel's radius and ignoring every wall or structure. Enel then opened his eyes and smiled. There on the island, along with a lot of slaves, and Kuma. Enel chose not to comment on Kuma's state, as he watched Bonnie clenching her fists and smiling brightly. Hurry up then, can this thing go any faster? Bonnie immediately patted the Emperor on the back, trying to urge him to speed up his vessel somehow. We are already going at max speed for this ship. I've yet to find a way to increase the speed without completely melting the engine and ship and falling from the sky, Enel said as he tapped his cane on the deck of the small ship. He had built the engines in a hurry, but even then they were still powerful enough to fly the ship at speeds far greater than regular ships on the sea or blimps. Maybe in the future, with enough experimentation, his engines would improve. But Enel had also allocated a lot more time to training his haki lately. Tisk, can you fly there faster with your devil fruit? Bonnie was still dissatisfied, however, which made Enel scowl a bit. I can travel there instantly, but I can't bring you with me while I turn into lightning or electromagnetic waves. Bonnie simply rolled her eyes, hearing nothing but excuses. Enel didn't blame her for her impatience. It was after all someone she had longed to meet for a rather long time. Their conversation somewhat died down, as it took them a few minutes to reach the flying island, thanks to it also heading their way at a steady pace. Shiki and Francisco came out to greet them. Surprisingly, both of them were bandaged up a bit and looked rather bored. Bonnie immediately jumped from Enel's ship and onto the island, looking at the two old pirates with great hope in her eyes. Enel appeared by her side the next instant, wearing the gauntlet made from the ship he had built in a hurry. Captain, mission was a success. Francisco waved at the two of them, and Enel immediately noticed that the blood cutlass his first mate carried around had completely vanished. I guess not all without a hitch, huh? Enel studied the injuries of the two old men. Francisco seemed to have been banged up quite a bit, while Shiki only had a few cuts here and there, covered in light bandages. Could have gone a lot worse. I think we got away from there in the nick of time, honestly. Shiki shrugged a bit, and Bonnie to the side finally made her presence known by coughing a few times. My nephew? Is he safe? She immediately inquired about the health of her family. Francisco sweated a bit when seeing how eager the glutinous pirate was to learn about the rescue target. He's safe, per se, but he doesn't seem to be in a good state of mind. Francisco then gestured for Enel and Bonnie to follow him and started walking into the large mansion on the island that Shiki was controlling. Inside, about 100 slaves looked at Francisco and Shiki with awe in their eyes. It was clear that the two old pirates had won the admiration of all of the slaves in their rescue efforts. But the former slaves also seemed quite wary about the newcomers. Some of them seemed to recognize Enel as an emperor, while others seemed to recognize Bonnie as a former slave as well. Be it concern or relief, Enel could feel it all emanating from every person in that mansion. But Kuma was not with the other slaves. No. Francisco beckoned Bonnie and Enel to follow him to the basement, where they now stared at a metal cage, where one tall figure was sitting down, bound in thick chains and wearing a seastone collar. Thank fuck he was wearing that collar when we found him. He was trying to fight us even with them on, but I was able to subdue him easily thanks to them. Shiki scoffed a bit as he spoke, staring at the former warlord turned robotic slave. Francisco simply sighed. Even with the chains, his physical strength is still nothing to joke about, although go. Shut up, Bonnie immediately snapped, shutting up the two old men as she walked by them and looked at the cage bars. Enel walked to her side and tapped the cage, the bars heating up and bending out of the way. Could have just used a key. Shiki grumbled a bit as he looked at his formerly pristine, now ruined cage. He did shut up when Francisco glared at him though. Bonnie walked into the cell, giving Enel a thankful gaze as she stood in front of her nephew, her gaze turning a bit grave as she noticed some wires coming out of his face. The warlord now turned pacifista and scanned Bonnie who stood in front of him, before muttering something about a bounty and target spotted. The bound pacifista immediately moved against the chains that bound it, making even Shiki look at the scene with quite a bit of pity. Of course, he won't recognize her. Enel was about to walk a bit closer to Bonnie, to protect her in case Kuma managed to break out of his chains. However, he was immediately forced to step backwards and place his walking stick in front of him. As soon as Kuma started struggling to attack her, something seemed to simply snap inside Bonnie. She seemed to grit her teeth as tears started spilling out of her eyes. A powerful wave of strange energy seemed to rush out of her. Francisco and Enel immediately covered their bodies in armament, being alert as they already knew of her power. Shiki was a bit slower, and that energy immediately started altering his age. Shit, so her powers can also work at a long range? Well, it doesn't look like she can control it all that well. Enel's eyes widened as he realized just how powerful Bonnie's devil fruit was. The wave of energy came and went quickly, not even lasting 2 seconds, as Bonnie calmed down and hugged her nephew with tears in her eyes. I am sorry for taking so long, please return to me. Bonnie now used her power on purpose, her palms shining a bit as she touched the back of her nephew. Francisco and Enel were still on guard, and they watched as Kuma's body started shifting. Enel could feel it, the way Kuma was becoming more and more human by the second. In the end, the warlord seemed to pass out, just when the emperor felt him finally return to being a human. "Hey Kuma? Can you hear me? Are you there?" Bonnie did her best to hold up her nephew, trying her best to not let him fall on the ground. Francisco was the first to walk up to her, sighing as he did so. His hand turned red, and formed a claw. In an instant, all of the chains were destroyed, and Kuma's seastone collar was ripped off. The unarmed swordsman then helped Bonnie hold her nephew up before Enel tapped his cane on the ground and formed a large aluminium bed for the sleeping warlord. They laid Kuma on it, before finally hearing the cough from the other end of the room. "That's nice. Would you mind turning me back to normal now?" Shiki's voice sounded a lot more aged than immediately started laughing when he turned around. Enel and Bonnie couldn't help but sweat a bit when seeing him. The golden lion was now looking at the very least 30 years older, almost on the brink of death even. His formerly golden hair was now completely white, and he was supporting himself on one of his blades. Sorry. Bonnie walked forwards and tapped the man on the shoulder, her palm shining as she did so. Enel and Francisco then watched Shiki's body strangely morphing, and he was becoming younger and younger until he eventually reached the age of 40 when Bonnie stopped. She noticed she had overdone it a bit, probably due to still being emotional and or drained from meeting Kuma in such a state. Shiki, now 20 years younger, laughed out loud as he jumped on his bladed legs. He had returned to the time when Roger had been executed, where he had just found out about it in fact. "It's been a while since my mind has been this clear." The old man laughed as he stretched his muscles and bones for a bit. "You'll get used to it. I think you were entering the early stages of dementia before," Bonnie said as she walked back to sit at the side of her nephew. Enel looked at her for a bit, wondering why she had just up and decided to arguably bring Shiki back to his prime. It wasn't as if the golden lion was that weakened by his old age anyway. Well, only his thinking was affected the most because of aging. Bonnie's dementia hypothesis was actually quite close to the truth. So at least now his mind was clearer, which would hopefully also help out with his observation haki, as he had been the last to react to Bonnie's stray wave of aging energy. Still without legs, huh? Francisco was quick to poke fun at the golden lion though. Shut it, I've already gotten used to this anyway. I developed my four sword style for a reason. Shiki smiled as he spoke, not quite as mad at the swordman's jab as he would have been as a senile old man. Well, I'm glad the two of you are having fun. The two old men turned their heads to the side when they heard Enal speak. The emperor tilted his head and continued. I think we should give the two here some time to rest. Shiki, would you be so kind as to float Kuma to a proper bed? Bonnie also looks like she could use some sleep. When the two old men looked at her, Bonnie seemed to already be resting, leaning on Kuma's giant body. The golden lion nodded at the emperor's words, silently walking to the aluminium bed and touching it, causing it to hover above the ground. Shiki then brought the two sleeping pirates upstairs, with Enal and Francisco following close by. They were still an hour away from the Sky Archipelago, so they decided to just give Kuma the largest bed they could find. Bonnie remained with him, and the three old men, Enal included, all left the room to speak in the hallway. With this, our mission is truly over, huh? Francisco muttered as he stretched his injured body. Indeed. Shiki casually responded as he ripped off some of the band-aids on his body. I would still like to learn how it went. Enal smiled as he tapped the two of them on the shoulder. One with an arm, and one with his earlobe. Of course, Francisco looked up at him and smiled. The three continued speaking the rest of the way, with the golden lion and Francisco recounting their tale and face off against Kong. Shiki also made sure to mention that the world government had a way to turn off a devil fruit's powers and that it had a lot to do with someone keeping eye contact with the user. Enal was fascinated by that, as he rubbed his chin a bit. So I am is basically the born enemy of all devil fruit users, huh? It was an interesting thing to find out, and it solidified Enal's desire to grow his body and haki alongside his devil fruit. I still have a long way to go if I want to face him. In the end, Enal was very glad about what the two of them had found, including the gold that they had collected from Captain John's secret stash. As for the mission of finding John's body, Enal decided to help out Francisco with that. I heard some tales about a warlord having the power to raise dead bodies by imbuing them with shadows. I'm pretty sure he robbed the graves of just about everyone. Feel free to seek him out in your free time. Francisco appreciated Enal's help. Even if he wasn't sure he was going to find John's body with that warlord, he at least now had a lead to track. Shiki also resigned to helping him, which made the legendary swordsman happier. By the time they reached the Sky Archipelago, Enal had also learned that Kizaru had departed. His devil fruit didn't allow him to fly as quickly over such long distances, as it required him to reflect off of surfaces, so he was also using a weaver to thread on the clouds. His journey was bound to take a few weeks, maybe even a month depending on how quickly he got in contact with the Neo Marines. It at least gave Enal enough time to go and visit the red-haired pirates. 2 weeks flew by after Shiki and Francisco returned. The slaves they freed settled quite well on one of the Golden Lion's islands. Shiki, now 20 years younger, was also a lot sharper, no longer getting into petty disputes with Francisco or Garp in his free time. The old man still enjoyed joking around with them, but he managed to get over things much quicker than before. He had also decided to help Francisco with finding Captain John's body when the time came. Admittedly, he was more interested in the treasure than honoring his old comrade, but the Rock's pirates were never truly comrades. They were a group of powerful and ambitious people gathered under one even more powerful and ambitious captain. Shiki and Francisco at least were friends. Whitebeard was also their friend formerly, but he did fight Francisco to the death in the end. Regardless, the two old pirates were still kicking, and now both were back in their primes. Shiki was technically stronger than back then, as he now had perfected his four sword style, which gave him a lot more versatility, and his mastery of haki had also matured a lot since then. The Sky Archipelago was looking more and more crowded than ever, although Shiki's crew was still not allowed to come in contact with any Skypans. Old-school pirates were not usually the best company to keep, and Garp directly forbade them from visiting. The slaves were, however, free to go wherever they wanted. Dragon and the revolutionaries helped cover their slave marks with tattoos, and they also assisted with building a village for them. Food was thankfully not a scarce resource now, as Shiki's islands were rather fertile, and the Golden Lion was already using more than half of his crew as farmers. Enal was also able to continue his training. This time, he and Wiper were training with Francisco directly. The two of them together needed to clash with the old pirate, using only Conqueror's haki. They were holding up fine at first, but they were both crushed when Francisco got serious with them. The first mate was still pleased with their progress, especially Wipers, who had completely caught up to Enal, who had also slightly improved. Francisco was shocked to find out just how talented his pupil was, but he didn't complain. The first mate also made sure to give Wiper his new spear. The spear, Yeisei no Kiba, or the Wild Fang. The God Guard immediately took a liking to it, as he had also been training with a spear since young. Alas, he hadn't used one in a while, so Enal helped him get some of that rust off with a spar. Alas, Wiper still had a long way to go, as enal was able to dispatch him rather easily when he actually started using his superior speed. Wiper's observation haki still being a crapshoot didn't help at all against opponents that were too fast for the naked eye to react to. Instincts only carried him so far, and when enal started moving faster, the tribal warrior found himself on his back more often than not. Now that Francisco handled enal's training, he could finally go back to training the sky guards himself, relieving Akainu of his duties and leaving him with little to do. The training amped up for just about everyone, even Shiki going off to practice and get used to his now younger body. Kizaru was off to contact the Neo Marines, but the others were also busy. The admirals didn't have a lot of room for growth left, but they could at least teach the others and provide them with Sea King meat whenever needed. It was a piece of cake for Fujitora to fly down to the lower seas and hunt a Sea King after all. Aokiji didn't have any defined job, unfortunately. Instead, he just helped give blocks of ice to people who needed to regulate the temperatures in their homes. It was just something he did to pass the time. Larthy and Robin were somewhat running out of things to research, so the two of them also started physical training. Larthy had already decided to get stronger, as she wanted to at least be of help in case an incident like the one at Baltigo happened again. Surprisingly, Oven was helping them this time, as Sabo and the others were with Kuma most of the time. Oven was, however, more than qualified, as he had trained with enal enough to be able to emulate his methods perfectly. That and also the fact that he was still a sweet commander, the second strongest in the Big Mom pirates with the exception of Big Mom herself. Everything was progressing well, and the Fuchsia village was also a bit more crowded than usual, as Garp and a lot of the Marines that had helped transport them visited regularly. So, things were going well for the Sky Islanders. Well, almost all things. When do you think he's going to wake up? Bonnie asked Dragon as she rubbed her arm with concern etched on her face. It shouldn't be much longer. Kuma is a strong man, he'll pull through. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was quick to reassure Bonnie. Kuma had yet to wake up even after 2 weeks, which managed to worry Bonnie and just about everyone that cared about him even slightly. Sabo, Ivankov, Koala. Most officers and army commanders were good friends to the former warlord. No one liked to see him in such a weakened state, but it was still marginally better than seeing him as an android controlled by preset orders and commands. Every doctor within the Revolutionary Army had already assessed that he was not in any physical danger, so it was likely that the problem was psychological more than anything. But it was bound to pass. Kuma was still a strong and determined man. To help the Revolutionary Army, he had even accepted being turned into a pacifista, just to get more information regarding the government's dealings with Dr. Vegapunk. Bonnie's power allowed her to heal all wounds, but the trauma was a bit trickier. Her ability also didn't always revert all scars and wounds, it was somewhat fickle really. Was it due to her lack of control? But she could control it. Although, not entirely. Many of her abilities were still undiscovered, even after all of those years. She had mostly used her powers on herself in her lifetime, and she only ever managed to use it on others by touching them. The wave of energy she had released earlier was as much of a surprise to her as it was to everyone else in the room. She couldn't quite remember if it had ever happened before, but she assumed not. Well, at least some good had come out of it. Enal and Francisco had also managed to avoid having their ages altered as Shiki had. Even if he's strong, I still don't like this. Bonnie continued rubbing her elbow, looking at the ground and averting her gaze from Dragon, who simply sighed. I understand how stressful it must be for you. From my understanding, he's your one living relative. However, please trust him. He isn't and has never been a man that quits easily. Bonnie smiled a bit while staring at the ground. It was a tad comforting for her to hear that her nephew had made so many friends, and had that many people who respected him and loved him dearly. After saying his piece, Dragon took his leave. He still had many things that needed his attention. He was still making time to visit Kuma every single day though. Kuma was never left alone. Even now, he was with Sabo and the rest by his side, who continued talking randomly around him, hoping he would just wake up and join the conversation eventually. By comparison, what have I really done for him? I'm just sitting here and wallowing in self-pity. She quickly started admonishing herself. It felt as if she had just been wasting her time for 2 weeks while waiting for her nephew to wake up. But would Kuma even want to see her while she was such a mess? The answer was most likely yes, but Bonnie was not feeling like she could face him regardless. So, she decided to finally leave Kuma's side and get back to her training. Garp was a bit surprised to see Bonnie back to training, but he didn't mind. The more the merrier after all. Bonnie started off by sparring with Bellamy a few times. Without using her devil fruit, a CO fight would have ended instantly. The spring human did manage to get the upper hand in the fight, at least for a second or two. But the difference between them was rather big, as Bonnie was able to drop kick him into the ground in the end. Garp had slapped the spring human awake, as their training was far from over. The recruits were still sparring all around them, so Bonnie's and Bellamy's next task was different. A spar with Garp directly. More specifically, Garp said that it would be a good experience for them. To see how one should approach a fight against an opponent that is overwhelmingly powerful. Well shit. Bellamy said as he clenched his fists, wishing that he had stayed unconscious. I agree, but I doubt he'll go all out on us. We should just aim to survive for as long as possible. Bonnie also brought up her guard and clenched her fists. Not reassuring. The spring human said as he looked at the smiling former Marine hero 10 meters in front of them. Garp was dressed casually, but that didn't mean he wasn't ready for combat. He was actually the first to move, instantly appearing in front of the two of them with his fist already brought back. Bonnie reacted first, using Soru, shave, and dodging to the side. While Bellamy's strategy was a bit different. The pirate twisted his body, his arm turning into a large spring as he punched at Garp's torso. In that same moment, Garp brought his fist down towards the spring human. I guess he's the first one to go? The Marine hero raised an eyebrow, with Bellamy's punch not even making him budge. But the spring unfurled and bounced Bellamy back, sending him twirling to the side and causing Garp's fist to miss entirely. The ground trembled slightly as cracks started showing and a dust cloud rose where Bellamy had been previously. Ha ha ha. Good one, you brat. The Marine was actually pleased with the inventive way Bellamy had managed to use his powers. That was a close one. Bellamy sweated a bit as he looked at the small crater where Garp's punch had landed. Garp simply scoffed when seeing the spring human's fear. I'm barely using any strength, you two better not be surprised by this much. The old Marine then turned his head towards Bonnie, who was already moving behind him. Bonnie's eyes widened when she saw Garp's eyes lock onto her. She immediately kicked the air in front of her, causing a flying slash to form and cut towards the old Marine. Hey, Garp was rather pleased with her reaction. The attack was still far from being able to injure him though. The old Marine slapped the flying slash away with a wave of his hand. The old Marine then crouched down and grabbed a rock. He threw it towards Bonnie, his arm slinging it in an obvious move. This isn't fair, Bonnie said as she pursed her lips and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the rock that pierced the rocks behind her like a bullet. Life isn't fair. Struggle more and maybe you'll get somewhere, Garp shouted with an amused tone. Behind Garp, Bellamy dashed and cocked his fist backwards. His wrist turned into a large metallic spring as he hissed and prepared for the strongest punch he could muster. Spring death knock. The spring unfurled once more, his fist being rapidly smashed towards Garp's back. The old Marine simply flexed his back and used Tekai, iron body. The shockwave caused Garp to smile a bit, as he could see the ground crack a bit underneath him. But Garp's Tekai was perfect, and it ended up causing Bellamy's punch to simply be ineffective and slide off. Don't try a sneak attack if you're not sure you can even damage your enemy, Garp was quick to give him a lesson, as he backhanded the spring human into a large rock, causing it to break into hundreds of pieces and knocking Bellamy unconscious almost instantly. Bonnie scowled when seeing how ineffective their attacks were. If sneak attacks aren't viable, then what are we even supposed to do against someone like you? Bonnie complained a bit as she tried throwing more flying slashes at the old Marine. Well, you have a pretty good strategy overall, Garp spoke out as he punched forwards, the shockwave from his fist easily breaking the flying slashes. When facing an opponent that is overwhelmingly powerful, try to find ways to stay away from them, especially if they prefer fighting in close range as I do. Garp then used Soru, shave, and appeared in front of Bonnie, who once again was forced to roll to the side, as the Marine's fist crushed the ground where she had been. This time, the punch was much stronger, as the shockwave sent her tumbling to the ground. She recovered rather quickly, looking back towards Garp, only to realize that he was no longer there. Also, never take your gaze away from your opponent. That was the last thing she heard before being knocked out cold with a chop to the neck. Garp still smiled when realizing that both Bellamy and Bonnie had improved quite a lot. He had held back a lot, but they had still stood up against him rather well. The old Marine then continued with the training, not sending the two knocked out recruits to the infirmary. It was around that time that Enal also started contemplating departing on another journey. He had another place to visit besides Shanks and his crew. Where exactly? Well, there was still a certain clown he needed to look into. Enal didn't leave to meet his so-called clown immediately. Buggy was also not the only person that the Lightning Emperor needed to visit. As there was also Shanks and his crew, he needed to pick up Sengoku and bring him over to Bonnie. At first, Enal wanted to bring Bonnie over to Sengoku and Shanks, but she was firmly against leaving the side of her nephew while he was in a coma. Enal couldn't quite bring himself to drag her away either, so he decided on just bringing Sengoku, and hopefully Shanks' crew, to the Sky Islands. They certainly had enough space. Enal was still in no rush to leave, as he knew Sengoku was in good hands. He first finished off his training with Wiper and Francisco for the day. The first mate was by all means still well above Enal and Wiper put together when it came to hockey, but it couldn't be helped. The legendary pirate had a few decades of experience on them, and he was also extremely talented, so catching up to him was going to take a very long time. Well, it was certainly bound to take longer for Enal than for Wiper, but that was just the way things went, unfortunately. Talent was not something Enel could control, besides, he was already gifted enough in terms of observation hockey. Enel decided to take a scenic route back home, and he got to sit on a cloud and witness Garp drilling his recruits. He also caught Bellamy and Bonnie fighting both against each other and against Garp. He was also pleased with their progress. Seeing Bonnie back to training did make Enel a bit conflicted. He wasn't about to ask her to come with him to Sengoku again. At that point, he knew it was a waste of time trying to make her leave the island. But something else entirely was on his mind. Should I ask her to heal me as well? Bonnie was now already part of his crew. She had absolutely no reason to refuse him, but he still hesitated out of principle. There was another thought nagging him, scratching at the back of his mind. If she uses her abilities on me, does that mean I'll return to how I was back then? Does her devil fruit also affect my soul? Enel really had no way of knowing for sure, as it had never been tested properly. In the first place, Bonnie's power was a confusing one, and it was extremely difficult to study its effects on the soul. The only examples he had were Shiki and Francisco, and they were both turned younger. Francisco did assure him that everything would be fine, but he didn't really know for sure. It did in fact not seem to affect hockey from the examples that Enel had, but there were simply not enough examples for him to be sure. In the end, the Lightning Emperor simply rubbed the bridge of his nose and decided to leave it be for now. Screw it. I don't need an arm anyway. Even without it, I'm stronger than ever. I'll be just fine for a few more weeks. I'll speak to her once I've also brought Sengoku to meet her. He continued floating away. This time he ran into another group of people fighting. Smiling, the Emperor looked down at them all with glee. Oven, Larthy and Robin were sparring. More specifically, Larthy and Robin were having a bit of a catfight, spar, and Oven was just making sure nothing got too out of hand. It was rather strange for Enel to see Larthy fighting. He was much more used to her sitting on a chair and reading about moonrunners. I wonder who'll win. Robin herself was also a bookworm mostly, but she had already trained a few weeks with Enel, and he had seen her fight before. The fight seemed to be pretty cut and dry. Larthy had a great advantage with her mastery of armament hockey and fishman karate, and Robin was only able to keep up thanks to her versatile use of her devil fruit powers and rokushiki. Enel landed right beside Oven, not surprising the sweet commander at all with his presence. Done training for the day? Oven asked as he continued looking at the two women duking it out in the field, their attention too concentrated on one another to notice Enel's arrival. Yep, for the next week or so, I need to depart today. Enel gave the sweet commander a grin as he spoke, before turning his head and also observing the fight. Larthy seemed to be moving in a rather inflexible manner, somewhat hampered by the hands that seemed to constantly grow around her and grab at her legs and arms. Robin was doing a really good job of controlling the battle despite her disadvantages, but she wasn't able to keep Larthy in place for long. This head of the research team. She sure is stronger than I thought. I guess you do need strength to be in any leading role in an organization that directly opposes the world government. Armament hockey really did provide Larthy with a rather unfair advantage. Enel and Oven both observed how the head of the research department simply tanked dozens of flying slashes sent by a few legs that sprouted out of the ground. It was at that point that Enel also noticed that Robin was already getting winded. I guess using the rokushiki on several limbs at the same time is a lot more draining. I might end up resuming my training with her. Getting her to grow stronger might also help with Nika's awakening since Luffy isn't likely to get Law's help anymore. The Lightning Emperor simply rubbed his chin and nodded with a smile on his face. Something got you excited? Oven decided to interrupt Enel's thoughts with a slight jab, his elbow hitting the Emperor's ribs a few times. Enel just yawned. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on now. I saw you peeling your eyes at Robin. You ain't fooling me. It's perfectly reasonable for a man your age to already have kids. I bet you're just looking for someone to make them with. The sweet commander looked at the Emperor by his side with a wide grin plastered on his face. I am in no way looking to have a kid in today's climate. Especially not with I am and the world government breathing on my neck. The Emperor shook his head, slapping the taller sweet commander with one of his earlobes. The slap cracked the ground underneath Oven, who managed to protect himself with armament in time to not get slapped into the ground. The sweet commander felt some annoyance rising up in his bloodstream when noticing what Enel had slapped him with, but he didn't get to comment before Enel continued speaking. Besides, there's barely enough time for me to relax lately. I can't really afford to get involved with someone at this stage. The Emperor's voice was rather quiet, only Oven who stood by his side managed to hear it. Hey. I didn't hear you denying the fact that you were staring at her either. Oven's voice was even quieter than that of the Emperor when saying that phrase. To the point where Enel barely heard him. The Emperor just rolled his eyes and ignored the sweet commander by his side. Eventually, the spar ended in Larthy's favor, as she had finally managed to get close enough to knock Robin out. Pretty decent fight, Oven said as he scratched the back of his head. Decent by New World standards? Enel raised an eyebrow and gave Oven a confused glare. Not really. But neither seems to have the role of main fighters in their respective crews. Oven ended up just shrugging. Both Luffy and Robin were certainly stronger than regular grunts in the New World, but any half-decent captain would likely be able to take them on. But they do need to be able to protect themselves at the very least. They still have time to grow, thankfully. Enel smiled as he then proceeded to walk over to the two women. Luffy was helping Robin up when Enel walked up to them. Robin had only been knocked out for a few seconds, nothing major. Enel used to injure her more during training after all. Enel, since when have you been there? Luffy did seem to perk up when seeing him. She smiled a bit as she helped up Robin and patted the dust off of her ass. Good to see you here. Robin also started speaking out, only giving Luffy a sideways glare. Hope I'm not intruding. The two of you seem to be going at it, though it might weigh on your surroundings in the future. Enel simply waved his cane around in the air. Noted, but we aren't exactly in an unsafe environment here. Luffy shrugged a bit. There's also that big guy to protect us. She then pointed at Oven, who just waved at them from the distance, not bothering to get much closer. He seems a bit harder to approach though. Luffy tapped her chin with her index finger as her blonde hair danced in the wind. Don't mind him, he's just shy around new people. He's quite nice once he opens up. Enel was quick to explain away the awkwardness. Oven in the distance glared at him for saying he was shy but didn't do anything else. It wasn't really about being shy with him, it was just that he didn't really know who to approach, as he was still very much an outsider to most of the people around him. Enel was really the only one he considered a dear friend. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Robin smiled a bit as she looked towards Oven before turning her head back to Enel. Sue, what are you up to now? Want to read some books? Luffy found a few interesting ones regarding some lesser-known parts of history. Robin's smile became even wider as she spoke, quickly proposing to spend some time with Enel. Luffy gave her a sly sideways glance. Hey, weren't we supposed to train for a few more hours? At that point, she and the rest of the revolutionaries had already learnt that Enel and Robin weren't husband and wife and that Enel wasn't a wife-beater. So to Luffy, it was now more about a blossoming love story that she wanted to see unfold. Some romance and sweet moments while fundamentally destroying the world government and everything it stands for, so romantic. Robin's smile did feel a bit contagious even to the Lightning Emperor, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to leave that day if he did join the Straw Hat archaeologist in her studies. I'd really love to, but I'll have to decline for now. I'll be leaving the island soon. Enel smiled a bit, rejecting her offer as nicely as he could. But as soon as he spoke, he could basically feel the disappointment radiating off of her. So soon? I guess you're busy since you're the leader and all that. Her voice sounded a bit gloomier, but she still kept up her classy attitude. Still, Enel could see a hint of sadness in her eyes. I mean, I've been here for a few weeks already, it was really about time. Enel's own smile became a bit strained when he felt her disappointment, and he could also see Luffy writhing at the side. So he decided to at least give Robin some reassurance. Sorry for not spending more time with you. I'll be sure to rectify that when I return. Robin immediately perked up when hearing that. All of her disappointment and sadness disappeared and a sly smile spread on her lips. Oh, I'll be looking forward to it then, she said as her eyes shined mischievously. Shit, this gal played me. Enel scowled a bit internally. Outwardly he only stared at Robin with narrowed eyes. I'll also resume training you. I want you to be strong enough when you leave off to rejoin the Straw Hat. We won't have a safe word this time around. Just as her mood had skyrocketed, Robin's spine shuddered a bit when hearing that last part. A safe word for training. It was a rather unusual concept, but Enel did eventually come up with it, as a way to cut Robin some slack momentarily during training. Now that she seemed a bit stronger, Enel was ready to just abolish it entirely. But not everyone had that bit of context. Luffy's eyes immediately perked up. She ended up taking out a small notebook and writing a few things down while nodding her head and staring at the two of them. Oven to the side just nodded with a proud smile on his face. Enel simply ignored them both. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave. I'll return with Sengoku in 2, and maybe some other people depending on how things go. Enel immediately changed the subject. You're planning on recruiting even more people? Luffy was a bit confused when hearing that. Their army was already really powerful. They were likely able to take over the world through sheer force. Well, only if the world government didn't have so many annoying tricks up their sleeve. The red-haired pirates. I'll see if I can also talk them into joining our alliance. I see. Well, they did help you in the Marines once. Maybe they'll be willing to join us and face a common enemy. Robin nodded when hearing Enel's answer. Having yet another Yonko crew join them was certainly a good thing, but it was only a matter of whether or not it would really happen. I don't know. Red-haired Shanks is rather well known for just doing his own thing. But, as Robin said, he did help you once, so who knows? Luffy knew a bit more about the Emperors, so she was not as hopeful about Shanks joining, but she still trusted Enel's judgment. In the end, Enel left the training grounds with a smile on his face, turning into a bolt of lightning and traveling through the clouds. Now then. I wonder who should I visit first? He smiled a bit as the thought surfaced in his head. He found it rather amusing that he was debating on which of Gold D. Roger's deck boys to visit first. In the end, he just smiled and turned into lightning once again, his figure vanishing and disappearing in a random direction. Enel flew far into the clouds, stopping only whenever he found an island. He decided to first start looking for Buggy D. Clown, the man that was currently supplying Kaido with devil fruits, and that was likely knowingly or unknowingly working with the world government. The actual problem came in when he looked for the said clown. After all, communication was made a lot more difficult with the world government restricting it worldwide. Thankfully, Enel had some basic ideas about their location, and he had some basic knowledge. For example, he knew that Buggy had a lot of people under him as a warlord. He had also set up a bounty collecting business, so all that Enel needed to do was to go to the part of the Grand Line that they were active on, and look for one of their ships. That in itself only took a few hours, and then the Sky King decided to track the route that the ship had taken, as it was somewhat unlikely for the ship to return to its headquarters soon. It only took a few more hours for Enel to float around an island with a large circus on it. His observation Haki immediately senses Buggy's body parts maneuvering into a large coat. It made him look much larger than he actually was, and he seemed to be on a constant high, as he ordered his subordinates around with authority in his voice. Enel found it rather ironic that the majority of his subordinates were actually stronger than him, but he wasn't there to judge. He could feel quite a few people of interest on the island. He studied them for a bit and had already judged who belonged to the world government. Instead, he made his entrance, landing on the ground in front of the largest tent, the ground cracking heavily underneath him and burning from the heat. The shockwave shook the tents around in the circus. Enel made no effort to even bother hiding his presence. Instead, he stared at the largest tent with a relaxed smile on his face. Some of the pirates underneath Buggy were strong, sure, but overall they weren't going to ever be able to go against someone like Enel. Who are you? People immediately surrounded him in both confusion and panic. The confusion did clear up quickly when they finally saw his face though. Sky King Enel? The pirates that were now under Buggy had all been present during the Marineford War. I'm glad that some of you remember me. Enel spoke out with a smile, waving his gauntleted arm at them, his attitude appearing cheerful. They had decided to follow Buggy after seeing him stand his ground against Whitebeard and even Mihawk. Even if Buggy himself was not strong, he managed to make people think that he was strong, which was a rather impressive feat in itself. Well, it would have been an impressive feat had Buggy actually done something specifically aiming to gain the respect of the prisoners. But he was mostly just going along with them as he was somewhat scared that they would just kill him if they found out he had no real right to sail the Grand Line at all, let alone that he wasn't a legendary pirate. It was a rather strange misunderstanding that was only exacerbated by Buggy's now fanatical following. They constantly hyped him up, and thanks to that Buggy's fame kept snowballing as his large crew collected bounties from pirates in the Grand Line. However, even Buggy's fanatical following didn't think their captain was above the man that had just crash-landed in the middle of their island. Even though Enel looked slightly different, his figure had still left a very large impression on everyone that had been present at Marineford. To them, Enel was an emperor through and through. A man with the power to make the world bend to his will. After all, seeing a devil fruit user control the sea was beyond bizarre. Sky King, are you here to meet our captain? Many of the pirates present sheathed their weapons, mostly out of fear, but also because they knew that there was no stopping Enel if he truly wished to kill them all. Yep, I want to meet up with Warlord Buggy for a bit. Not here to cause any trouble though, you all can rest assured, we're all pirates here. Enel patted himself on the chest as he turned one of his white earrings into a walking stick and grabbed it in midair, tapping it on the ground twice in quick succession. The pirates around him seemed to relax a bit. No one wanted to bring up the fact that they were technically a warlord's crew working for the world government and had specific orders to hunt pirates down, as they didn't want their island to be suddenly flooded. We'll let him know of your arrival, sir. Some of the pirates scrambled and ran towards the largest tent, letting their captain know that an emperor was visiting. Enel decided to give the clown pirate some time to compose himself, as he didn't want Buggy to piss his pants in front of his subordinates. The Sky King was well aware that his presence and respectful attitude were likely going to raise Buggy's status in the eyes of his subordinates. He actually found it a bit funny that he was able to contribute to the misunderstanding a bit more. Enel was also really curious how Buggy would manage to juggle all of the misguided pirates under him. He was even more curious about how Mihawk and Crocodile would end up with him in 2 years, but he assumed things were unlikely to go the same way due to his interference. The pirates around him were still quite wary and scared of him, but they had all sheathed their weapons and were waiting patiently for Buggy's response. Enel chuckled a bit internally as he felt Buggy scrambling and panicking inside the tent. If I remember his personality correctly, he's likely contemplating escaping right now. The wait didn't take much longer though, as Buggy likely realized that leaving Enel, an emperor, to wait outside his tent, was extremely disrespectful. He was urged to enter by a few bowing subordinates. The one-armed emperor sighed and leisurely walked to the tent. Inside, he found himself in a rather large room, with a stadium on the other side of the entrance. The stadium was also where Buggy was standing, trembling and rubbing his hands together with a nervous smile. To the side, a few more people were seated on a couch. Enel could recognize them as members of his former crew, including Alvida. All of them were staring at Enel with pure horror in their eyes. I guess all of them stuck around Buggy for benefits? Well, I guess they have some good blackmail on him since they know he's a weakling. Everyone in the room thought that the game was finally up, that they were doomed. Buggy himself was sweating heavily. No way in hell I'm acting all high and mighty with this guy, he'll burn me alive. The clown had no knowledge of why Enel wanted to meet him, but he knew that there was no way for him to keep up the same facade he did with his subordinates. The people on the couch also thought of the same thing, contemplating if they would be able to escape in time before the New World-faring pirates and their crew crucified everyone for fooling them. Buggy D. Clown. It's been a while, I haven't seen you since the war at Marineford. Enel smiled as he spoke, trying to ease some of the tension in the room. It's been a while indeed. What do you want? Buggy panicked as he spoke out, greeting the emperor before him while trembling a bit. I believe this conversation is better carried in private. Send your men away, besides the ones you know you can trust, of course. Enel smiled as he gave Buggy a way out of embarrassing himself in front of his crew. Buggy immediately sent everyone away, only the people that had been sitting on the couch remained seated, as they were a bit too afraid to move. Or at least some of them were. Now then, come down from that stupid stage, let's talk face to face. Enel gestured for Buggy to follow him and sat down on one of the couches, right next to the one Alvida and the rest were sitting on. Specifically, Enel sat down beside a woman with short blonde hair wearing a veil that covered her face entire, one that didn't seem completely petrified by his presence. He didn't speak to her at all though, instead, he gestured for Buggy to take a seat in front of him. Why yes. Buggy scrambled and sat down in front of the Lightning Emperor, not wasting a second. Now then, I'm sure you're confused. I'll be honest, this is more of a friendly visit than anything. Enel smiled as he tapped his finger on his cane. I am here because I've learnt that you are now supplying the beast pirates with smile fruits. Basically taking over where Doflamingo had left off a while back. Enel got straight to the point. The woman beside him only reacted slightly at the mention of smile fruits, but otherwise kept her composure. Why yeah. We got contacted by some mad researcher looking for funds to continue his work. The deal with the beast pirates kind of just dropped on our table right afterwards. Buggy didn't hold back on any details. More specifically, he didn't dare to. Maybe Kaido will protect me since I do business with him now. Maybe I can use that as a bargaining chip to keep my life. Alas, Buggy couldn't quite bring himself to speak out about Kaido protecting him, not like he was sure of it either. I see, so it was more of a happy coincidence than anything, right? Yep, I'd say I got lucky. The deal with the smile fruits is making us even more money than the bounty hunting. Buggy scratched the back of his head with a subdued smile on his face. This guy really is just a clueless puppet. Enel stared blankly at the clown before finally turning his head to the woman by his side. Now then, who would this be? He asked with that same ever-present smile on his face. She's one of my newer associates. She's pretty strong, so I made her my retainer. Buggy coughed in his fist as he looked at the woman with a worried gaze. Did she happen to come along around the time that scientist contacted you? Enel could feel the woman shifting uncomfortably under his gaze, but Buggy didn't seem to notice care. A bit earlier than that. The clown was happy to answer as many questions as he could if it meant not angering Enel. The fact that he was a coward certainly helped their interrogation go quite smoothly. So they scouted him out first, then they decided to use him. Pretty smart. I see. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm a few things with you. I do have a proposition for you. Enel nodded as. Why yep. What can I help with? Buggy was very glad that Enel was done with his questioning so quickly. Would you be interested in an alliance? Enel pointed his finger at the warlord with a sly smile on his face. At that point, everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Even the government agent by his side was too flabbergasted to keep her composure. An alliance? What would it consist of? Buggy was basically wiping the sweat off his forehead as he sighed in relief and calmed down a bit. Well, it would mostly consist of the two of us joining forces to fight a much larger foe in the future. Enel smiled as he tapped his staff on the ground and gave the government agent by his side a sly sideways glance. Let's see how she reacts now. Stussy couldn't help but sweat a bit as the infamous emperor sat by her side. She had been entrusted with watching over the one that replaced Doflamingo in the underworld after her failure as the queen of the pleasure district. It wasn't exactly a downgrade, at least she didn't think of it as one at first. But after Buggy turned out to be a weakling, she did start seeing it as a demotion. At the very least, Buggy was extremely easy to control and she could keep tabs on him easily. Enel's appearance wasn't something that she expected, but the fact that he didn't instantly attack her was a good sign. Well, it could also mean that Enel was just playing with his food, but she didn't take him for that type of person. One thing was clear though, Enel surely knew of her identity. The Sky King didn't even bother hiding it in any way, constantly glancing at her with a smug look on his face. There was also the proposal that he made to Buggy, which Stussy couldn't help but find amusing. It was clear to her what Enel was proposing, that the common enemy was the world government. She knew that a war was going to happen and that it would happen soon. She did have to restrain herself from bursting out in laughter. It was funny both because of the cheeky way Enel looked at her, and because she knew Buggy's personality at that point. There's no way in hell this coward will agree to fight in a war. Who would we be fighting against exactly? Buggy's voice came out as more of a whimper than anything. Oh, just the world government. Enel smiled as he worded out his sentence in a rather casual manner. Stussy's smile widened beneath the veil she was wearing, as she could visibly notice how Buggy's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, how his skin turned completely white. World government? Mr. 3 muttered as his lips trembled in fear. He had been trying to make himself as small as possible and stay out of the discussion, but he couldn't help himself from exclaiming his shock. The other people nearby, Alvida and the rest, seemed to be having similar reactions. Yep, it's actually quite obvious if you think about it. I mean, it's what pirates have been facing for a long time now. Enel nodded as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, casually inviting the people that didn't even belong in the Grand Line to wage war against the strongest force in the world. Stussy couldn't help but find it amusing, but she was also a bit confused as to why Enel was doing it. On one hand, this clown does have a rather decent army under him, but it's nowhere near strong enough to merit the Emperor himself to recruit them. Stussy was stuck pondering Enel's motives for a few seconds, as the people around her were still processing the invitation that Enel had thrown on their laps. Is he trying to send a message to the world government through me? The message would be his intentions to recruit more and more people, I guess. But we already know he's got an army. Stussy simply couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Enel simply wanted Buggy to join him. It was just confusing to her. She had no way of knowing what Buggy's crew would become in the future. But Enel knew that there was still a large possibility of the Cross Guild happening, so he wanted to become allies with Buggy in advance. Crocodile and Mahawk were both strong fighters, Mahawk even more so. They were people that Enel would have to talk to seriously at some point, and gaining an alliance with someone that would be their leader in the future was certainly going to be helpful, at least Enel hoped it would be. He still didn't know the exact way that the Cross Guild was created, but he did remember that it was likely caused by the dismantlement of the warlord system which followed soon after the Seraphims were created. Stussy had no way of predicting the future, which was why her confusion was even more pronounced. In the end, she figured that Enel was likely just joking around and messing with her head. And it was working. After all, the knowledge of Francisco and Shiki working with him wasn't pleasant. Enel was also reportedly in cahoots with the Whitebeard pirates after the Marineford War, so to Stussy, it was like she was looking at the rebirth of the Rocks pirates. All that's missing is him. I wonder how much Vegapunk's research has advanced. I might need some time to think this offer over. Buggy finally gave a non-committal answer, exactly what Stussy had expected. Buggy was in no way confident enough to say no to a notorious emperor, which was also how his deals with Kaido had gone. That is fine. I can give you a few weeks to think it over. Give me a call when you're able. Enel placed a small transponder snail on the table, smiling as he did so. A transponder snail? These did become rare all of a sudden. Buggy took it and inspected it for a bit. Yeah, they are somewhat rare these days. They're still in circulation in the underworld though, it ain't a big deal. You have a number written on it, it should put you in contact with one of my people. Feel free to call when you're ready. Enel gave Stussy another sideways glance as he spoke. Alright. Buggy nodded, seemingly glad that Enel wasn't out for his head after all. I should probably take my leave now. Please make a decision in a timely manner. Enel slowly stood up and stretched his legs a bit. Leaving so soon? A womanly voice finally broke out for the first time, as Stussy decided to address the Emperor personally after all. Of course, I still have other people to meet and talk to. I'm still debating whether to kill you or not though. Enel spoke just as casually as before, but his words sent a chill down Buggy's spine. Stussy merely chuckled a bit, smiling under her veil as she pointed a finger at the Emperor's chest. You can certainly kill me, but you'll find out soon that it's not a good idea. I'd recommend visiting Vegapunk at some point. Stussy then reached down into her bra and took out a small log pose, tilted his head and grabbed it using one of his earlobes, stuffing it in one of his coat's pockets. You'll find many answers with him. Hey, fine. I'll spare you for now. Enel smiled and shrugged, turning into a lightning bolt and exiting through the roof of the tent in a flash of light. Buggy and his crew were left flabbergasted by that brief interaction. Buggy seemed to have plenty of questions, but Stussy silenced him with a glare. I wonder who he's visiting next. _Pav Enel_. That was certainly odd. Even as I stand between the clouds to ponder on things, I can't quite put my hand on that woman's intentions. I did try to leave myself open for an attack, but she didn't seem to even want to attack me in any way. Was it because she was undercover? Doubtful. I gave her the chance to kill one of the world government's biggest enemies, but she chose not to try at all. It feels as if her interests don't lie with the world government at all. Is she in some way related to Vegapunk? But Vegapunk was also working with the world government, so what's the deal with that? I'll have to find out. The log pose she gave me does seem to be an eternal pose for some island. I don't really know which one, but I'll find out when I decide to visit. First off, I should go to the red-haired pirates first. They should still be with Crocus at the beginning of the Grand Line. Crocus wouldn't ever leave Laboon alone for too long, so Shanks is likely hanging around there. By now, Sengoku's condition should be stable enough for a journey on a flying ship. Hell, if I manage to invite Shanks to join us on the Sky Islands, I'd have to make their ship float, which will certainly be fun to figure out. Slapping an engine on it should work well enough though. I also need to visit Poseidon, to make sure she is safe. I don't remember much about these parts of the original show, but I remember Poseidon being the crux of Joy Boy's prophecy. It's rather odd that more characters started appearing. God fruits. I guess I am one of them. It's pretty obvious that I'm supposed to be Raijin's incarnation. Orochi made it clear enough back then. But I don't know how to awaken my ability. It might be too late to awaken it while trying to go against I am directly. I am not like Luffy. I don't believe I can ignore the laws of reality to revive myself after I am disintegrates me. I will have to wait for the borders of Wano to open up and grab Pluton as well. So much work. Alas, considering how powerful Pluton's cannons are, I consider the entire ship to be a huge asset. I could also look into recruiting Frankie and Iceberg, as the two of them are likely the only people alive that know how to build it in its entirety. Powering it up is another thing entirely, but it shouldn't be difficult to get my hands on Dynastones if Sengoku and Garp help me. The state of the Marines right now means that the storage places are not as well defended as before. There's also the matter of the Whitebeard pirates. I need to quickly go out and get them. I'm sure I can convince Newgate that it's safer on the Sky Islands now with the way the world is moving. I'll get everything done and then focus on my training. Pav narration Enal's next stop was rather simple. He simply flew over to the Red Line, which wasn't all that difficult to find. Then he flew in a direction until he finally caught sight of the Reverse Mountain, the very entrance to the New World. Enal could sense that Shanks' crew and ship were underneath the waves, inside of Laboon. I guess I should have expected to find them inside of Laboon. Enal was a bit confused as to how to call Laboon to the surface. He didn't really know what methods to use and he didn't want to shock Laboon by electrifying the waters around them. Hurting Laboon was a big no-no, both because Crocus would have a death grudge against him and because he'd likely lose any respect that Shanks might have had for him. I think I know a way. Enal cleared his throat, preparing to project his voice loudly over the ocean below him. It was rather simple. Laboon was rather famous for being an island whale that particularly enjoyed music and stuck around with a crew of pirates with the only mission of spreading their music around the world, to put smiles on the faces of all children. There was one thing that Laboon would respond to: music. It's the one song I remember from the show. Enal had no hopes for his untrained vocal cords to match those of the Rumbar pirates, who lived and died by their music. But he could still try to emulate it as best he could. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Enal's voice felt stunted at first, slowly but surely gaining life as he forced his vocal cords to shift according to the sounds that he made. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Enal smiled as he felt the sea in front of him shifting, the waters trembling at his voice. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Sea wind blows. To where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. Enal smiled as he slowly got into the song, remembering its verses one by one as they flowed out of his throat and rolled on his tongue. A large shadow seemed to appear from the depths of the seas, and Enal continued singing. Or across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing, of cheerful things, in circles passing by. Enal felt a bit strange not having music to accompany his voice, but he could feel the rhythm in his heart regardless. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town, say so long to Port Renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long, before we're casting off. Enal could feel the gigantic island whale pop its head slightly out of the water, a large geyser rising to the sky as it shot water out of its blowhole. The Sky King could see a badly painted gigantic Jolly Roger splattered on its head. Cross the gold and silver seas, a salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night, to our delight, the voyage never ends. Enal smiled as he looked at the gigantic figure of Laboon, who seemed to be wiggling around a bit, before smiling and opening its mouth, revealing a large ship, where a few more dozen voices joined in. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Pirates we, eternally, are challenging the sea. The red-haired pirates joined in merrily, some hanging off the mast, others jumping around and dancing on the deck. Shanks himself was on their figurehead, happily drinking and singing along. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds. Hoisted high, upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Enel smiled when seeing them. He thought of stopping his song, but then the instruments started sounding on Shanks' ship. The Sky King didn't want to be the one to end the party after starting it, and seeing Laboon's tail happily dancing in the water did make him want to continue. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing wide. Waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. The scene became a full-blown party, as the red-haired pirates seemed to climb on top of Laboon, drinking and laughing as they sang along. But steady men, and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet, and clap your hands, till sunny days return. A large circle of pirates formed as they danced on the whale's head, who seemed to join them as its tail turned and twisted, creating waves that pushed against the tide of the ocean with ease. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Enel stopped singing on a high note, as he turned into a bolt of lightning and landed on the ship. The red-haired pirates continued singing, the atmosphere maintaining itself at that point. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Enel smiled for a bit, looking at the pirates before signing. I guess dancing around a bit won't hurt anyone. The red-haired pirates didn't really know what to expect while waiting on Enel to return. They were mostly waiting for Enel to take Sengoku off their hands. He did also thankfully give the former fleet admiral enough time to somewhat recover. Sengoku had already woken up, and he seemed to scowl when seeing that he was on an unknown ship. The former fleet admiral had actually expected to die that day at Baltigo. He had been among the first to lose consciousness, as he was the one to take the brunt of that attack with his body. Surviving did give him hope that the others were also fine though. He trusted the admirals and Enel to be able to come out of the situation mostly unscathed. When studying the state of his body, he was left a bit flabbergasted by it. The first major injury in his career. And it was him losing all of his limbs, something that was bound to put him out of commission for the rest of his life. Unless he struck some sort of deal with Vegapunk for some cybernetic implants. I'll deal with that eventually, but where am I? His memory was foggy. He only remembered how he and Enel rushed towards the island, meeting with the other Marines, and then being forced to block something that felt unblockable. It was truly a blunder. The worst part was that he wasn't even sure he could defend himself against pirates within the new world in his current state. The fleet admiral only froze up completely when seeing Crocus and Shanks enter the room he was resting in. Shanks. And is that Crocus? It was indeed concerning, the remains of the Roger pirates entering his room while he was otherwise indisposed. Alas, Sengoku was well aware that they didn't carry any grudge for Roger's execution. The man had let himself get captured, so it was his own choice. Glad to see you're awake, Sengoku. Crocus especially treated all of his patients with neutrality, regardless of their background. As a doctor, he needed to be that way. When hearing the response, Sengoku could finally relax. Neither pirate seemed to be interested in causing him any harm. Shanks wasn't even carrying his sword, although he surely didn't need it to appear intimidating to the now limbless Sengoku. Crocus, Shanks. What the hell happened? The former fleet admiral only had that one question as he struggled to raise his head and lean on the bed frame behind him. Shanks sighed, and Crocus helped him get into a more comfortable position. The two pirates proceeded to explain the entire situation to Sengoku, who quietly listened the entire time, a permanent scowl on his face as Crocus helped him put his now cracked glasses on. Everything was said that day, from the Marines leaving with the revolutionaries to Enel leaving not that long after to contact some other allies. The fact that Akainu and the others left with Dragon, the man that had betrayed the Marines previously, left a bad taste in his mouth. Dragon mostly just betrayed the world government, which appears to have now betrayed us. So there's no reason to keep a grudge, I guess. Dragon's betrayal had been a major hit for the Marines, as Dragon had once been close to an admiral position in the Navy. But it was nowhere near as painful and damaging as Enel's betrayal during the Summit War. And if Sengoku could excuse Enel for that and work alongside him on Baltigo, then he could certainly excuse Dragon for his misgivings. Needless to say, the former fleet admiral was a bit disappointed that they had left him alone with Shanks of all people. But he assumed Enel trusted the man enough, and it did seem that the trust was well placed. In the first place, none of them would have survived without Shanks's and Dragon's interference. So Shanks could certainly be trusted, more so than the world government, at the very least. Their actions did manage to surprise Sengoku, as the former fleet admiral recognized plenty of the methods and last resorts that the government was taking. Things like a communicational dark age, it was technically at the very bottom of that list. It meant that, essentially, the government was aiming to erase a good chunk of what had happened the past few years from history. They were likely planning to erase the events of the upcoming war as well, so it was unknown just how much of their current time would go on to become a second void century. It was unlikely to be an entire century this time around though. At least Sengoku didn't believe it to be so. The war had been something that had prophesized long before Enel had ever appeared. It was something the Sengoku himself had done his best to postpone during his reign as fleet admiral. Alas, his efforts were for nothing. No matter how many premonitions made, they would have never been able to calculate an outside factor interfering. Since Sengoku himself was one of the people that was supposed to be erased, he decided to also give Shanks and Crocus that piece of information. Shanks seemed to have a rather mild reaction, likely having already expected something similar to be happening. Crocus didn't seem to be bothered all that much. As an old doctor, he wasn't all that involved in the world, so he didn't care. That conversation didn't last much longer after Shanks and Crocus gave Sengoku that rundown of everything that had happened. Sengoku was free to go back to sleep, which was really the only thing he could do. The days passed quickly for him. Slowly some of his power seemed to return, and he could even crawl and stand up on his own, though it was difficult. And he also learned that they were somewhere inside the mouth of a large island whale. Just as he learned about that, the seas above them seemed to stir, and a voice traveled throughout their surroundings. An old sailor's song, a certified pirate classic that just about every sailor knew and loved. Even Sengoku knew it verse by verse, as it was a sea shanty that even some marines liked to hum from time to time. Though it was mostly for ironic purposes when they did it, as the song spoke of freedom and piracy in a very positive light. Sengoku felt as the whale surfaced, and the pirates on the ship all broke out in song. Crocus entered his room with an annoyed huff, locking the door behind him as the party raged on outside. What a childish bunch, Crocus scoffed as he sat down on a chair near Sengoku's bed. Sailors will always be sailors. Can't ask them not to party at any chance they get. Any day might be their last, at least they know how to enjoy it. Sengoku simply shrugged. He had a rather strict sense of justice when it came to piracy, but even then he didn't consider every sailor that went off to do their own thing as a pirate. Shanks' crew were rather well known to be quite harmless to most people, only gaining their title because of going against the government directly in several situations and facing off against stronger groups of pirates. Sengoku would have been glad if there were more crews like the one Shanks led. Alas, they were in the vast minority. HMPH. You'd think that some things would change over the years, but all these brats were just like this even when they first stepped on the Grand Line. Crocus could remember the Red Hair Pirates and their debut rather clearly. He had been the one to greet them at the Reverse Mountain back then. The old doctor had seen countless crews come and go, many not as friendly as the last. He had many stories, and he had run into plenty of pirates that tried to steal from him. Alas, no one just entering the Grand Line could ever prove to be a danger to the doctor that sailed with Gold D. Roger to the ends of the New World. At least Enel finally arrived to take me to the others. It's been rather lonely here. Sengoku sighed, changing the subject as he didn't really know much about the beginning days of the Red Hair Pirates. Sorry for the lack of companionship. Shanks would have liked to hang out with you more, but you didn't seem outright comfortable with his presence at all times. Crocus scowled a bit. He had also been abused as he usually did, though it was a lot easier now that Laboon no longer smashed his head into the red line. It's fine, we aren't exactly friends, though I appreciate all of the help you've given us. Sengoku was still not going to try and befriend any pirates himself, with Enel being maybe the only exception. Friends? Probably not. But one thing's for sure. We all have one common enemy now. And a rather obvious one. Crocus crossed his arms and scoffed a bit. I won't be able to help much in my current state. I think we'll have to leave this to the next generation. Sengoku chuckled a bit when looking down at what was left of his body. He was in no state to be called an enemy of the world government. I'm sure you'll manage. You and Garp are known to have been painfully persistent. I am also not the best doctor in the world. There will certainly be abilities able to revert the damage done to you. And I believe Garp would not stop for anything in order to look for them. Crocus pushed up his glasses before sighing again. The party outside was still alive and it was still annoying to the old man. At least Laboon's enjoying it. On the deck of the ship, Enel had already landed and was greeted by various members of Shanks' crew. Many tried to goad him into dancing around a bit more. He did so for a bit, before finally reaching Shanks and sitting down beside him. Shanks. Been a while. Enel said as he set his walking stick to the side, one of his earlobes patting the red-haired emperor on the back. Not that long, ya know? Barely been a month. Shanks took a swig of his small barrel of sake as he smiled at the lighting emperor beside him. I guess it hasn't been that long then. Thanks again for looking after Sengoku. Enel smiled a bit as he spoke. Don't mention it. I'm guessing you're here to take the old marine back with you? Shanks took another swig of his drink in between pauses, looking at his still singing and dancing crew in the background. Yep. Garp certainly wants to see him. I also have a proposition for you. Enel's smile widened as one of his earlobes wrapped and tapped Shanks on the shoulder. A proposition? We're already allies. There's no need to try and convince me to join you or anything. Shanks laughed a bit, not weirded out by the earlobe one bit as he responded in earnest. Shanks had already decided to fight alongside Enel when the time came. To him, it was only a matter of waiting for the war itself to start. Enel was glad to hear that from Shanks. The red-haired man was going to be a very powerful ally in the future, that much was clear. Thank you for your trust, but I'd like to ask you to join me right away, to join up with the others on the Sky Islands. Enel waved his palm around as he spoke. There was a small period of silence, as both one-armed emperors looked at the sea before. I don't think that's a great idea. It's better to have some people still outside, gathering information and watching the world government closely. I can certainly help with that. Pull some strings and keep an eye out. But I can't do that while in hiding. In the end, Shanks refused, something that Enel had somewhat expected. The red-haired emperor had always been a man that did things his own way. Enel knew that trying to convince him would just be a waste of time. Welp, suit yourself. It's already more than enough that you want to join us for the war. Enel shrugged, not trying to push the idea further at all. Shanks simply nodded, before putting down his sake and reaching into his pocket. Here, take this. He handed Enel a small transponder snail. Enel simply grabbed it and looked at it for a bit. It had on it drawn a small Jolly Roger, Shanks's Jolly Roger. We'll stay in contact through that for now. It's a private channel, at least the world government can't silence all of those. Shanks chuckled a bit as he picked his drink back up. Okay then, I guess I should get going, right? Enel slowly got up, patting the dust off his coat with one of his earlobes as he picked up his walking stick. Huh? No way, dude. You started this party. I know my crew. It's going to go on for at least 2 to 3 days. Since you started it, you have to stick around. Shanks smiled as he also stood up to join his crew. Enel looked around for a bit, before simply shrugging. Fair enough. Enel didn't spend the full 3 days partying with the Red Hair Pirates. He only spent a brief 1 day instead. He tried to take his mind away from finally meeting and talking to Sengoku. The old fleet admiral had been someone that had placed his trust in him, and Enel had walked all over that trust. It could be said that it was Enel that had ruined the Marines. Although the world government was truly the one that decided the Marines were no longer worth the trouble of keeping around. It was clear even from their brief conversation at Baltigo, that Sengoku hadn't truly forgiven Enel, and he was right not to forgive him so quickly. Enel had won his trust, and by all means had befriended the old fleet admiral, only to betray him in the end. A stab in the back was not something that could be easily forgiven. Garp may have forgiven Enel for aiding the Whitebeard pirates, as his grandsons were saved that day. And Sengoku would have also easily forgiven Enel if he had only defended Garp's grandsons. Even if one of them was the biological son of Gold D. Roger. Still, Enel knew that he couldn't avoid talking to Sengoku, so he decided to not postpone it much longer. Entering the room, Sengoku was lying in his bed still. He seemed to be asleep. So the Lighting Emperor simply stood by his side and waited for him to wake up. And he sat there for the next few hours, at some point dozing off himself. Sengoku was actually the one to wake him up. Oi, Enel, wake up. His gruff voice startled the one-armed emperor awake. Enel rubbed his eyes with his earlobes before turning and looking at Sengoku. The old man was indeed looking worse for wear. He was wearing a pair of short pants, covering his stumps and privates. If they were still intact, of course. His torso was bare and bandaged, his arms were also completely missing. Well, you look like shit, the former fleet admiral said as he scowled at Enel. Hey, could say the same about you. Enel didn't hesitate when biting back. He wasn't worried about making fun of Sengoku's condition, as he had already come out with the intention of fixing him. Sengoku only gave Enel a dry chuckle, before he coughed a bit and looked at Enel with a serious gaze. First off, I'd like to say this now. I forgive you for your betrayal at Marineford. The old Marine kept eye contact throughout that statement, and he easily noticed Enel's surprise. How come? The one-armed emperor truly hadn't expected that. Well, Sengoku then looked at Enel's missing arm. You already showed that you care about the connections you made in the Marines. Which shows me that the friendship we had was at least real. Enel sighed when hearing that, smiling ever so faintly. However, Enel's smile quickly became a bit forced when he heard Sengoku continue. I wish you could have told me about your plans beforehand. Maybe I could have helped you, the old Marine sighed in regret. I wasn't sure you would ever help me face the world government in such a manner. I mean, you had no way of knowing they would so easily disregard you and the other Marines. Enel shook his head slightly. He was sure he had done what he needed to do. He remembered Sengoku to have been devout in his role as a fleet admiral, so he never expected him to be on board with a full-on betrayal. No, I always knew the world government would get rid of us if we outlived our usefulness. The 5 elders never once trusted us. It was only a matter of time before they finally decided we were more trouble than we were worth. Though I guess I would have been a lot more hesitant to assist you, not knowing what I know now. In the end, the tired old Marine sighed once more, before shaking his head and turning back to Enel. How are the rest? I thought Shanks and Crocus kept you up to speed. Enel raised an eyebrow at that, not exactly a question he expected. He did. But I want to hear it from you. I only know they left with Dragon. Sengoku struggled a bit to sit up slightly, leaning on the bed frame. One of Enel's earlobes dragged him up, wrapping itself around his torso as he did so. Sengoku only gave Enel a thankful glance, before he signaled for the Emperor to start talking with his gaze. Currently, Akainu and the rest are on the Sky Islands, floating somewhere near the Red Line, far away from the Grand Line itself. The one-armed Emperor spoke out as he tapped his walking stick on the ground rhythmically, accompanying the music that was still ringing loudly outside of the room. So they've joined you in the end, huh? Sengoku looked down. Enel felt a bit of disappointment in his voice, which caused him to sigh. There really wasn't much else of a choice for them. Going off on their own wouldn't have been ideal either. We've decided to work together to get rid of the current world government. Sengoku scoffed at Enel's words. Getting rid of the government? Then what, are you going to take their place? He didn't seem quite so pleased with the idea. Maybe it was because part of him still hoped that an all-out war could be avoided. I have no desire to take over. Someone will have to until things settle properly. Enel shook his head. Fair. I guess you were never the leader type. Sengoku sighed before he looked at Enel again, urging him to continue. Only Kizaru is currently on a mission. Contacting the Neo Marines. And bringing them to the Sky Islands as well. Enel continued telling Sengoku a bit more about their situations at their base. Neo Marines? The former fleet admiral sounded a bit confused. Enel almost face-palmed when hearing that question. I thought Shanks told him everything. Regardless, he quickly explained the situation to Sengoku. The faction of Marines that broke off from the ones led by the world government. Led by Vice Admiral Suru and Zephyr, they have quite the force gathered under them. There's really not much else to say. The Navy has all but disbanded, we have no knowledge on whether it's official though. Enel could feel the pain in Sengoku's eyes as soon as he spoke those words. He watched the former fleet admiral go through a storm of emotions all in an instant. I guess they just didn't want to give him the news. He did spend his entire life with the Marines. Enel let Sengoku process that information for a few seconds, before the cripple old Marine sighed again, sounding a lot older than before. So, what now? It was clear that Sengoku was tired at that point, at least mentally. First we go to the Sky Islands, where we heal you completely. Enel's first statement made Sengoku's eyes widen. Wah? Sengoku didn't even get to finish before Enel explained the situation to him clearly. One of my friends has the ability to alter the time of living organisms. She can revert you to a state before any damage was done to your body. I see. I did hear some reports about a pirate in the Grand Line with similar abilities. I guess she's working for you now? Sengoku sounded a bit confused, but also quite happy to hear that there was a solution to his current predicament. Yep, she's joined us officially. I helped her, and she will help you. Enel nodded before he opened his mouth and continued. After you're healed up, you'll have the choice to remain there with Garp and the rest, joining us essentially, or go off on your own. I won't force you. Although, fair warning, Garp is very likely to keep you on the island even if he has to chain you up dead. Yeah, Garp will do that. The old Marine chuckled a bit before he started processing the concept of fighting the world government alongside Enel. Was it really the right thing for him? As someone that had done his best to keep the balance in the world, to postpone the war as much as possible. He had clung ever so tightly onto the feeble balance that the world had been keeping itself in. A balance so fragile that one single rogue element managed to break it completely. Enel's appearance was what hastened the large conflict head over the horizon. But at the same time, it was the world government that was stoking the flames of revolution with its aggressive and sadistic practices. Sengoku grit his teeth, seemingly still hesitant. Enel saw his internal struggle before he decided to give him a bit more context, unsure of how much Shanks had actually told him. The current government has already proved that it doesn't care for either civilians or Marines. Though I'm sure you knew that already. You are all reported dead, and every single one of you is slowly being erased from existence, alongside this entire era. Enel's words made Sengoku sweat a bit. So you think they plan to burn the entire Great Pirate Age from the world's history? Sengoku looked to the side as he spoke, and Enel just nodded. Sengoku ended up sighing. Maybe the world government had finally completely run out of luck, and the goodwill of the world had finally dried up. It was only a matter of time anyway. Fine, I'll join you in this fight. Not that I have much of a choice. If I can help end this conflict sooner, then I will do my best. The old Marine nodded in the end, slowly turning his head away. Good. We'll get going right away. A few weeks of flying is ahead of us. The sooner we get it done, the sooner you'll get better. Sengoku simply nodded. Enel's cane turned into a small wheelchair, on which he placed the crippled Marine rather quickly, but gently. Few weeks, huh? Sengoku asked as Enel rolled him towards the door. Yep. It's pretty far from here. I can't exactly travel at maximum speed either. Enel nodded. What about Shanks and his crew? They're not joining us. Sengoku was already well aware that Enel was allied with a multitude of pirates, including the Whitebeard pirates. so he had somewhat expected the red-haired pirates to join as well. They are, essentially, but Shanks wishes to stay on the seas and keep up his information network as best he can. It's for the better if he continues sailing for now. Sengoku just nodded when hearing that. The pirates that were partying outside all made way for them to pass, the music quieting down slightly as they noticed Enel molding a ship out of his gauntlet and earrings. Already off then, Shanks appeared by his side and asked with a cheerful tone, obviously slightly inebriated. "Yep. The sooner we get Sengoku's limbs restored the better." Enel nodded happily as he created a boat large enough for him and the old marine. Shanks just nodded. "It's good that you got a way to help him then, though I expected nothing less from the man that shook the world." "Huh? Spoken like you haven't done the same in your time," Sengoku said as he was wheeled onto the flying ship on a specially made ramp. "I may have rattled some cogs, but Enel here is close to breaking the entire machine." Shanks chuckled a bit as he took another swig of his drink. "Hey, we're still a few years off, plenty of time before it breaks." Enel smiled as he stepped onto his ship, turning Sengoku's wheelchair into a special beach chair. "You ain't putting my patient on no metal bed." Crocus immediately came out of his cabin, as if summoned by the gods of medicine to scold Enel. He even threw a bottle of disinfectant at the Lightning Emperor, which just bounced off the aluminium ship and into the head of one of the red-haired pirates, knocking him out. Shanks sweated a bit when seeing that. He quickly gestured for his men to bring out a small bed, which they placed on the ship for Sengoku to rest on. "Ha! Much better." Crocus then waddled back into his room, as if nothing had happened. Enel just placed Sengoku on that bed, embedding the frame into the ship and making it more stable. "Anyway, we're off for now." The Lightning Emperor's ship slowly started moving, as the pirates made way for its takeoff. "Take care, I'll contact you if I get wind of anything interesting," Shanks waved at the departing ship with a smile on his face. His crew then joined in. "Come back if you want another party." "Your voice was nice, you better pick up an instrument as well next time." "See you around earlobes." Enel smiled warmly at all but the last one. Shanks' crew is sure filled with characters. And so, Sengoku was being shipped off to the Sky Islands, in a rather comfortable manner, thanks to Crocus. The journey back to the Sky Archipelago did indeed not take long. Enel and Sengoku had the time to speak a lot more during those weeks, as the two of them had quite a bit of catching up to do. In the end, Sengoku also learned that Enel had planned to face off against the world government since the beginning, which was why he had decided to betray the Marines. Even though Sengoku had already forgiven him, it was nice to finally have a bit more context to Enel's actions. Sengoku also told Enel more and more about how the situation with the world government had been in the last few days before the Baltigo incident. They had essentially treated the high-ranking Marines in a very similar fashion to how they had before. Treatment could have been said to have actually gotten better. Akainu was pleased for a bit, before being sent off to Baltigo, being ordered to start a war to take away attention from the world government's mess. A lot of things Enel had already heard from the magma-spitting former fleet admiral, but it was nice to hear Senko's perspective on things. Sengoku also learned a bit more about the multitude of people working with Enel now, including the Golden Lion Shiki, which was a rather great surprise. The limbless former fleet admiral had genuinely thought that Shiki had died at some point, as the Golden Lion had been quiet for a very long time after Roger's execution, his escape from Impel Down. Sengoku also got a bit surprised to hear that Enel's right hand was also the man that had been the right hand of Rox D. Zebek. It raised quite a few questions, and Enel also got to learn a bit more about Francisco's past thanks to Sengoku. "I was still a young rear admiral back then. I rose through the ranks relatively quickly, but I paid attention to their movements and even helped Garp track them down. I remember the Rox pirates being responsible for killing off the last remaining tribe of Lunarians. It was interesting to say the least. I still remember pulling up to that scene. The Jolly Roger of the Rox pirates was put as a flag there, among the burning wreckage of the formerly thriving last community of Lunarians. My mission was to investigate the smoke, but we had been looking for that tribe for a very long time. Alas, the Rox pirates had gotten there first." Sengoku gave the first account, as he had been the one to find the remains of that tribe. The race of Lunarians was something that interested Enel to some extent. A race that had been specifically hunted down by the world government. A race that had been called gods. Enel hadn't actually known that much about them when first arriving in the world. He hadn't paid attention to all aspects of One Piece after all. But he had found them mentioned in plenty of texts since then and had managed to learn quite a bit about them. Including the fact that Lunarians had once resided on the Red Line before the Holy Land was built there, and that their kingdom had been called the Kingdom of Gods. Enel had also theorized that the Kingdom of Gods had once been part of the empire led by the Three Kings, although he wasn't able to find many details besides that. Learning that the Rox pirates had helped rid the world of Lunarians even further did raise a few questions though. How come King joined Kaido anyway? Well, Kaido might have not even been part of the Rox pirates when it happened, so who knows? Sengoku now also helped give Enel a few more details regarding Lunarians and the Rock's pirates, as it seemed that they all had their pasts somewhat intertwined. It's unknown what the Rock's pirates were seeking out from the Lunarians, but the one thing we know is that Zebek made sure no Lunarians were left on the Red Line. The former fleet admiral did his best to look through his memories and told Enel basically everything he knew. But even then, Sengoku had no way of knowing the reasons and motivations of the Rock's pirates. Though he did have a theory. I believe that Zebek felt the Lunarian race would have proven to be a threat to his eventual rule, much like the world government did. It was an educated guess at best, a shot in the dark at worst. Still, Enel appreciated the information he was given regardless. Thanks, Sengoku. I guess I'll have to ask Francisco and Shiki about it. The two of them should have more information. The Lighting Emperor sighed as their journey continued. How much until we get there? It's already been 2 weeks, Sengoku said as he scowled a bit. The old former fleet admiral hadn't slept during the entire time. Instead, he had kept Enel company throughout the journey. We are already there. Well, almost. I can see it on the horizon. Enel yawned a bit before tapping his cane on the ground and raised Sengoku's bed slightly, giving him a rather nice view of the sky archipelago, illuminated by the evening sun as it floated above the clouds. You have good taste in base location at the very least, Sengoku said as he subconsciously smiled at the view in front of him. Well, thank you. It's mostly Shiki's taste, though the Sky Islands before looked no less beautiful. Shiki's the one tasked with navigation due to the nature of his powers. Enel didn't really feel like taking credit for it, but the view was extremely pleasing to the eye. Figures. I guess it only makes sense to rely on him, but I can't really bring myself to trust either him or Francisco. Sengoku scowled a bit as he looked at the multitude of floating islands, the view somewhat souring for him. Well then, you and Garp at the very least agree on that. Sengoku chuckled a bit when hearing Enel's slightly frustrated tone. But I believe they can be trusted to help deal with the world government. They both hate it dearly. Enel did have to vouch for his right-hand man and Shiki in the end. Fair. But what do you plan to do about them after the war is over? If we survive, of course. Sengoku seemed to accept Enel's words and chose to raise a rather interesting question. Both of them are bloodthirsty criminals. Do you think they'll be able to rest easy after the world government falls? The old marine's tone was quite serious, causing Enel to sigh a bit. Let's just get there first. We can worry about that when, or if, we win the war first. For now, they can be trusted, that's all that matters. Enel seemed to be a bit frustrated with the line of questioning, so the old marine decided to leave it at that. Fine. You're the captain anyway, you call the shots. Sengoku chuckled a bit as he spoke, finding the situation a bit funny. He didn't consider himself a pirate in any way, but he knew that the world government was going to brand all of the former Marines as such when learning of their relationship with Enel. It feels weird having you call me captain, never do that again. Enel just scowled at the old Marine. After all, when Enel was in the Marines, he had rarely ever called Sengoku by his title, and Sengoku himself had never requested it. So it was just bizarre to hear Sengoku call him by his title. Enel landed on the Sky Islands with ease. He was immediately greeted by Garp, who basically jumped on the ship as it was coming down. Where the hell is he? The former marine hero shouted as the ship shook under his feet. Calm down, you old idiot, Sengoku shouted at Garp as his bed wobbled with the ship. Sengoku. Garp immediately burst into tears when seeing him, before running up and hugging him. Get off me, you old bastard, Sengoku immediately got angry and started wiggling around. Enel scratched the back of his head as he looked at the two old men meet up again. Sengoku was doing his best to push Garp off, even headbutting him, but the former marine hero was unmoving. I thought I had lost ya, Sengoku. Garp said as he wiped his tears and bloody nose from the headbutt on Sengoku's afro. Enel sighed when he saw that. I guess Garp was a lot more concerned about his old friend than he let on. The Lighting Emperor only shook his head when they landed on the Sky Islands. He immediately went and grabbed Bonnie, leaving the two old men to catch up a bit and speak by themselves. Bonnie was currently training with the Marines. Momonga was acting as the teacher this time around, and he was sparring with Bonnie and Bellamy. The two of them seemed to be giving the one-armed Momonga a difficult time, but the noble killer was still more than able to keep up with them. This time around, the first one to lose was Bonnie, who got batted away into a rock. Momonga used the blunt part of his blade thankfully. Bellamy followed soon after, as he tried his best to land a death knock, only to be knocked out by a stomp to the face while in midair. Momonga simply shook his head, his long mustache shaking in the wind as he sheathed his blade. Their progress is quite good, but they still got a long way to go, the former vice admiral said as he looked up at Enel with a smile. Glad to have you back, Enel. Momonga smiled as the Lightning Emperor landed right in front of him. Hey, you seem to have improved a lot more yourself, your hockey and swordsmanship both feel a lot stronger. Enel smiled as he patted Momonga on the shoulder. I've been hard at work, of course. I've already acclimated with the current state of my body. Momonga smiled once more, somewhat glad that Enel had noticed his improvement. I'm surprised you haven't asked Bonnie to heal you, Enel said as he looked at the time-altering pirate slowly waking up and coming out of the rock she had been thrown into. I feel no need to regain my arm. I want to keep these scars as a reminder of my failure. Momonga grasped at his stump with a grim expression. Enel's smile strained a bit, as he realized that Momonga was likely blaming himself for failing to save all of the people in Fuchsia village at that time. Well, know that at the very least it's always an option. Bonnie is unlikely to refuse you. Alas, Enel wasn't a therapist, so he only gave Momonga the open suggestion to get healed whenever he felt like it. Momonga simply nodded, a smile spreading on his lips before he looked around the training field. I better get back to it. I'm assuming you're here to grab Bonnie. You can go ahead and do so, she's already done for the day. Enel simply smiled and shook hands with Momonga, saying his goodbyes before heading to Bonnie, who was still shakily regaining her bearings. Oh, Enel, so you're already here. Bonnie seemed a bit distracted, something that Enel noticed almost instantly. Yep. Sengoku's waiting at the ship. I can fly as 3. Enel tapped the ground and turned his cane into a small boat. Bonnie just nodded and got on, shivering slightly as her workout wore off. Enel sighed when seeing that. He then heated up the boat, causing it to radiate enough heat to keep her warm. Thanks, Bonnie smiled a bit, seemingly grateful. They were currently still suspended quite high in the air. The temperature was a lot lower, and some of the weaker people that weren't originally from the Sky Islands did have some issues with the temperatures. Bonnie herself would have been fine if she had worn something more than a small tank top and short pants, but Enel wasn't about to judge her. The two of them made their way towards Sengoku rather quickly, taking less than 5 minutes to reach it. Oh, they're already back? Enel heard Garp mutter as he landed back on the larger vessel, turning the small boat back into a cane as Bonnie landed on the deck. Alright, let's just get this over with, the gluttonous pirate said as she walked over to the limbless Sengoku. How old should I make you? The time-altering pirate asked as her hand glowed in a golden light. I always dreamed of being in my 40s again. Sengoku chuckled a bit as he remembered the times when his hair was naturally black. Fine. Bonnie then touched his still intact abdomen. Sengoku made no effort to resist her, his haki didn't flare up either, he simply waited patiently. And he didn't have to wait long. In a mere second, his body started morphing as his limbs regrew, and his formerly gray hair turned a black color. He looked about the same as he had when he was still a fleet admiral, his muscles just as pronounced, but it was clear in his facial features that he was younger. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since my back felt this good. Sengoku immediately stretched a bit. Bonnie smiled a bit before taking a step back. That's my part of the deal held. Now, should I heal you as well, Enel? Now, should I heal you as well, Enel? Bonnie said as she crossed her arms and looked over to her new captain. Enel himself had already prepared for that question to come up. Still unsure whether or not her powers will affect my soul, but I am willing to take the risk at this point. After all, Bonnie's powers affecting souls would have brought a lot more implications to it. Would it mean that she was capable of reviving a person? Unlikely since her powers only seemed to work on living organisms, but still. Yep, it's about time I got healed as well. I'd like to go back to training as soon as possible too. The lightning emperor ended up just nodding and taking a step closer. Bonnie wasted no time in touching his chest. Her palm glowed in a golden light as Enel felt his own body morph uncontrollably. The feeling of aging down was just bizarre. In his case, it felt as if he was growing. He felt as if his body became heavier, his balance changing. Looking down, he could see that his arm was now regrown. He clenched his palm into a fist, veins popping out from all over his arm as he flexed his muscles. Feels good to be back. I can finally start training with the spear again. The most important part though, it seems my soul was not affected in any way. He could still feel everything, even the progress he had made while training with Wiper recently. Thank you, Bonnie. Enel nodded with a smile on his lips, and Bonnie only shrugged and then turned to look at Garp. You know, since war is impending and all that, I guess it only makes sense to also make you younger. Wouldn't want you to die of old age and miss it or something. Garp scoffed a bit when hearing that. Bah, still have a few decades left in me. The old marine hero tapped himself on the chest as he spoke, his confidence was unshaken. Well, that's true. But you are only going to grow older and weaker. Since I've already used my power on so many people, I might as well go all the way. Enel was a bit surprised to hear that, but it also made him quite happy. He thought he'd have to talk to her about making Garp younger one day by himself. The fact that she proposed it herself was definitely a great sign. At least she finally considers herself part of the crew. Garp seemed a bit conflicted about accepting Bonnie's offer though. Maybe it was the prospect of putting his life into someone else's hands that he didn't like? Regardless, Sengoku was the one to smack some sense into him. Both figuratively and physically, with a slap to the back of his head that faceplanted him into the deck of the metal ship. Refusing her offer would be quite stupid on your part, Garp. The fact that you're even considering it makes me think you've already grown senile. The former fleet admiral said with a smile on his face. I ain't senile, you old cunt. Garp immediately stood up, his fists clenched. He then sighed a bit and looked at Enel, who just shrugged. Fine, just make me younger, I guess. Not too young though. The old man ended up accepting Bonnie's help. He truly didn't have any good reason to refuse her. He had no reason not to trust her either, since they were technically in the same crew. There was also the fact that she had just successfully healed Sengoku, which helped prove her willingness to heal Marines. Bonnie nodded, walking closer to Garp and tapping him on the shoulder. Now, Garp's body didn't seem to change much. His hair did go from gray to black in a second though, and any sign of aging on his face completely vanished. Garp looked down and clenched his fist, smiling widely. I haven't felt this strong in quite some time. The old Marine hero smiled widely as he realized that he now could definitely fight Francisco evenly. No, rather, he was sure he could win as long as Francisco didn't have a proper weapon. This is sure to give you a confidence boost, but you do look better with black hair, Enel said from the side, crossing his arms as he turned his cane back into a staff. Ha! I always look good. Garp's chest immediately inflated. Sengoku and Bonnie just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Sure, Sengoku said before turning to Bonnie. Thank you, young lady. I'll make sure to repay you myself one day. The former fleet admiral wasn't against thanking a pirate at that point. Not that he could bring himself to actually see anyone under Enel as a pirate, with a few exceptions. Hey, you might want to hold off on calling her a young Garp quickly opened his mouth to comment on the situation, but Enel's earlobe shot up and shushed him before he finished. Bonnie just forced a smile and then turned to look at Enel. Some good news while you were absent. Kuma woke up. Bonnie smiled a bit when saying that. Enel also seemed surprised. He then nodded. I was about to ask you a few things about that. Is he okay? That's the thing. Bonnie started scratching the back of her head, her voice sounding a bit more downtrodden. He's awake, but not responsive. The one to rip the band-aid off was Garp, who simply crossed his arms and looked at Bonnie with a concerned gaze. It seemed that Bonnie's behavior had been noticed by several people already, Garp included. I see. In that case, I'll have to visit Dr. Vegapunk before I start training seriously. Enel started scratching his chin as he realized he had one last trip to make. Do you know where his headquarters are? I can help lead you there if needed. Sengoku crossed his arms and spoke out. He wasn't quite caught up to speed on the situation, but he could tell that Kuma was of some significance to Bonnie, and he did wish to set the record straight. They were both now technically Enel's crewmates, so to him it wouldn't make sense to call her assistance a mere transaction and leave it at that. I do have an eternal pose to his supposed location, so all should go well. Coincidentally, I was going to go there soon anyway. Enel simply shook his head, knowing that he could make the journey much faster on his own. Will you also bring Kuma with you? Bonnie asked as she looked a bit angry at the mention of Vegapunk. It was clear that she wasn't quite appreciative of what he had turned Kuma into. Not for now. First we need to confirm that he's on our side. Then if he is to help Kuma, then I'll make the trip back here and bring him. It shouldn't take me long, so I'll make my way there and back by the end of the day. The Lightning Emperor smiled as he turned the ship into a pair of gauntlets, making everyone fall a few meters to the ground. All of them were prepared for it though, even Bonnie this time around, as she landed on her feet without any issues. I think you're best off resting for the night first. You haven't slept in quite some time, Sengoku said as he crossed his newly reacquired arms. Hey, he does have a habit of neglecting sleep. Garp laughed a bit as he remembered that Enel always stayed awake during journeys with his ship, as he needed to keep the engine going. Francisco did say that this is mainly because you've been slacking off on creating a proper battery for your ships. Bonnie smiled a bit as she said that, remembering the words of their first mate. Oh yeah. Batteries. Enel rolled his eyes as he remembered the huge failure of his protocol wings. At the very least it led to them meeting up with Shiki, which opened up many possibilities for them. I guess I'll depart first thing in the morning. I do also have to speak to Francisco about a few things. Enel ended up nodding before turning to Bonnie, clapping his hands and creating a smaller boat to take her back to her training. Anyway, maybe you should get some rest as well, after talking to that old cunt. Garp patted Enel on the back and prepared to take off with Sengoku, to talk elsewhere and take some time to catch up. Oh, are you jealous he's the right hand and not you? Sengoku narrowed his eyes as he laughed a bit at Garp's insults. Jealous? HMPH. Who needs that title? Besides, I'm still the Ed himself on the chest with a confident smile, before looking at Enel with narrowed eyes. The Lightning Emperor sweated a bit before just nodding. If we look at titles, you could say that you and Francisco are technically the wings of the Sky King, right? Seems more fitting, especially since we're technically not even a pirate group, Sengoku said as he thought up a better title for Francisco and Garp. The right and left wings of the king that rules the skies. It does have a nice ring to it. Enel smiled a bit as he genuinely considered that moniker. Bah, who cares? The captain will decide whenever he feels like it. Garp just started walking off into the forest, picking his nose and gesturing for Sengoku to follow him. Anyway, we'll meet again, Enel. Thank you again for healing me. Sengoku bowed slightly for one last time before he followed after his old friend. You're welcome. Bonnie seemed to be in better spirits now that Enel had vowed to go and speak to Vegapunk personally. Sue, where are we going? It's kinda late to continue training. Bonnie looked as the sun was already slowly setting in the distance. I'll just take you home. You live close to Francisco's house, right? Enel asked as he knew that he had to speak to the old swordsman. Well, he used to live in the middle of the city, but now we kinda live in the same cabin most of the time. Bonnie scratched the back of her head as she spoke, making Enel raise an eyebrow. I mean, okay? Since when have you started doing this anyway? The Emperor asked as his earlobes intertwined a bit. Well, I don't know, we just kinda party a lot at the local tavern, and somehow always wake up there together. It really doesn't matter much at this point. Bonnie just shrugged. Well, you're both adults, so you can do what you want, I guess. Enel also ended up shrugging, not exactly affected by the situation. He didn't really take Bonnie's attempt at seducing him in the past seriously. He did think for a while that she was a weirdo, but that was about it. Without thinking much further about it, he gestured for Bonnie to get on the boat. Yeah. Anyway, Francisco's off with Shiki somewhere. I think they're in his castle or something. Bonnie said as she finally sat down and the boat took off. Enel simply nodded, already knowing that they weren't on the island since he couldn't feel them nearby. The Sky Archipelago had already gotten too big for Enel to encompass with his observation haki after all. After leaving Bonnie off at her cabin, he reabsorbed the small boat into his pair of gauntlets and flew towards Shiki's main island, reaching it in the blink of an eye. As soon as he got in range, he could feel the two old pirates in Shiki's large mansion, castle. They seemed to be drinking and playing chess or shogi, sitting at a small Japanese-styled table, a chabuda. Enel decided to enter the castle through the window, directly entering their room instead of going through any door. The two old pirates both stirred a bit, looking at the new arrival with some confusion, before instantly relaxing upon seeing that it was just their captain. Enel, you sure came back fast, Shiki said as he continued playing what now Enel could see as shogi. Captain, I hope things went well with Sengoku. Francisco also nodded, slightly taking away his attention from the game, which finally gave Shiki some semblance of a chance at winning. All went well. We also have a few more allies now, nothing much happened besides that. Enel sighed as he walked to their table and also sat down. I am glad things went swimmingly, it is always great to hear. Francisco smiled as he spoke out calmly. Yep, but I did end up with a bit of new information, from Sengoku actually. Enel said as he also grabbed a bottle of sake and took a sip from it, not bothering with any cups as they didn't seem to have any at the table. Information from a former fleet admiral? He was in that position for a rather long time, he should have even more than a kainu. Shiki said as he also took another swig of his drink. Yep, this was more concerning to the Rocks pirates though. Enel smiled as he spoke, putting the bottle of sake back down before looking at Francisco with a questioning gaze. Mind telling me more about your conflicts with the Lunarians? Francisco just sighed. I guess we were eventually going to reach this point. Might as well tell him more about my past. The story started on a ship. Well, to call it a ship would be an insult to all shipbuilders in the world. Instead, it was a raft. 5 atom tress tied together in chains. A large mast was also tied in the middle of it, revealing a sail and a Jolly Roger. The sail was made out of a mishmash of bed sheets and other stolen masts sewed together. It was painted completely black, with the word, Rocks, written in white in the middle. That Jolly Roger was of a rather simple design, clearly drawn haphazardly, showcasing a burning red skull with flames that resembled 2 horns at the top of its head. The skull from the Jolly Roger also replaced the O from Rocks on the sail, giving their raft quite a bit of personality. At least that was what Francisco, their resident painter, claimed. This is bullshit, said a young man with long golden hair as he picked his nose clean. He was floating along, tied to the ship by a small rope. He was wearing regular sailor clothes, cheap stuff one could find anywhere off the streets, but the 2 swords at his waist were treasures indeed. That man was none other than Shiki in his youth, the navigator of the crew, complaining about the state of their ship. Oh, come on, it's looking great. I mean, Rocks spent a lot of time putting this together, no need to insult him by calling it bad. The one to respond to him in a passionate tone was a slightly older man with golden hair, wearing a loose white shirt, black pants and boots. At his waist was a sheathed cutlass, yet another treasure. It was none other than Francisco, the first mate. His blue eyes shined slightly as he tried to look at the positive of their situation. No, this is certainly shit. A tall and rather middle-aged looking woman was the one to speak out this time around. Her hair was a mix of black and white, tied in twin tails to her back. She wore a shirt that bared her midriff, a purple blazer and purple low riding pants. She also had a pair of pink sunglasses. She spoke out while resting on a small beach chair near the mast. Near her was also a large backpack with all of her medical supplies. She was Dr. Correja, their resident doctor, as well as the oldest in the crew. Francisco couldn't really argue with her in any way. He also didn't know how to speak around her since she was technically around 80, so she might as well have been everybody's grandma. No one was stupid enough to say that to her face though. Hey, see? Even grandma agrees. Well, almost no one. Shiki just had a way with words at the end of the day. Correja just gave him a sideways glance and sighed, pulling a large mace out of a bag labeled medicine. Shiki noticed that and quickly tried to fly away while laughing, but the rope tying him to the ship prevented that, which led to him being made one with the ship itself, as Correja had turned him into a nail near the mast. I hope that one didn't pluck a hole in the ship. Francisco suddenly stopped recanting his tale and looked at Shiki with a curious gaze. Now that I think about it, Correja, arguably the best doctor in the world, might ironically be responsible for Shiki going senile first out of all of us. You know, with all the head trauma and all that. The first mate nodded as he spoke. Enal also seemed to agree with him, which only further annoyed the Golden Lion. Ah, shut up and continue the story. Shiki thankfully stopped them from derailing further. While Correja was using Shiki's head as a hammer to fix up the ship, Francisco whistled off to the side as he walked to their only other member at the time. A gigantic man with a large mustache arching upwards and long golden hair flowing freely in the wind. He was also wearing rather simple clothes, a white shirt, black pants and boots, and a black gigantic coat draped over his shoulders. To his side rested a gigantic naginata, his weapon, Murakumogiri, yet another great treasure. For a crew sailing on a raft, they were rather rich when it came to weapons. It was none other than Edward Newgate, ironically, the cook of the crew, at least until they found an actual cook. Whitebeard was more of a multi-purpose member for now, as he was also the left hand of Zebek. He was just sitting at the side, drinking some sake while leaning on a few barrels, sometimes giggling whenever Shiki got smacked down again. Edward, have you seen Captain yet? Francisco sat down near him picking up a bottle from the ground and checking to see if it still had anything in it. Nope. He's still not resurfaced. I honestly hope he drowns, Newgate said as he scoffed a bit and took another swig of his sake barrel. Francisco sweated a bit when hearing that, before turning and looking at the sea with a concerned gaze. Almost everyone was recruited after Zebek defeated them and detested him, with Francisco being the only exception. Shiki was a pirate upstart that managed to get in Zebek's crosshairs. He didn't hate Zebek, but he did dislike being forced to follow orders from him. Whitebeard's case was a bit different though. He was a man trying to protect his hometown. Zebek had managed to defeat him and made Sphinx part of his territory, which was a rather strange move for a rookie. But Edward had no choice but to follow along for now, as Rox had technically vowed to slaughter all of them if he disobeyed. Correja's case was similar. She agreed to come along in order to stop Zebek from slaughtering her kingdom. He had basically held it hostage and forced her to sign a contract for life to be the ship's medic. Those were the highlights of Zebek's recruitment methods. He was hardly an agreeable man. Francisco was only really able to see the good in him because they had somewhat grown together. Regardless, the entire crew was waiting on their captain, Rox D. Zebek, as he was off skinny dipping into the sea. Or, going treasure hunting, as he put it. Zebek seemed to have some weird obsession with finding hidden treasures. He found that the bed of the sea was the best place to look for stuff that was lost over time. Alas, the bed of the sea wasn't something that many could claim to be able to explore. Thankfully, Zebek's body was strong enough to withstand the pressure of the ocean, and his lungs were good enough to allow him to hold his breath for hours. To Francisco and the rest, their captain was well and truly a freak of nature by all observable measures. They were already past the Sabodi archipelago, and they had yet to meet anyone able to even put a scratch on Zebek while on the first half of the Grand Line. Well, except for Francisco himself, of course, who had already learned armament and conqueror's hockey to a rather decent level of mastery at that point. Still, that did raise a rather large question. How are you even putting up with this guy? You've no reason to be afraid of him. Hell, we could kill him if we all banded together. Newgate sighed as he looked at the more agreeable Francisco as a more deserving captain. I believe in his vision. He is to one day become the king of this world. Francisco simply smiled. King of the world? Huh? Newgate just sighed when hearing Francisco's devotion. The swordsman had gone along with everything his captain ordered, even if it meant endangering civilians and innocents. He was somewhat reluctant, but his loyalty was stronger than his hesitation. He was a pirate at the end of the day, and he was also a man with a goal. Francisco's goal was to help his captain reach his goal, and he was willing to do anything and everything to get it done. He didn't shy away from splitting a village in two and cutting down a few civilians if it meant furthering his captain's interests. I just hope all of this is working towards furthering his plans. Francisco simply smiled as he thought of the future. He hoped to see his captain's plans send ripples through the world. but they were still rather early, not quite strong enough to threaten the established order. Pure mainstream, so it was hard for Zebek to find any meaningful crews to swallow and grow his power. So, instead of wandering over to the next island and hoping to find something worthwhile, Zebek had ordered them to take a detour. They were currently sailing across the red line, going in a straight direction, only keeping the boat straight thanks to Shiki's powers and rather skillful navigation. Shiki's fruit was the only reason they were able to even stop the raft in the middle of nowhere, as they had no anchor for it, and it normally would have just been carried away by the waves. Eventually, as the crew continued going about their business, the waters at the side of the ship rippled. Francisco barely had the time to register that before someone jumped out of the water, creating rather large waves all around him. Whitebeard scoffed before he turned his head to the side to avoid getting splashed. Francisco just waved his bottle and pushed the water away before it reached him. On the ship landed the half-naked figure of a darker-skinned middle-aged man, of about the same age as Francisco. His upper body was bared, showing a multitude of scars, and his usually messy and spiky long black hair was now wet and pointed towards the ground. What stood out to him the most was his back, which wasn't just filled with scars, his entire back was scarred over, almost as if someone had ripped out a large part of his flesh, skin. He was wearing nothing more than a pair of black pants. He looked around with a large toothy grin on his face. "Oi, you scum, prepare to hit land soon," he shouted unceremoniously, not even bothering to talk about how his treasure hunting had gone. Not that any one of his crew besides maybe Francisco really cared. "Land? What the hell are you on about? There are no islands in sight." Shiki scoffed as he dusted himself off. Kureha seemed to have lost her previous mood already and stopped beating him, going back to her chair. "Watch your mouth, you flying rat." Rox immediately appeared in front of Shiki and slapped him across the face, causing him to tumble on the wooden floor of their raft and roll to the side, holding his burning cheek, spitefully looking at his captain. Zebek probably noticed that spiteful look, as he then seemed to crack his knuckles, preparing to beat his subordinate into submission further. Now. No need for violence." Francisco immediately tapped him on the shoulder, stopping the captain's rampage instantly, as the madman just scoffed at being stopped by the only other human being he really respected on that ship. Tisk, ruining my mood. Respect was a strong word though, as Zebek still slapped Francisco's hand away. But at the very least he also listened. Going away to get dressed properly, which only meant grabbing his coat, a black coat with their Jolly Roger embroidered on the backside, and wearing it. He also put on a pair of shoes, but that was about it. I'm sure Captain meant that he wishes to go on the red line, prepared to bring us closer to it. Meanwhile, Francisco spoke to Shiki, who was still on one knee. He then went over to the navigator and extended a hand, trying to help him up. "Don't need it." Shiki instead stood up by himself while scoffing, leaving Francisco hanging as the first mate ended up just retracting his hand and scratching the back of his head. Shiki then went over to the mast and leaned on it, as he prepared to steer the ship. Kureha also sighed, slowly getting back up from her chair and going over to Shiki with a bit of disinfectant and a cold patch. She was rather quick to patch Shiki up. The navigator also didn't resist her in any way, only thanking her in the end. Newgate in the corner just eyed his captain hatefully, only turning his gaze away whenever Zebek seemed to be turning in his direction. Francisco could only sigh at the strained atmosphere on the raft. Alas, it was just the effect that his captain had on people, it couldn't be helped. At the very least, their ship now headed straight for the red line, just as Zebek had ordered. Eventually, they stopped, stepping on land. Well, they first had to scale up the mountain, or at least they would have had to do that if Shiki didn't just float all of them up including the ship, parking it there as they continued their journey on foot, also at Zebek's orders. "So where are we going, Captain?" Everyone was silent, not willing to interact in any way, so it was up to Francisco to try and make some sort of discourse happening. "We're going to visit some old acquaintances." Zebek's words ended there, and Francisco realized that it was useless to try and get more answers out of him. After that, the rest of the journey was mostly in silence, with the crew just looking around the barren red line with bored gazes. At least until it came into view. A city? No, a village. On this part of the red line, Francisco hadn't ever seen it on any map, so he was a bit confused. Same for everyone else in the crew, everyone besides Zebek. "There it is. Let's get going, you worms. We have work to do." Zebek's smile only seemed to widen more, becoming a bit crazed when seeing that village. What is he planning? Francisco and the others couldn't help but ask themselves that. "I guess I'll have to find out, won't I?" The crew saw it clearly, what appeared to be nothing more than a village in the distance, all built around what looked to be the root of a large tree. "I've never heard of something like this before." Shiki sounded profoundly confused as he took out a map and started looking through it. "Don't bother. If this place was recorded on any maps, then it wouldn't exist anymore." Zebek's voice was rough, emotionless almost, as he continued walking closer and closer to the village. Newgate and the others looked at each other with quite a bit of confusion, before continuing and following their captain. "Do you know this place, Francisco?" Kureha asked as she looked at their first mate, who was walking in line with them, tracing the captain's steps. Not personally. No, but I think I've heard of it. Francisco's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant root branch sprouting out of the ground in the middle of that village. Well, tell us, don't go all cryptic on us. Whitebeard scowled a bit as his blonde hair danced in the wind. Correja also nodded, expecting some kind of explanation from their one agreeable superior. I can't say for sure, as I've only briefly heard about this place. Francisco then started speaking, looking ahead to his captain, as if asking for permission to speak. Upon seeing the lack of reaction, as Zebek continued to walk forward, he simply decided to go on. This place might be Captain's hometown. The place where he was born. Francisco rubbed his chin as he remembered the few stories he had heard from Zebek regarding said hometown. So that's what we're doing? Visiting his childhood home? Shiki's scowl deepened as he looked at his captain's back with a bit of hatred in his gaze. What a waste of time. Whitebeard also shook his head. He had joined the Rocks Pirates in a somewhat forced manner, but he still wanted to spend his time on more useful endeavors, like making money. His home was quite poor, so the more he made the more he could send back at the very least. Correja didn't really seem to care as much. She simply narrowed her eyes while looking at the back of her captain, likely plotting some other way of assassinating him using her medicine. Alas, Zebek was completely immune to poison, and even regular medicine, so she was shit out of luck. I doubt this will be a simple home visit if what I've heard from Zebek is real. Francisco gulped a bit as he turned and looked at the rest of the crew. Wait. So Zebek was a Lunarian? Enal asked as one of his earlobes grasped at a sake bottle and brought it closer to him. Yes. He was a Lunarian, born in the tribe we were visiting, Francisco said as he stopped reliving the events of that day for a moment. Enel nodded when hearing that, countless theories bubbling up in his mind, as he realized that the origins of Rox D. Zebek were far from ordinary. I guess him being a Lunarian shouldn't be shocking, but where were his wings? Shiki at the other side of the small table also sighed. The next events are quite fucked up when you put it like that. I did hear some of what happened next. At least the results. Enel frowned a bit as he remembered Sengoku's story regarding that same settlement. Well, the way we got to those results is even worse than you'd think. A forced smile rose to Francisco's lips, as he then continued his tale. We're here. Zebek muttered as he stood a bit closer to the village. It was so close that he could smell it at that point, the smell of civilization in a barren wasteland. What's the plan, Captain? Francisco walked closer to his captain, standing by his side. The swordman's shaped gaze studied the houses in the distance. All of them seemed to be lively, children were playing on the streets, and adults were working on different crafts. It was a calming scene, a tribal society living secluded from the world, self-sufficient and happy. This is disgusting, Zebek said as he scowled deeply. Oi, mustache! The captain turned his head to look at Whitebeard, who just raised an eyebrow in response. Hit that village with everything you've got. I want to see it turn to dust, right now. Zebek showed Newgate a sadistic smile, his words shocking the rest of the crew into silence. What? Isn't this a bit much? Asked Whitebeard as his eyes looked at the families living in that village. Did I ask for an opinion, dipshit? If you don't do it here, then we can go back to your hometown. Zebek smiled as he showed his fangs to his tall subordinate. Whitebeard's eyebrows scrunched up as he frowned and looked at the village in front of him with a conflicted gaze. Francisco also scowled a bit as he looked at his captain. What's on your mind? Newgate really had no choice at that point. Zebek never threw around empty threats, that much he had learned already. Walking forward, he looked at the children playing in the distance with pity in his eyes. Correja behind them simply looked away, not wanting to bear witness to such a thing, while Shiki had his gaze just fixated on his captain's back. A white halo surrounded Newgate's fist, veins popped out all around his arm as he flexed it. I'm sorry. Only Francisco heard Newgate's words at that moment, nothing more than a whimper really. With a roar, Newgate's fist broke the air in front of him, space itself cracked and the world trembled under the power of his devil fruit. And just like that, everything collapsed. The solid dirt of the red line cracked heavily, their houses turning to dust and being blown away by the sheer shockwave from the fruit with the capability to destroy the world. Screams rang out as flames quickly started appearing all around the village, shocking the crew members once more. Whitebeard's eyes widened as well when he noticed it, unsure how such a thing would have happened. Did they have anything capable of starting such a fire in this village? So those old fogies are still alive, huh? Where is he, though? Zebek's smile turned more and more demented by the second, as the Rocks Pirates looked at three figures rising from the rubble, with flames dancing around them. Three old men, all with white hair and long beards, all wearing tribal robes and wielding bone spears. Each had a set of large black wings on their back. It wasn't long before said figures noticed the Rocks Pirates. All of them quickly started flying to intercept them. Francisco's hand immediately appeared on the hilt of his blade, prepared to take it out at a moment's notice. These three. They feel dangerous. They certainly felt like a much greater challenge than anything they could have found in the first half of the Grand Line. Newgate and Shiki seemed to agree, as they had both already taken out their weapons. The fledgling Golden Lion pulled out his 2 blades from his waist, and Newgate took Murakumogiri from his back. Zebek just continued smiling, his eyes shining with energy as he started cracking his knuckles. "What is the meaning of this?" A booming voice was heard, and a 4th figure rose out of the wreckage, an inferno of white flames melting the debris around him. The man was a bit younger than the other 3, having a sharp jawline and rather handsome features, as well as a head of long black hair, coupled with a short beard. His wings were even larger than those of the elders, and he was dressed as a tribal warrior, with a loincloth covering his lower body, and a bare upper body revealing a multitude of tribal tattoos. He was wielding a strange sword, which seemed to be segmented, capable of turning into a whip at a moment's notice. The middle-aged man turned and looked at the Rock's pirates. The hate burning in his eyes was noticeable even from a distance. "You, Zebek." The man's wings flapped immediately, and he had already traveled half of the distance between them in a single leap. White flames engulfed his blade as he rushed forward, but he wasn't the only. His previous crazed smile turned serious, as he rushed and met the middle-aged man in the middle. Zebek clenched his fist and a blue flame engulfed it. The flames formed a claw, as he clashed with the middle-aged man in that instant. The shockwave from their blast pushed the old Lunarian that had been rushing the Rock's pirates back. "Chieftain, you can't fight that demon alone. Let us assist you," one of the elders shouted as he twirled his spear around his wrist, his orange flames dancing in the wind as they completely engulfed his body, forming a strange fiery cloak. "Don't get involved, you 3. Handle his associates. I'll take him on," the chieftain shouted as he continued clashing with Zebek. Flames, as well as dark blue and white lighting, bounced off all around them, as they clashed with both wills and fire. Francisco immediately pulled out his blade and rushed the elder that had cloaked himself in flames, his blade clashing with the elder's spear, causing even more shockwaves around them, and sending the elder flying backwards. The swordsman patted his shoulder, as his clothes burned a little, while the elder simply wiped some blood from his lips. "Zebek, you little rat. You even brought outside demons with you," the elder shouted as his flames seemed to rage even more. Zebek, however, ignored him completely, as he was having a conversation with the chieftain directly. "What, did you think you wouldn't get to see me again?" Zebek's serious expression morphed a bit, as his lips turned upward. "You thought you could just sell me off to the world government and get away with it?" Zebek's enraged voice could be heard throughout the makeshift battlefield. "Tisk. Why couldn't you just die quietly?" the chieftain said as his blade unfolded and slashed at Zebek's torso. Even though the captain had used armament, the blade still cut into his muscles, with blood spraying everywhere. But he ignored it, as his flaming fist barreled forward and into the chieftain's chest, sending him flying backwards as a ball of blue and white flame. "Hey, you wish, you little shit. You thought living under them would be better for us? You were scared of my ideals, weren't you? Well, my time as a slave only strengthened them." Zebek's eyes shined as his blue flames melted the ground all around him, the cut on his chest cauterizing in an instant as well. Francisco scowled a bit when seeing how his captain had gotten injured. The other crewmates behind them were also rather shocked to see that Zebek was indeed capable of bleeding. But they didn't get a lot of time to relax. Francisco's expression turned grim as the elder he had pushed back was quick to bounce back to him. He was clearly the strongest out of the tree, his flames burning the brightest and hottest, though they felt almost like nothing when compared to those of the chieftain and Zebek. Francisco smiled as his blade whizzed as turned completely black. The treasure he wielded was a longer than average saber with a green hilt and a wide and thin guard around the hilt. It was named Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Francisco's Griffin clashed with the elder's bone spear, sending sparks and blowing flames all around them. But the other elders weren't staying quiet. Instead, they rushed over to help their fellow old man. Seeing that, Shiki scowled and jumped into the fray, his flying slashes intercepting one of the elders as he quickly started flying around and touching as much rubble as possible. The other elder pressed forward through, with Shiki being unable to stop him. At that point, Whitebeard clenched his teeth and also joined in, taking on the third elder with a flying shockwave sent from his Murakumogiri. The fight raged on, as Kureha pulled out her mace and went to assist Shiki, who was the weakest of the 3 at the time. She kicked up pieces and rocks, batting them towards the elder fighting the fledgling Golden Lion with deadly accuracy. At that point, it was an all-out brawl. Zebek's fight still raged on, as he chased after the chieftain without even sparing a glance to his crew. So you all just ruined the village at your captain's command? And they were even able to retaliate? Enal asked as he tried to wrap his head around the information he was receiving. Newgate had no way of refusing the captain's orders. Also, they did not just retaliate. This was the first time in my life I've seen Zebek struggle. Just to give you some perspective. The second time I've seen him struggle like that was at God Valley. Francisco broke out of his trance as he answered his current captain directly. Enal's confusion wasn't exactly satiated though. So Zebek was sold off to the world government as a slave. By the chieftain and maybe the elders? Were the Lunarians trying to work together with the world government? There were far too many questions, and it seemed that Francisco could easily see the confusion in his eyes. Alas, he couldn't answer unasked questions, so he just continued giving Enal some information regarding the Lunarians of old. The Lunarians were a strong race. It's no wonder the world government wanted them gone. They felt threatened by it. Even the weakest adult was stronger than regular pirates on the Grand Line. Francisco had a grim smile on his face as he explained more to his current captain. Wait. So where are the rest of the adults in this story then? Enal asked as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, they'll be arriving soon. Shaki scowled as he decided to respond on his friend's behalf. Francisco just sighed and continued his story. Just as Shaki had said, the adults weren't all asleep or sleeping underneath the rubble of their former homes. At the time when Whitebeard's quake rippled through the village, only the weakest were there, children and some of the women to care for them. The elders and chieftains were also present, but the rest were on a hunting trip, one that was cut short by the tremor they all felt. Zebek wasn't worried about them in any way though. Instead, he focused on the man in front of him. Their fight was happening much closer to the village, much closer to the corpses of the children inside of it, all crushed by the shockwave or swallowed up by cracks in the ground. Look around you. This is all your fault, Zebek told the chieftain as his fists bled and clashed with the man's flexible blade. Don't go throwing around blame, you demon. You're the one that refused to bend. Do you think the world is a joke? No one can stand up against the world government. You would have gotten all of us killed? The chieftain shouted as he kicked Zebek's torso, flinging him backwards, only for the chieftain's blade to turn into a razor-bladed whip and drag him back by wrapping around one of his ankles. The chieftain then smashed him into the ground and tried to rip off his leg. Zebek scowled a bit in pain, as his hand grasped at the whip blade. With immense strength, the captain pulled the chieftain closer, the tribal warrior's feet dragging on the ground as he tried to resist. You coward! Zebek's fist lashed out, hitting the man's face, only to be blocked with a forearm. Zebek held the tribal warrior in place with one hand, while the other lashed out and punched him again and again, with blood and fire billowing out of them with every strike. The chieftain's muscles trembled as his bones cracked, each punch dealing irreparable damage to his arm. Still, he held on, his blade cutting more and more into Zebek's legs, while their flames wrestled for control. They plucked my wings out and branded me like a pig. Just because you were too afraid I'd replace you in a few years. Zebek's voice sounded out with rage and distress, as he continued lashing out and turning the chieftain's arm into a paste. The chieftain at that point was forced to let go of his blade and jump backwards, his arm hanging limply by his side and his body filled with slight burns. Meanwhile, Zebek's legs were filled with cuts, one completely cut open all the way to the bone, while the other was slightly burned as well. You fool! The chieftain still scowled, despite his state. He looked around, hoping to see his elders winning and joining him in repelling Zebek. But the sight he was greeted with was something else entirely. Francisco had already cut the elder he had been fighting in two, the elder's flames already long extinguished. Whitebeard's fight was also over, the elder he had been fighting was already underneath his leg, as the ground around them was completely cracked. Shaki had also somehow managed to finish off his opponent, encasing him in a ball of rocks and crushing him alive before burying him in the ground. It was at that point that the chieftain had lost all hope. At least until they appeared. Chieftain! A spear was thrown, forcing Zebek to dodge to the side. Dozens upon dozens of adults appeared in the distance. The hunters were back to the village, and they weren't pleased. The Lunarian hunters hadn't known what to expect after feeling that earthquake rattled the earth. They only knew that they needed to rush back to their tribe to help. Many were concerned for their families and their children. Both men and women looked at the ruins of their village in a petrified state. The first one to act was one of the men. A father that could only see the unmoving arm of his daughter sticking out from underneath the rubble of his house. With anger in his gaze and fire radiating off of him, he threw the first spear, which sped past the village like a bullet, threatening to impale Zebek in an instant, only barely dodged by the pirate captain. The hunters then saw their dead or dying elders on the field. Rage had well and truly set in. Dozens of warriors, winged men and women descended upon the Rock's pirates with unextinguishable fury. Zebek was powerful, so only the strongest hunters tried to encircle him, only to be burned by his blue flames, as they gained a black hue. You mindless ants! You all should wait for your turn to die. Zebek's angry voice shocked them, as some finally recognized him. Whitebeard, Francisco and Shaki had to deal with a few dozen warriors each, with Correja assisting Shaki as much as possible. Zebek's fight with the chieftain continued, and some of the hunters that had been encircling Zebek decided to try and use some ranged attacks. Rox did his best to fight off both the injured chieftain and the stronger hunters, but he still ended up receiving 3 spears in his back, which prompted him to shout. Francisco! You better stop around and get to work. Zebek's angry voice cut through the battlefield, angering some of the hunters further. Francisco just sighed as his blade cut through a few more hunters before he finally took a deep breath and dashed towards the stronger hunters that had been circling around Zebek. He ignored the spears and arrows headed for him. He ignored the raging flames that burned his skin as he danced around the hunters, spilling their blood and guts everywhere with each move that he made. Zebek heaved a tired sigh as he finally got some time to recover his energy thanks to Francisco's rampage. The chieftain still looked at Zebek with pure anger, before his gaze also landed on Francisco and the rest. Shit. They're all too strong. In the background, Whitebeard was also accumulating injuries, but his shockwaves were crushing the hunters around him and rattling the battlefield constantly. It also seemed to help Shiki with his powers, as he was able to float up and control more and more of the battlefield thanks to Newgate. The hunters were quickly losing, and the chieftain knew that he had to kill Zebek quickly. Taking a deep breath, a powerful white flame covered him like a cloak. He seemed to melt the ground around him wherever he stepped, his blade extending and flinging some magma towards Zebek. The chieftain ended up raising an entire wave of magma formed out of the red line with his blade, one that threatened to swallow Zebek up. But the pirate captain seemed undeterred. He instead also covered his body in a cloak of blue fire, his eyes shining as he punched through the wave of magma and propelled himself forward into the chieftain. The chieftain's sword was already cutting into Zebek's torso when he passed through the wave of magma, but he was unable to kill off the pirate captain's momentum. Instead, Zebek's punch impaled the chieftain's chest and brought him to the ground, segmenting the lava and field all around them and sending any nearby hunter flying backwards. The chieftain's sword impaled Zebek through the chest as well, just as his vision started going blurry. In the end, Zebek's flames ended up eating at the chieftain's body, turning it into charcoal almost instantly as the chieftain could only look at Zebek with a fearful gaze. That was the last emotion that the chieftain had felt. Fear. Fear when gazing into the eyes of the injured beast he had been fighting. Fear at the monster he had helped create. After the chieftain's death, the fight didn't last much longer. Zebek was already far too tired and injured to get involved in it, but the hunters were extremely discouraged, allowing Francisco and the rest to take them out much more easily. In the end, the Rock's pirates were injured quite severely during the conflict. Correjo was safe thanks to Shiki floating her up on some rocks when the hunters appeared. For all of his posturing and teasing, Shiki did care quite a bit about their older doctor. Maybe it was a bit of a childhood crush on a more mature woman. Who knew? But Shiki was the reason Correjo was able to survive against the Lunarian tribe. Shiki and the rest however were all littered with life-threatening injuries. Even Francisco had received a few arrows to his back and had narrowly avoided being impaled through the heart. In the end, Zebek still had enough strength to leave his Jolly Roger planted into the ground, using one of the spears that had been planted in his back as a pole. The Jolly Roger stood there as a sign of conquest, and the Rock's pirates left soon after that. Enal sighed a bit when hearing the depressing way that things had ended for the Lunarian tribe. Entire lives were ruined on the whim of a revenge-driven madman. In the end, what did you ever learn about the full situation? Why did Zebek do what he did? Enal ended up asking as he crossed his arms. Both Francisco and Shiki seemed to have grim looks on their faces as they recalled that day. Only Francisco seemed to have the answer though. He only explained the full story later on. But it is my understanding that he was too ambitious for his own good, as he put it. Francisco shrugged a bit as he continued explaining a few things. He wanted to go out and explore the world, and he did just that. However, he was hunted down and almost killed by the world government the second he stepped foot on the Sabodi archipelago. Enal raised an eyebrow at that. How exactly did that tie into the village being at fault though? The chieftain of the village had apparently informed the world government of his whereabouts. I don't know how Zebek managed to learn of that, or how the tribe's location remained a secret to the government. But I know that Zebek was fortunate enough to have a celestial dragon take a liking to him, and turn him into a slave on the spot, which saved him from dying. Enal scowled a bit when hearing that, wondering why the government even bothered granting all of the wishes of the bottom feeders that called themselves world nobles. Alas, it seemed to have saved Zebek's life, though Enal was unsure if he could call that an overly good thing. Shiki just looked to the side and took another sip of his drink, seemingly not interested in the story, as he likely already knew it. He escaped a few years later when he was dragged off with his master to an auction. I was the slave on the stage at that time, shackled and bound. Zebek killed the celestial dragon and freed me along with the other slaves. I was decently strong even then, so he invited me to join his crew. And I did. Francisco smiled a bit as he remembered those times, the few times his former captain had acted decently. And the rest is history, Enal continued as he sighed. This story's always annoying. Out of everyone, you were recruited in the least antagonizing way. Makes me a bit jealous. Shiki scowled as he remembered how he and the rest had to be both beaten down and threatened into joining Zebek's crew. Hey, his recruitment methods were truly not conventional. Francisco just scratched the back of his head and showed the other two a forced smile. Not conventional, Shiki's scowl deepened. No need to defend him. He was actual scum and treated others worse than the dirt he stepped on. It was the main reason so many people banded against him. Shiki's words sounded personal. And who could blame him? His experience all that nice, to say the least. Even then, he had believed that Zebek would be able to accomplish something great at one point. Only for everything to fall apart at God Valley. I can't argue with the truth. He really wasn't a good captain, but he was strong, ambitious. I wanted to trust in his vision as well. But we may have gone overboard in many places. Francisco just sighed as he finally downed his bottle of sake. It's all in the past now, Enel said as he slowly stood up, having heard what he wanted. I won't hold it against either of you. The Lightning Emperor smiled as he turned and looked at the window. So you're off now? Any destination? Francisco smiled a bit as he looked at his new captain's back. Vegapunk. I have quite a few things to sort out there. Enel smiled as he turned his head and gave Francisco and Shiki one last look. That guy? Shiki scoffed before giving Enel one last glance. Watch out around him, he used to work with Buckingham Stussy, a former crewmate of ours. Real weirdo. The Golden Lion scoffed as he remembered that crewmate of theirs. She just had some weird obsession with Whitebeard. Nothing too strange. Francisco simply shrugged, and Enel raised an eyebrow at their conversation. Stussy. Wait a minute. Wasn't she the agent that directed me to Vegapunk? But she's too young to have been a rocks pirate. I guess I'll have to ask Vegapunk more about it. Thanks for the heads up. I'll have to look into a few things with him. Enel waved at the two old pirates and disappeared in a flash of lightning. Instead of reappearing at his home, he reappeared in front of a different house. The sun had already set, so only the dim light of the stars was shining overhead. Maybe emboldened by alcohol mixed with a desire to see someone specifically, but he decided to take the next step as he raised his hands slightly to knock on the door. Enel's fingers gently knocked on the wooden door a few times. He stood there with a small smile on his face. A tired yawn could be heard from the other side before the door opened. The disheveled figure of Robin answered the door, with messy bed hair and tired eyes. The Lightning Emperor was a bit amused to see her like that. He smiled and leaned on the doorframe. Well, weren't you sleeping in rather early? He asked in a cheeky tone as one of his earlobes quickly shot up and prevented Robin from slamming the door in his face. And Robin did try, looking a bit frustrated at the Emperor that rolled up to her door at midnight. After trying a few times and failing, she ended up rubbing the bridge of her nose and opening her mouth. What? It's really late and I'm tired from training. Robin sounded truly exhausted, which made Enel feel a bit worse about interrupting her sleep. Well, I just felt like dropping by, seeing you and all that. Enel scratched the back of his head with an awkward gaze. It was only then that Robin noticed something and her eyes widened. Wait. You have both hands now? She seemed to instantly gain a burst of energy as she got closer to Enel and studied his body for a few seconds, blinking a few times as she tapped his newly regrown arm with a curious gaze. Did Bonnie help you after all? She asked as she finally looked up to the much taller Enel, her eyes shining a bit underneath the dim light of the stars. Yep. Sengoku is also on the island now. How have you been? Enel smiled a bit as he answered her question in kind. Robin looked into the Emperor's eyes for a few seconds before simply sighing. Well, since you're here you might as well come in. We can talk more inside, maybe over a cup of tea. Enel just smiled and walked in. The two of them ended up speaking for a good portion of the night, with Enel falling asleep at some point, and Robin covering him with a bedsheet before going back to bed herself. It's been a while since I've woken up like this. Well, sleeping on a chair isn't unusual for me. Sleeping on a bed for once would have been quite shocking, but I am not at my house. Robin seems to still be asleep. It's my fault for keeping her up all night really. Well, I don't regret it, getting to spend more time with her that is. I can barely wait to train her personally once more. I guess I just find her interesting. Despite her tragic past, she is able to put it all behind her and push forward with a determination few people would have. I will make sure that she is strong enough when she eventually rejoins the Straw Hat. I will make her strong enough to offset any developmental issues that might occur due to the missing Doflamingo. Luffy should also be training with Rayleigh and Ace currently. At least that's what Whitebeard seemed to think. It's unlikely that the two brothers would be separated during these 2 years. Ace is also likely too ashamed to show his face to Whitebeard and the rest. Plenty of people died to save him after all. Well, he'll get over it. Even then it's not any of my business. I am not exactly a friend of Ace, nor do I really know him. For now, I need to focus on finally helping Kuma for good. Bonnie is already part of our crew, but I don't like to half-ass things. I must use my whole ass. Hey, I've always been against vulgar jokes like that, but I guess my perspective on politeness and language, in general, has changed the past few months. Well, I better get going. I don't feel like waking up Robin for this. It might also turn out to be a rather short journey depending on how Vegapunk can actually help me. There's also the matter with Stussy, and Buckingham Stussy, the government agent and former rocks pirate. Whether or not they're the same person, Vegapunk of all people should be able to give me a few answers. Pause narration. Enel rose from his seat, slowly and silently. He looked at Robin one last time before smiling and folding up the blanket that had been shared with him and placing it on the table. He then silently picked up his staff and walked out of the door, disappearing in a flash of lighting as soon as he stepped out the door. His destination was clear. He first went and took a shower, and grabbed a new pair of deep blue suit pants, a black t-shirt and his white furred coat. He tapped the tips of his black shoes on the ground one at a time, before turning and looking at the log pose that Stussy had given him. With a sigh, he swept his blonde hair backwards and turned his staff into a pair of gauntlets. Time for a friendly visit. Huh? Hope the world government doesn't have that many agents there. Enel then vanished once more, this time following the directions of the log pose. He flashed through the skies at inconceivable speeds, stopping occasionally and glancing over at the special compass. It took only a few minutes for him to find the island. It wasn't exactly hard to spot. And just by looking at it, Enel could tell that the island was far ahead of the rest of the world when it came to technology. It was actually insane to even look at. Everything about it felt otherworld. Even to the man that had built flying ships, gigantic island transporting methods and technically helped turn someone into a cyborg, or half-cyborg. In the first place, the world of One Piece had always given off the feeling that it was a bit behind the Earth that Enel, Alexander had originally hailed from. It did surpass Earth in many ways, just from the things that Frankie had been shown to build, as well as the pacifistas. But Egghead Island was on a completely different level. The island seemed to be made out of different zones. The first zone seemed to be flourishing, filled with researchers and experiments. It also appeared to be some sort of industrial zone. There were robots all over that island. Enel was able to see animals flying through the skies, each one of them being robots on the same level of complexity as pacifistas. Then there was the giant island that sat on what looked like an island cloud, something that Enel was quite familiar with. That island seemed to be even more impressive than the industrial zone, though its design was a bit odd, looking like a cracked egg, hovering in midair permanently. Enel was able to read the words, "Punk Records," on the inside of the upper eggshell. The Emperor was unable to surmise what materials went into making said eggshell, but they appeared to be quite sturdy. The most surprising part was the utter lack of government agents on the island. I guess they no longer have that many agents to spare. Although, it did feel a bit strange for the world government to leave such an important place undefended. Now then, where would I be if I were Vegapunk? Unfortunately, Enel was about to find out that Vegapunk's island was far from undefended. Gigantic tentacles rose out of the water and pointed their tips at the flying emperor, which caused Enel to quickly take notice of them. He had felt them previously thanks to his radar but didn't pay them much mind. Now he could see the tentacles unfold like metallic flowers, revealing what Enel assumed were gun barrels. In that instant, with the help of a bit of premonition, Enel turned into a flash of light and danced around a few lasers that threatened to burn holes all over his body. Enel felt that they were similar to those of the pacifistas, so they weren't quite as dangerous to him, but he dodged them nonetheless. A rather heated greeting. More and more beings rose out of the waters, struggling to reach the Emperor, who could now sense panic descending on the island. He felt the researchers entering shelters while the metallic sea creatures below all started shooting lasers and flying discs at him. He continued doing the round, sometimes intercepting the lasers with his own lightning bolts. He wanted to avoid destroying the robots if possible. After all, he was no enemy of Vegapunk, at least he didn't want to be an enemy. Dragon had already informed Enel that the mad scientist was in contact with the revolutionaries, an ally, so to speak. But that only made the fact that the robots were attacking him even more confusing. It should already be well known that I am in cahoots with the revolutionaries. So why would Vegapunk target me? Is it to keep up appearances for the world government? If yes, then how exactly do I even approach this island? Enel was well and truly stumped. At least until he finally felt a figure waving at him from the island. It was a masked man, dressed in rather futuristic clothing. When seeing that, Enel decided to focus on him for a few seconds, only to receive a message said as more of a hushed whisper. I am Vegapunk. Run away, then come back near the Punk Records by descending from the clouds. Enel simply nodded, before disappearing in a flash of light. He then waited around an hour or half an hour for the situation to calm down completely. It seemed odd that Vegapunk knew of his ability to hear over such distances. I don't think I even informed Dragon of this application of my fruit. Enel sat on a cloud for a while, before doing as instructed and descending towards the Punk Records as quickly as he could. There were no closed doors in the facility, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Electricity in the entire laboratory seemed to have gone out, including generators, which meant no cameras and no prying eyes. And inside the gigantic laboratory, Enel was able to field two men awaiting him in a side office. He strolled in confidently, looking around with a curious gaze. There were far too many interesting things to be found on Vegapunk's island. It was truly impossible for Enel to focus on everything at once. One of the men Enel recognized. The masked man that had advised him to flee and return. From closer, he could tell apart a few more details though. The man wasn't exactly wearing a mask, it was in actuality a futurist NG the number 01 over the face. He wore a very long dark coat with light-colored patterns. The jacket has the words, Vegapunk 01, written at the bottom and Caution, written on the left sleeve. He also wore a pair of very large boots that ran all the way up to where his jacket ended, leaving little to no skin exposed. The other person inside the room however was different. Enel was looking at a relatively tall elderly man, a bit taller than Enel, who was currently 2.7 meters. Despite his gigantic build, his limbs were relatively slender. He also had a remarkably long tongue which seemed to hang out. He seemed to be mostly bald on top, but with spiky white hair on the sides, as well as a thick mustache. He wore rather casual clothing, a polka dot shirt, dark pants, and shoes. However, he had a noticeably elongated but neatly sliced head and has a shaft driven in to support a structure resembling the top of an apple core and its leaf. Enel blinked a few times as he realized that the man in front of him simply didn't have a brain. How? Well, this island is a lot more advanced than I thought. I guess everything is possible. The man's large eyes seemed to be studying Enel without even a hint of fear. It was only then that Enel started seeing some resemblance between the man in front of him and Einstein, who really needed no introduction, though the resemblance was faint. Sky King Enel. One of the 5 emperors. The one that tipped the scales and ruined the balance of the world in a short few months. The masked man was the first one to speak. Dr. Vegapunk. A pleasure to finally meet you. I've been hearing a lot about you. Enel narrowed his eyes and smiled at the masked man, before turning to the other man with an odd gaze. And you must be? The man then smiled widely. I am Vegapunk, the old man continued smiling even as Enel looked at the two of them with confusion. We are both Vegapunk, I am one of the 6 feet satellites. We all share one brain. You may call me Shaka. The masked man bowed slightly, showcasing polite mannerisms one would hardly expect out of a mad scientist. 6 satellites? So Vegapunk is actually 6 people? And you must be. Enel then turned his head to the Vegapunk with the missing brain. I am the main body, the 6 satellites call me Stella, but you can just call me Vegapunk. The old man nodded and slowly gestured for Enel to take a seat. The emperor nodded and finally sat down. So there are actually 7 people sharing one brain, the main body included. So, how may we assist you? We, unfortunately, don't have a lot of time, as the government will definitely notice the outage soon. Shaka spoke out as he crossed his arms and looked at Enel through his helmet. I'll cut things short then. I'm here on 2 different matters. First off, and most importantly, do you know any way to assist Bartholomew Kuma? Enel decided to start off with that matter, as it was truly the most pressing issue. Vegapunk's eyes immediately widened, they seemed to be filled with both regret and shame. Kuma. He was resolute till the end. I failed him greatly as well. Vegapunk shook his head as he spoke, Shaka also sighing a bit. Enel just raised an eyebrow at that, unsure of the man's story with Kuma. I had promised him that I'd allow him to protect Strafot's ship for 2 years as a pacifista, but I was unable to uphold that promise. The scientist sighed in regret as he spoke, and Enel blinked a few times, having forgotten what had happened to the Thousand Sunny while the crew was away training. Alas, the world government can no longer be reasoned with. He was immediately turned into a slave to protect the Holy Land. Though knowing the celestial dragons he was most likely just a toy to them. Vegapunk shook his head and Enel looked a bit to the side. Yet another thing I've influenced with my presence. It can't really be helped at this point. I'll just leave this one up to fate. I doubt Rayleigh would let anything happen to that ship anyway. Unfortunately we are unable to reverse what has been done. He is the first human weapon, maybe with enough time I could attempt it, but I don't think I'd be able to do so under the world government's watch. Shaka spoke out this time, sharing his perspective as well, while also deciding to be the one to give Enel the bad news. Well, we do have a way to undo what has been done to him. In fact, we already have. He is no longer a pacifista. Enel crossed his gauntleted arms as he looked at both versions of Vegapunk. Both Shaka and Vegapunk seemed to be staring at Enel with wide eyes at that time. After all, how could such a thing be possible? It would warrant a genius just as great as Vegapunk's in a laboratory just as well equipped, which was impossible to find in the world. We used the powers of the time fruit, Jewelry Bonnie, Kuma's aunt, was able to reverse his body to a state before any cybernetic modifications were done to it. Enel nodded and decided to just tell them the truth, as there was no reason to lie to an ally. And Vegapunk's eyes seemed to become saucers, as the possibilities of that fruit seemed to be racing through his mind. Interesting. I did hear of that fruit before, but I thought the person using it had long since gone into hiding after escaping the world government in the past, and to think they're related to Kuma. Vegapunk seemed to truly be overwhelmed for once, but it didn't last long as the old man shook his head. His mind seemed to immediately want to know more. So, if he's reversed to a previous position in time, how exactly can I help? Well, his body has reversed. At first, he was in a sort of coma, but after waking up he was completely unresponsive. It's as if the lights are on, but there's nobody at home. Enel was quick to give a description of the situation, as detailed as he could. Vegapunk nodded along, his long tongue bobbing up and down as he stroked his chin a bit. It only took a few seconds in real time for the greatest mind in the world to reach a conclusion. Memories. The main body of the doctor said as Shaka also nodded. Before completing the transformation, I convinced Kuma to try something out. I wanted something to be left behind from him, even if he was to become a husk. Before the final operation, he finally managed to do it. He used his devil fruit to expel his memories and life's experiences out of his body. His devil fruit can do that? Enel asked as he blinked a few times and tried to remember how the paw fruit appeared to work in the series. It wasn't long before he remembered a rather iconic scene, when Kuma took out all of the pain and stress from Luffy's unconscious body. He remembered Zoro being able to absorb it, having to go through a lot of pain in order to spare his captain's life. It's likely similar to that, but to think the paw fruit can even extract memories. Wait, memories are stored in the soul as well, right? Hey, I guess this does explain why Bonnie wasn't able to heal him completely. Kuma hadn't just expelled his memories, he had inadvertently pushed out a part of his soul, the part that was most important, which contained all of his memories. Since Bonnie's devil fruit wasn't able to affect souls, she was only able to heal his body, but his soul remained fragmented in a sense. Things become quite straightforward from here then. I'm assuming you are keeping the memories bubble safe in this laboratory, right? Enel asked as he slowly stood up. Yes, but transporting it would require a rather large container. I can provide that, but do you have any way to transport such a thing? And with extreme care, by the way. Vegapunk was ecstatic to hear that Kuma could have a chance at life again. He had worried that he killed him before, but now hope reignited in the old doctor. I can turn my gauntlets in a large flying ship, large enough to transport hundreds of people, so it should be large enough to envelop and transport any cargo. Deed as he crossed his arms. In that case, we'll quickly make preparations for the memories to be transported safely. We, unfortunately, don't have much time left, so we need to get everything done in a hurry. Shaka quickly got to work, walking off and leaving the main body with Enel, who sighed as he now had some assurance that Kuma would get healed properly. Now, I hope they have enough time to talk about the other thing. While Shaka is handling that, I do have a few questions for you, Enel said as he clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Well, I guess we do still have a few minutes, Vegapunk said as he rubbed his mustache for a few seconds. It's in relation to the person called Stussy. I believe she was the queen of the pleasure district a while back. A government agent. Whatever. Vegapunk seemed to raise an eyebrow, looking a bit confused. She was the one to direct me to you. I also couldn't help but hear about yet another Stussy that used to work with you, a former member of the Rocks crew. Enel quickly got to the point, wanting to at least get some answers before having to fly away. So she sent you here? I guess she didn't get around to telling me. Not that contact between us is all that convenient. Vegapunk slowly shook his head before looking Enel in the eye. Enel just raised an eyebrow when hearing that. So is this Stussy also an ally? Stussy, the government agent currently supervising Warlord Buggy, is an ally of mine. Vegapunk nodded as if he had heard Enel's thoughts. To be more exact, the Stussy you spoke to is the clone of Buckingham Stussy, the member of the former Rocks Pirates. So she's a clone you created? Vegapunk's answers only seemed to raise more questions for the Lightning Emperor. Well, I wasn't alone. She was created by the Mads, and is the first successful clone ever created. The main body of Vegapunk didn't seem to want to hold out on any details. He explained in rather quick terms that Stussy, masquerading as a government agent, was the masterpiece of the Mads, and that it had helped them perfect their research into cloning. Buckingham Stussy herself was interested in cloning technology for her own reasons, though, unfortunately, Vegapunk didn't know what her reasons were. But he was able to confirm that Stussy was indeed obsessed with Whitebeard, even raising an eyebrow when hearing Enel mention that. Obsessed would be putting it lightly. She was beyond insane when it came to that man, and he barely paid her any attention. Vegapunk chuckled a bit when remembering that. That's a bit odd. Whitebeard was always searching for a family, wouldn't he be interested in starting his own? Enel also smiled a bit as he spoke out, remembering the dream of Edward Newgate, a dream that had nothing to do at all with piracy. It was the simple dream of a man with a rocky start and a big heart. And he had already achieved it, creating a large family, possibly the largest in the world, yet filled with love and care. I don't know much about Whitebeard personally, but I do know that he never considered any of the former Rocks members people he wanted near his crew, which he views as his family. I'm sure there were exceptions, but Stussy was not one of them. Vegapunk rubbed his chin as he tried to search his memory for any other details he may have missed out. Alas, there wasn't much else he could add, as he hadn't seen Stussy in decades. That's about all I can tell you really. Regarding Whitebeard and Stussy, you may want to ask them about it personally. And in regards to cloning, I know that Vinsmoke has used cloning technology further in creating an army. I don't know much about the whereabouts of the other members of the Mads. Vegapunk ended up sighing as he finished talking about that subject. That's fine. Still find it difficult to understand how you managed to make Stussy's clone into an agent. Wouldn't she be well known if she was part of the Rocks Pirates? Enel still seemed to have quite a few questions for the old man. You'd be surprised just how many former members of the Rocks are still going around in the world. It was a rather large crew if you count the number of pirates that Zebek had subjugated. It was a grand fleet, unmatched at the time. Vegapunk simply shook his head. It was impossible for the government to keep track of all of the members of the Rocks Pirates. They only remembered the ones that had fought alongside Zebek, or the strongest members of the crew. People that didn't participate in fighting often were simply forgotten after their records were erased from history. The government didn't even put that much of an emphasis on them, as they failed to perceive them as threats. The more Enel thought about it, the more it made sense. It was yet another example of their negligence. Just like how they had failed to kill Francisco and had forgotten him in the depths of Impel Down, or how they had failed to kill many of the people trapped in the lowest levels of Impel Down. I guess Kureha and Stussy being able to live normally shouldn't be all that surprising when you put it like that. I understand, so you're saying some people slid through the cracks. I appreciate the information. I'll also have to look into it at some point. Enel then slowly stood up, as he felt Shaka already finishing up packaging the container that held Kuma's memories. Vegapunk's main body just nodded before Enel turned around and started leaving towards the container. Before he left, he stopped and looked back, tilting his head slightly as he did so. One last question. The Emperor's voice sounded calm, but also curious. Have you also been researching cloning? I can sense a few interesting things on this island. Vegapunk narrowed his eyes and looked at the Emperor with a calm smile on his lips. Of course. My main project right now is related to cloning. I'm sure you will find it intriguing as well. The scientist chuckled a bit as he didn't bother to hold any details back. Enel didn't know much about what Vegapunk was researching. He thought the mad scientist would still be perfecting the pacifistas at that stage, but it seemed like he had other plans. He sensed many different things on Eggshell Island. He could feel many containers with many embryos in them. If I were to wager a guess, he's cloning powerful people. I guess I'll just have to wait and see what exactly he has in mind. Knowing he is not loyal to the world government already gives me enough assurance. Got it. I'll be looking forward to it. Enel nodded before turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing from the room. Enel's next interaction with Shaka was not that long either. It was just the satellite informing him of how to transport the container safely, and giving him some information on how Kuma's fruit worked. Shaka did make sure to give Enel a piece of advice or warning. Keep in mind, Kuma right now is a shell of his former self. You will force his memories back into him, and with that, you will also force all of his pain and hardship back into him. It will be like torture for him to relieve all of the hardship and pain he had gone through all in one moment. Enel scowled a bit when hearing that. So it's not going to be that simple, huh? But, Shaka continued, turning and looking up at Enel's face. Kuma is strong. If there's anyone out there strong enough to overcome this, then it is him. I hope to hear only good things from you. Enel ended up just nodding and leaving quickly, turning his ship into a large warship, and carrying the container within layers of aluminum and the other materials that had been molded into his staff. His ship flew quickly, leaving the range of Eggshell Island just as the lights and mechanisms on the island seemed to start working once more. The world government will definitely have their suspicions about this meeting, especially since I approached the island carelessly at first. But there's not much they can do. Vegapunk is far too valuable for them to discard anyway. The Emperor ended up just shaking his head and looking at the horizon. Another journey, huh? At least I got to sleep a bit before starting it. And just like that, Enel had started his journey back to the Sky Islands, flying far above the clouds. While he flew, not that far from him, someone else was having a bit of trouble. Kaido, the lad, just arrived back to Wano, sporting a new set of scars that seemed to scare his subordinates. He was mad both at himself and at how things had developed. Kaido at some points thought that only the likes of Joy Boy would be able to kill him, but now the world had shifted. Things had changed. But there was no time for contemplation and complaints. Kaido was now faced with a rather existential crisis. A war is nigh. It doesn't seem to be an equal war. I just can't wrap my mind around the world government contending with the army that Enel has gathered already. It honestly makes the Rocks pirates of old look like an insignificant threat. Kaido knew that he only had so many choices left. He could either choose to join a side of the war. The only viable side for him to choose would be Enel's, but he didn't want that. Thankfully, there was the option of creating his own side, a third party that could join the war later and reap the benefits. And he knew just the people to ask. Well, he had plenty of options to choose from, but he decided to take a rather interesting approach. King, Queen. The Emperor called out to his two most trusted men, the only two living members of the 3 stars. The two men bowed slightly as they entered the room, showing their respect for the presence of the emperor that had reduced them from the Sky Islands. I want the two of you to contact several people, including red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard and Big Mom. It is time we unified the new world. The two men bowed once more. Of course, Lord Kaido, we will see to it right away. It's about time someone else shakes up the scenery. If the other emperors come together, then we will be able to subjugate all of the other pirates in the new world quickly. Kaido quickly planned out his journey, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that there was a high chance the other emperors already had their own plans. He also knew that Whitebeard was likely already working with Enal, and he also had his suspicions about Big Mom, but he had to take his chances. Worst case scenario. I will have to personally sail the seas and unite the pirates of the new world under my mantle. If I can't get the other emperors to join me, then I'll at least make sure they won't oppose me. The Dragon Emperor cackled madly as he picked up a barrel of sake and started ordering his men to look into different pirate crews and organizations. The sooner I start the better. I won't be the one left in the dust in this race. Even if I die. I'd much rather die gloriously in the war, fighting for myself and no one else. It's hard to explain just how eventful the past few months have been. Went from randomly wandering the world after taking away my sight, to being recruited in the Navy. I thought that maybe joining the side of justice would allow me to repent for my sins. Becoming an admiral right away was a bit unusual, but it's not like there was no precedent for it. The world itself being in a dire state certainly helped. The government's actions were quite weird, however. Even at the time, I had hoped to join them in order to stop their egregious actions against protests from the inside, but that didn't really go anywhere. I guess it was a bit foolish of me to expect the government that massacred so many to listen to my words, no matter the position of power that I occupied. Alas, one can't exactly expect foresight from a blind man, right? The main issue was that we had no influence, but that could be fixed. The Marines just needed to prove themselves once more, and get the situation back to the norm. We could do it. Akainu also seemed confident that we could turn things around. We just needed to win a few battles. I was not expecting my very first mission to be my last. It was my first time fighting an emperor, and I must say, it was a lot different from what I expected. Enal is a fighter that mainly relies on his devil fruit from what I was able to sense, much like myself. His observation haki also advanced to the point where he managed to fight all of us while gaining very few injuries. However, throughout the fight, I couldn't help but get the feeling that he was not being serious, purposefully avoiding seriously injuring the Marines. That was my first hint that his relationship with the Marines was a bit more complex than outright hatred, although Sengoku still seemed a bit mad at Enal. The Sky King's devil fruit's powers are, at the end of the day, extremely lethal. Any one of his attacks could kill, and his speed could also only be matched by Kizaru, who was almost taken out of the fight right at the beginning. Regardless, what happened. We somehow managed to trap him at the time, only for the government to destroy Baltigo. So I went from vagrant to Marine Admiral to Revolutionary Army member in the span of a week. And from the Revolutionary Army to find out I am technically working for, or with, the Sky King that I was fighting before. We haven't exchanged all that many words, but even without eyes, I can see that we are all gathered in this place because of him. He is the glue holding everything together: Sky people, pirates, revolutionaries, Marines, even old legends that I didn't think I'd ever get to be in proximity of. An alliance so bizarre that it was likely far beyond the expectations of the government. Enal does seem to have some talent, gathering this many powerful people in one place. Be it sheer luck, charisma or cunning, he has achieved more than any other. But would this be enough to actually stop the world government's tyranny? I sure hope so. It's times like this that I wish I hadn't taken away my own sight. To see this gigantic army grow with my own two eyes, and to watch the leader they all gathered under. But my sight was taken for a reason. My sins were great. But maybe it's here that I can actually repent. It's on this side that I can actually make a change. Whatever happens in this upcoming war, I'll make sure that the one holding all of us together survives. Since it's because of him that I am given a chance at redemption, then I will gladly lay down my life for him. I just hope it will be enough. For now, only time can tell. _, narration _ the destroyed Holy Land was swiftly reconstructed. The dwindled forces of the world government getting to work, now low on slave labor, but still having some agents to throw at the project. The site was to be rebuilt, but the celestial dragons needed to remain in hiding, as the elders knew they couldn't afford to allow them to run wild and die. They were at the point where simply going on the streets would be dangerous, especially since the protests hadn't been exactly quelled. The more the elders thought it through, the more they realized just how much of the world they'd have to reform. History itself would have to be rewritten, but it wasn't like they hadn't done it before. They already had experience. Even now, they stood in the middle of a room, all 5 of the elders, alongside a few other characters. One of them was a bandaged-up Kong. Both of his arms were in slings, and he had certainly seen better days. The bitter look in his eyes hadn't subsided ever since he had woken up. Alas, no one could really blame him. Facing both Francisco and Shiki was not something anyone would normally be able to do. Aramaki was certainly nowhere near as capable, but he had survived as well, and he was present. His torso was completely covered up in bandages, and his entire body was healing much faster than that of normal humans, but even then he had almost died. The Wooden Fleet Admiral knew that he only had himself to blame. He had greatly underestimated Shiki, and had lost miserably. He was now also present in the meeting, with the elders discussing their failure openly. Not only were the slaves freed, but we've also lost plenty of men in that mess. Saint Ogata, the blind swordsman, spoke out as he recounted the events of that day. Kuma being freed is a bit concerning as well. Saint Noda, the most influential elder, was quick to point that out as well. He was the prototype for the pacifistas. It's regrettable, but I doubt they'll be able to do much with him. Saint Ogata shrugged as he tapped his fingers on the tip of his hilt. I'd say the most concerning thing here is the force that is obviously rearing its head over the horizon. Calm spoke out as he looked down thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes as the elders turned to look at him. Francisco, Shiki, the revolutionaries. Who knows how many others are working together currently? And it all seems to tie together to one person. Kong scowled as he spoke, turning his head to the side before looking back at the elders. Emperor Enal. Saint Hirano, the shortest one, said as he audibly hissed for a second. His words were containing enough hate to kill a man. He's been a thorn in our side ever since he reared his ugly head. Saint Ogata also seemed just as angry. A variable that not even Lord I Am was able to foresee, Saint Noda muttered as he closed his eyes and nodded in a sagely manner. Calling him a mere variable at this point is no longer enough. Kong scowled as he spoke out, making the elders nod in agreement. Kong was one of the few people that could openly talk to them, being the one exactly under them. You are completely right, he is clearly more than that. A man who single-handedly did more against us than anybody else ever since the Void Century. A true enemy. The only other possible contender for that title in recent history was Rox D. Zebek. Everything somehow seems to begin and end with him. He somehow even emboldened Morgans to release the dirt he had on us. Saint Noda nodded as he opened his eyes and looked at Kong with a calm gaze. Kong looked to the side and sighed. His power is even more concerning than what Zebek had gathered. Even the slaves they freed can form a fighting force since plenty of them were battle slaves. Inconsequential at best. I can end them all in one slice. Saint Ogata just scoffed at the notion as he slightly adjusted his round glasses. The other elders seemed to agree with him. They weren't exactly concerned about a few runaway slaves. The authority of the government couldn't be undermined more than it already was, so they hadn't lost much in that department either. Maybe, but it's still concerning. Why weren't we allowed to use any of the ancient weapons? Kong still seemed dissatisfied. Well, the Pluton cannons were all moved to act as extra insurance and protect the world nobles. Francisco of W what they are and how to avoid them so they wouldn't have made much of a difference. Saint Noda simply shook his head as he spoke out, calmly explaining their reasoning. And the recording of Poseidon is not something we can use casually. Not that it would have been too useful against the two men that attacked us. Mere sea monsters wouldn't have been able to do more than paint the seas around the Holy Land red in their own blood. By the time something more responded, everything would have been over anyway. His younger brother, Saint Sonobe, was the one to continue, talking a bit more about the other weapon in their hands. Kong just sighed, as he couldn't exactly argue with the elders, though he still felt there was more they could have done. All will be well in the end. Our Lord is already slowly regaining his vision. The future is becoming clearer and clearer. Soon he may give us a prediction once more. One to include this, variable, turned enemy, that spawned on the world seemingly out of nowhere. Saint Noda simply closed his eyes once more. The trust and confidence of the elders seemed to be unshakable. It seemed to somewhat inspire Aramaki, who had been merely listening patiently up to that point. Kong wasn't quite as hopeful. Some prediction. If it's as good as the last one, then we're well and truly doomed. A war was predicted to come regardless of that outsider's interference, so we already are prepared for it, Saint Ogata said as his bald head shined in the light. Vegapunk's research is crucial to our preparation, yet it is still debatable whether or not he can truly be trusted. Saint Masutani, the youngest among them, said as he rubbed his short blonde beard thoughtfully. We shall prepare for all eventualities. The most recent reports say that the Sky King tried to pay a visit to the Mad Doctor. Saint Ogata said as he scowled a bit. They are currently in a blackout. It's either the result of that attack, which was routed from my understanding, or it's Vegapunk trying something behind our backs. Saint Noda's calm expression seemed to also morph into a scowl when speaking about that. Vegapunk was someone they were keeping up to date with constantly. He was an extremely important person to the world government at the end of the day. We still have plenty of leverage over him. For now, he'll do as told, build the seraphims. We must get rid of him as soon as possible after they're built. Saint Noda continued speaking, the other people in the room seemingly nodding in agreement, even Aramaki. The fleet admiral was already brought up to speed on Vegapunk's situation, and he knew that it was a rather fickle agreement between him and the world government. For now, this is a waiting game. Unless Enel decides to speed things up a bit, which is unlikely in my opinion. Saint Ogata said as he slowly took off his glasses and started cleaning them with a cloth. He's already shown he's more than willing to openly attack us. Saint Masutane spoke out, reminding everyone of the possibility that the Emperor would attack them any day. Yet, he didn't come to the Holy Land himself. Saint Noda spoke out as he smirked slightly. He didn't bring his army, he didn't actually attack us at all. He was seemingly after the slaves. We can tell he's a cautious person already since none of our attempts to bait him has worked in the past. Our Lord's display on Baltigo is likely enough to make him hesitate to attack us anytime soon. Saint Noda was quick to dissect the situation and come to the conclusion that the attack wasn't going to happen soon, but there were still plenty of doubts in the room. In the end, Noda just sighed and shook his head. Let's just wait till our Lord reaches out to us with a revised premonition. All should become clear at that time. In the end, that was the conclusion the elders managed to reach in that conversation. Kong remained the only person still skeptical in the room. Maybe I should have left with Z and Suru. Or at least tried harder to convince them to stay. The old man just shook his head at that thought. It was already too late anyway. He had picked his side. Enel swiftly prepared for an uneventful journey back home. He didn't have anything against spending his time in such a way. He used the first week of the journey for training, both physical and hockey training. He was unsure what to do in order to awaken his devil fruit, but he was unsure of any other ways he could develop his devil fruit ability, mastery. He already could perfectly control both lightning and electromagnetic waves. He also had plenty of experience with metallurgy at that point. He didn't know in what other direction he could take his fruit, and he didn't know when exactly it would awaken. One thing was for sure though. I need to at least awaken my fruit before the war happens. Enel's earlobes swayed in the wind as his large boat swerved through the clouds. He took as many notes as he could while he felt the breeze on his skin, keeping a journal of his training as he tried his best to think of more methods to make things more difficult. After all, his physical strength had fallen behind. He was not even in the top 10 in his crew, army. And that was simply unacceptable. I might have to ask Garp to make me a personalized regime. As painful as it was going to be, he needed to learn from the best. Garp was the very pinnacle of physical strength at the end of the day. He could tussle with mythical zones users like Kaido and Kong while only relying on his body, with no tricks involved. Maybe he was a genetic freak to an extent. It was certainly a possibility. But Enel still hoped the former marine hero held some sort of valuable knowledge in that old brain of his. As the Emperor finished documenting his training and lack of progress while testing different exercises, he stopped, as a sound made him shut his book instantly. It wasn't near him, not enough to be audible for normal people. But Enel spread out his observation haki regularly while traveling, to ensure that no one was tracking him. Now was one of those moments. He could feel a part of an island within his range, an island he somewhat recognized. It was from that island that he felt the sound of a revolt, the angry shouts of men, the fire of muskets and the cries of civilians. What the hell? Enel just raised an eyebrow and decided to make a detour. It wasn't that far off from his charted course anyway. The desert island of Alabasta. After a few minutes, Enel could see it in the distance, as his boat sped forwards. The sandy dunes and the barren lands. It was not exactly a rich island. Agriculture was difficult on such a barren island, so it likely mostly relied on exports for its necessities. Enel was unsure how the situation had spiraled out of control in such a way, but it seemed that the people of Alabasta were revolting. The Lighting Emperor sighed as he remembered that such a scene was likely normal in most kingdoms in the world government's jurisdiction. The revolts only ended in a few places, where people were dependent on the world government for protection against pirates. But I thought the people of Alabasta were getting along with the royal family. Was the news of Ohara's history really enough to make them hate the royal family? Enel then decided to focus on the castle for a few seconds, electromagnetic waves bending all around the castle as he quickly spotted the royal family, both Vivi and her father Cobra. Enel blinked a few times as he realized that they were both chained up in the dungeon of the castle. What the hell happened here? The Emperor sat on a cloud as he gazed at the situation with a wary gaze. It wasn't long before he pieced everything together, the appearance of a man making everything fall into place. Crocodile. Enel scowled when he sensed the man. The same black hair licked backwards, the same scars stretching across his face. The last time I saw him was during the war at Marineford. I didn't pay him much attention at the time. Dressed in his usual suit, wearing a furry black coat draped around his shoulders and smoking a large cigar while gazing at the struggling peasants with a cold gaze. The most noticeable thing about him was still definitely the large golden hook that he had instead of a hand. But why is he here? Enel knew a bit about Crocodile and his plans from his memories. He remembered that Crocodile had tried to take over the kingdom of Alabasta originally, and was stopped, somehow, by Luffy. It was true that there was nothing stopping him from returning to Alabasta after Marineford, But what did he have to gain from it? Originally, wasn't he after the poneglyph that the royal family guarded? Is there anything else on this island that caught his eye? Whatever it was, Enel knew that letting Crocodile to his own devices was unlikely to be a good thing. Maybe I can dissuade him with my presence. Make him retreat from this island by turning it into my territory? I did want to turn him into an ally, but if he's this scummy then that could prove difficult. I also want to know, what exactly does he plan to achieve in this place? Enel blinked a few times, as he felt a few people enter the cell of Vivi and Cobra, and forcefully drag them out. I should at least make sure they survive. The Emperor sighed before quickly taking his boat and parking it somewhere in the middle of the desert, making sure to keep an eye on it before turning into lighting and speeding towards the former warlord. Paw of Crocodile and here I thought that taking over Alabasta forcefully would be easier the second time. In all fairness, I won't be here long, but I had a few loose ends to tie up here. Killing the Nefertari royal family is one of them. The world government has no means to defend them, so I'll soon bring them out and execute them in front of the protesters. Honestly, being in this part of the Grand Line feels a bit beneath me. Sure, I did lose to a rookie, but that doesn't count. I was in no way prepared to meet him. Dragon sure did a bang-up job at fatherhood. The kid grew up strong. I still had my plans though, and I tried my best to make him give up, doing everything besides just killing him once and for all. Alas, I guess he was determined. Too bad he's not here to defend his little blue-haired friend. I'm sure he'll hate me for what I'm about to do, but I don't care at this point. Honestly, the only reason I've kept the Nefertaris alive till now was for this moment, for the people of Alabasta to gather up at the gates of the castle in protest. Former loyalists of Baroque works are still willing to act as my soldiers, so they can at least defend the walls while I behead the royal family. Not that a group of civilians from an underdeveloped island would be able to do much to me. As I signaled for my men to bring the royal family to me, I looked over the desert, the second thing that made me return to this little island. While I was looking for traces of ancient weapons in a few libraries near the beginning of the New World, I managed to find something rather strange. In an abandoned library on a half-burnt-down island, I found a dusted book being used as a brick to prop up a ladder. It caught my curiosity, so I looked through it. It was clearly much older than any other book I had touched before, so I handled it with care. I certainly wasn't expecting to find exactly what I was looking for. Well, it wasn't exactly about ancient weapons, but it talked of the Void Century a lot, which was certainly enlightening. The world government had allegedly gotten rid of any mention of the events of the Void Century, but the book I read was likely missed. It was a history book, missing pages and filled with holes. It was eroded by time from what I could tell, but I could still make out a few things. The ancient kingdom, a bit about the origin of poneglyphs, and then one last thing. The last page of the book tipped me off to there being a second poneglyph on Alabasta, smack in the middle of the desert, underneath the sand. I still have to scoop it. I only know that as a landmark it has a relatively large stone above it. Even if I don't have any way to read the poneglyph right now, I must at least record its writings. I'll try and find a translator later. Maybe contact the revolutionaries or dragon. This doesn't feel right. Boom, paw of narration _ Crocodile turned to sand and dodged to the side as the skies filled with thunder and a lightning bolt landed right near the place where he had been standing in. The lightning then seemed to morph, causing Crocodile to gulp, as he realized that the lighting was a little more than a natural phenomenon. The lightning took the form of a formally dressed man, wearing a furry white coat, which contrasted Crocodile's black coat rather well. Sky King Enal. Crocodile spat out as he threw his cigar on the ground and clenched his fist. In the flesh, Enal smiled as his earlobes danced in the wind. The revolt itself seemed to be stopped in its tracks, the sound of thunder from Enal's arrival startling everyone to look up. Enal's appearance certainly didn't calm the protesters in any way, but the presence of an emperor made them feel fear seep straight into their bones. At that point, there was truly no one in the world that didn't know of the Sky King's powers and achievements. The second he appeared on the castle walls, the group of revolting former soldiers and civilians that were trying to rescue Vivi and Cobra knew that everything was over. They were at the whim of a vengeful former warlord and a vicious emperor. Or so they thought. "What are you doing here?" Crocodile asked as he prepared for the worst. On a desert island, his fruit had the upper hand. He could use the sand around him to devastate any opponent. But Crocodile knew that sand meant jack shit to Enal, who was already known to be able to fight the entire navy by himself by controlling the sea. Water was Crocodile's weakness, and from what he had seen at Marineford, he knew that Enal was likely able to flood the entire island. Worst case scenario. I can always flee into the desert, hide underneath the sand and blend with it for a few days. Try to make some sort of room underneath if everything is flooded. The former warlord had already started making an escape plan, while the emperor in front of him seemed to still be pondering on how to answer his question. "What am I doing here, huh?" Enal narrowed his eyes as he looked at the people below. "I should be the one asking you that. What do you have to gain from this stupidity?" The emperor didn't bother being courteous. That's none of your business. My gripe with the Nefertari family is personal. Maybe I just wish to prove a point. What's it to you? Crocodile just huffed as he crossed his arms. He was clearly alert, but pretending to be calm. Enal smiled as he tapped his chin a few times. He immediately decided to ignore the former warlord's question and started speaking in a carefree manner. Really, personal? I remember you being interested in Pluton, which is why you aimed for this kingdom initially. You were well on your way to the New World. I doubt you would have returned for some petty revenge because of the mean words of a little girl. The Emperor's smile seemed unbothered by the increasingly worried expression that started creeping on Crocodile's face. Shit. How the hell does he know so much about the situation? The Marines covered it completely. Is he a friend of the royal family? If so, why didn't he act before? As Crocodile was running through several scenarios in his mind, the royal family had already been dragged out by his men, who immediately drew their weapons upon noticing Enal. Who or why? They didn't even get to recognize Enal before they were knocked out by a rogue wave of willpower. It wasn't from Enal, but from Crocodile, who was heavily sweating at that point. The last thing I need is for my stupid subordinates to start up this fight. Maybe I can still avoid dying here. Enal sighed as he looked at the people that had been dragged in. Vivi and Cobra had both clearly seen better days. Vivi's blue hair was disheveled as she struggled to stand up while bound in chains. She wore some tattered rags, the same as her father. Cobra's legs seemed to no longer be working. He was slumped on the ground, slowly raising into a seated position as he eyed Crocodile hatefully, before his gaze turned to Enal, becoming somewhat fearful, which quickly changed into a hopeful one, as he seemed to remember something. This man, wasn't he the one that helped Luffy and his brother? Maybe he can help us too. Nefertari Vivi was not exactly having the best week. The country of Alabasta was experiencing quite severe food shortages, which were, in part, due to the fact that the entire world had gone dark. Cobra, the king, was unable to contact the outside world at all, and he didn't know much about what else was happening. Now, Alabasta was one of the 20 founding countries of the world government. Normally they would be able to ask for support from the other 19, as they were still technically allies. But now Cobra found himself alone, and he needed some way to make his people self-sufficient. At least that was what Vivi knew of the situation. She knew that it was dire after all the royal family had already opened up its food storage to the rest of the country, and they were sharing the same rations as every civilian. This was one of the many reasons that the people respected the royal family of Alabasta. It was because they were one of the few royal lines that treated the civilians of their country properly. Igaram, the leader of the royal guard, was tasked with sending a message to a nearby kingdom. He and a small group of the royal guards were acting as a delegation to ask for assistance. Even if Cobra thought it would be useless, he still needed to try. His people's lives were at stake. The food shortage was unfortunately now the least of Vivi's worries. Somehow, Crocodile came back. Of all people, it was obvious that Crocodile would have an eternal pose to Alabasta at the end of the day. If not, it wasn't all that hard to acquire for a former warlord with connections to spare. But why was he there in the first place? Haven't you caused our people enough suffering? The princess was disgusted when seeing the man for the first time when he stormed the castle with an army of men. She watched Crocodile outright kill a few of the royal guards with no hesitation, and she was trembling as she took out her weapon, the peacock slashers. But someone else had acted first. Pell the Falcon, their country's strongest, did his best that day. He instantly turned into a falcon thanks to his zone and tried to use his speed to cut the logia user with his blade. Alas, without Haki, it was nothing more than an exercise in futility. Pell quickly thought of coating his cutlass in water, but he didn't get the chance to, as he was stabbed in the stomach by Crocodile's golden hook and flung away, straight out of the castle window. Just like that, Vivi was the only one left standing in front of the warlord, her hands trembling as she started spinning her weapon. Crocodile just scoffed at her, not even bothering to respond to her. He raised his hand and extended it, allowing it to grow into a torrent of sand that crushed her into the wall behind her. Cobra was subjugated by a few of his underlings as well. But Crocodile didn't kill them. Instead, he sent them to the dungeon, where they were stripped of their clothing and dressed appropriately, in dirty rags. They were kept there for 7 days, 7 grueling days without any food and with only a glass of water per day. It was clear that Crocodile was having fun at the expense of their lives and health. Cobra always gave Vivi the water. As the king, he could only curse his own weakness as he struggled to see his daughter's suffering. He was weakened more and more in that time, and Vivi herself was getting desperate. She could hear the revolt outside, calling for justice, calling for Crocodile to step down and free the royal family. She could hear the voice of her childhood friend, Koza, who was likely leading the rebellion. Luffy, please help us. Her mind couldn't help but wander off to the man that had saved their kingdom before, to the crew that she had sailed with for a while. But it seemed her luck had run out. She and her father were then dragged out of their cells by a few of Crocodile's henchmen. The little princess tried to struggle a bit, but she was unable to do much while chained up. Then they reached the balcony, where her father would normally give speeches to the people and make announcements. It was then that she realized what Crocodile was planning to do. So this is the end for me. In her despair, she failed to even notice the people that had brought her to the balcony fall on the ground unconscious. She struggled to stand up, gritting her teeth as she did so before raising her head. She was going to face her death straight on. She was not going to give Crocodile the satisfaction of seeing her cry in despair. It was only when she looked up that she noticed the second figure standing on the balcony. More specifically, Crocodile seemed to be cowering in the corner while the figure stood tall, even taller than the former warlord. His head was angled down, as he looked at Crocodile with a calm smile on his face. A well-dressed man, leaner than Crocodile, but wearing similar clothes, drawing a parallel only when it came to color. His furred coat was of pure white, and it seemed to have the word, Justice, written boldly on it, which reminded Vivi of Marines. His blonde hair was swept backwards, his earlobes were long enough to reach his waist. After a few seconds of taking in his appearance, she finally realized who she was ogling. As her eyes filled with recognition, she immediately perked up, regaining her hope. Enal was someone she hoped she'd be able to one day meet, to thank him for saving Luffy and Ace. Since the Emperor was a friend of Luffy, it suddenly seemed she still had a chance to live after all. Emperor Enal, Cobra said as he tried to also get up, but his weakened body failed to listen to him. Well, if it isn't the royal family, they don't look all that good, ain't that something, huh, Crocodile? Enal smiled widely as he turned his head between Crocodile and the Nefertari family. Crocodile just gulped, while hoping that Enal truly didn't have any connection to the Nefertari family. Vivi blinked a few times as she saw how careful Crocodile was being. It was as if the situation was completely flipped on its head now, and he was about to get executed. As I said, my business with the royal family of Alabasta is personal. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't interfere. Crocodile still hoped to salvage the situation. Enal was a pirate at the end of the day. Personal. It was you who went after our country and its people. All for that stupid poneglyph that the world government took from us a while back. What more do you want? Vivi was filled with indignation and anger, speaking her mind freely. Crocodile just scowled, as he clenched his fist. Doesn't sound all that fair for the poor kingdom of Alabasta now, does it? Enal asked as he looked out on the streets below. He saw that the civilians were still fighting the people under Crocodile, trying and dying to free their royal family. Really? Disgraceful. Enal shrugged as he narrowed his eyes. A dark blue aura seemed to extend out of his body, spreading out all over the palace. Crocodile trembled slightly when he felt it, the air around him becoming thicker as he even felt himself taking a step back. Vivi and Cobra both felt it as well, the wind picking up and their hair getting flung backwards. Shit, it's even stronger than at Marineford. The former warlord didn't try to fight it, knowing that it would do him any good. In a split second, all of his men were tripping over themselves and falling to the ground unconscious, dropping their rifles and weapons as the civilians finally gained a moment of rest in that chaos. Still have a long way to go. Enal just scoffed as he retracted his conqueror's haki and turned his head back to Crocodile. His smile was just as wide as before, his words were far from cheerful though. You are not a man that belongs in this part of the sea. Have some semblance of pride, you pathetic worm. The Emperor's smile receded as he reached the end of the sentence, as he felt a bit of the former Enal that resided within his soul rise up. Crocodile turned a bit both in anger and shame. It was true that he was basically bullying children. He truly didn't have a great excuse besides the fact that he wanted the royal family of Alabasta dead. It was a bit shameful for a man of his stature, but he was still a pirate. The thing that made it worse, and that made him frustrated, was that he simply didn't dare to refute Enal in any way. He was confident enough to attack Whitebeard, although he was weakened by age and diseases. He was strong enough to face off the likes of Aokiji during the war. But he knew that he had no chance against Enal. A fully fledged emperor, with enough power to erase an island if he so desired. That was the power that Crocodile had dreamed of achieving with Pluton. It was not something he could go against. Vivi trembled and smiled when hearing that, her lips pursing into a smile as her father beside her also heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Crocodile just scoffed and turned his head away. Enal sighed and slowly walked over to the bound king and princess. He lightly tapped the chains that restrained them and they immediately fell apart. Vivi smiled even more as she looked up at the crouching emperor. She thanked him with a bow before going to her father and struggling to support him. You are not to touch the people of Alabasta anymore, Crocodile. Enal's face turned serious as his eyes burned a hole into Crocodile. The warlord only nodded, looking away into the desert with a conflicted expression. Without further ado, the emperor took a deep breath and shouted. I hereby declare Sandy Island, and by extension the kingdom of Alabasta, my territory. The emperor's voice boomed throughout the palace and the land surrounding it, causing many to hold their ears, including Vivi and Cobra. Cobra specifically was looking at Enal with wide eyes. It wasn't exactly normal for an emperor to make his home in paradise, the first half of the Grand Line. They always fought over territory in the New World after all. The world government would normally contest such a claim immediately, but now they had no way of doing so. Cobra only sighed after thinking of all that. Well, paying tribute to an emperor is certainly better than dying. He knew how claims worked for emperors. It was technically the island paying the pirate for protection. Crocodile could only sigh and raise his hands in defeat, knowing that there was no way for him to execute either Vivi or Cobra. There is still something I need on this island. Still, he hoped to at least achieve his main objective. Some of his men were currently still combing the desert looking for the stone that marked the site of the poneglyph. Crocodile hoped to at least be able to copy the contents of that ancient stone before being forced out of Alabasta. What is it? If it's good enough I'll let you complete it, maybe even help you so you may go on your merry way. Enel looked at the sweating crocodile with narrowed eyes. Crocodile pondered on whether or not to tell Enel of his findings. Then he remembered some news that he had found in the underworld, news that he had been a bit too panicked to remember prior. Wasn't Enel with the revolutionaries? It was at that moment that he decided to just spill the beans. If anything, maybe Enel could help him get the writings deciphered as well. I recently learned of a different poneglyph hidden somewhere on this island. I'm not sure where exactly. Some of my men have already been searching for it for the last week or so. Crocodile immediately got to the point, ignoring the reactions of the royal family. Vivi looked at him with loathing. If only gazes could kill. I don't like the idea of this man staying on our land for much longer. Cobra seemed to be of the same mind as her. Enel looked at the king and nodded. Very well, I'll find this poneglyph and give it to you. You can start heading to your ship, I'll meet you there. Enel rolled his eyes as he scanned through the entire island. He didn't even need Crocodile to give him further information on its possible location. His radar could pick up everything on the island at once, and it only took him a few seconds to sort through the information. At that point, he was already used to his mind being constantly overloaded with information that he took in from his surroundings. If it wasn't for his devil fruit seemingly boosting his cognitive functions as well, he would have hardly been able to use his radar after all. Enel turned into a flash of lightning as soon as he felt it, with Crocodile doing as instructed and flying away towards his ship, ignoring the villagers below that were throwing trash at him. At least I didn't die. Might as well forget about any sort of revenge on Alabasta, Crocodile thought as he got farther and farther from the castle. Vivi and Cobra both shakily walked to the stone railing of the balcony. Cobra leaned on it as his people cheered him on. The king could only smile when seeing his loyal subjects, and Vivi couldn't help but get a bit emotional. I thank you all for your sacrifices. Our kingdom has been granted another chance. We will prevail. Cobra mustered what remained of his strength to shout out to his people, as they cheered even louder. Vivi smiled with tears in her eyes, glad that their ordeal was finally over. Cobra was still a bit concerned though. Our kingdom barely stands on its feet. I just hope Enel won't ask us for tribute right away. While all of that was happening, Enel was busy looking at a rock in the middle of the desert. He appeared above it in a flash of light, with the clouds following him swiftly. Crocodile's men that had been wandering the desert were all unfortunately struck by lightning as Enel finally came across the poneglyph in question. Wait, I remember this one. Enel couldn't help but recall the sight. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he assumed that maybe he had seen it in the show. He could feel a room below the sand. Not just a room, it appeared to be some sort of temple. Completely engulfed in sand, even the room in question was filled to the brim with sand. But Enel could still feel the poneglyph inside, so he could only sigh as he realized he now had to dig it out. Better get to work unearthing all of this. Now Enel could have tried digging out the temple by himself. He could have rained lightning pillars down on it to create an entrance, but doing so would also damage the temple, which he wanted to avoid. In the end, he decided to call upon the person that would be best fit for unearthing the temple in its entirety. After all, why should Enel have to struggle to do it alone while a sand devil fruit user rested on a random ship? The Lightning Emperor first went to his ship and decided to fly it over to Crocodile, who seemed to have already arrived at his ship. The former warlord's ship was untouched, despite the rage of the people of Alabasta being directed towards him. It was only untouched because it was hidden between some rocks. Had it been left at the port, it would have already been burnt and sunk by the righteously angry people of Alabasta. Enel's ship took off rather quickly. It didn't take longer than 30 minutes for him to reach Crocodile once more, who seemed to already be expecting him. The former warlord turned his head to the sky, only to see a large white Viking ship descending while parting the clouds around it. The man took out another cigar, lit it and took a puff out of it while filled with unease. I'm assuming he found it already, though it's a bit hard to believe. Let's just hope he doesn't change his mind about letting me go. Crocodile really thought he was getting off easy. Even if he was technically in his domain, on a desert island, he knew that if Enel truly wanted him dead, then there was nothing he could do to stop him. I had to get stronger. The former warlord's mind couldn't help but jump to that. In a weird sense, his thoughts were now very similar to that of Vivi. He was nothing more than a sitting duck to Enel. A fish in a barrel. Much like Vivi and her father were to him. Ironic, how the presence of one man flipped the table in such a way. Might as well forget about Alabasta for good. Any pirate that aims for this place might as well kill themselves to save Enal the trouble. Enal's ship seemed to stand in place for a bit, as the Emperor jumped onto crocodiles and looked around for a few seconds. Did you find it already? The former warlord took another puff of smoke into his lungs as he addressed the Emperor. Yes, but I'll need your help unearthing it. It's in a temple, and I don't want to damage the temple. It appears to be in decent condition. It appears to be an ancient relic, so I want to study it as well. Enal nodded as he gestured for Crocodile to get on. The former warlord simply huffed and nodded, his legs turning to sand as he propelled himself upwards and onto Enal's ship. The Emperor then turned into a flash of lightning and reappeared on his metallic ship, flying straight for that special spot in the middle of the desert. So, you're also an archaeologist? Crocodile asked as the wind blew on his hair. Yes, I take pleasure in discovering such antique sites. This world is thankfully littered with them. I can't wait for my issues with the world government to be over, so that I may go on a long journey to find them all. Enal smiled as he responded kindly. He didn't ignore Crocodile, nor did he have any hatred for the man. To Enal, he was just a petty and vindictive pirate, strangely tied to the revolutionaries in some way. That's nice. I guess. Crocodile huffed a bit, as the boat picked up speed and his cigar was put out by the wind. He just scoffed and threw it overboard. Enal chuckled a bit as his earlobes swung with the wind. What is your dream, Crocodile? The Emperor asked as he looked forward. Crocodile raised an eyebrow at that, looking quite confused as he opened his mouth slightly before closing it tight. Why would he suddenly be interested in my dreams? The former warlord was contemplating whether or not to respond to Enal. The Emperor noticed his struggles. I believe only ignorant fools proclaim their grandiose dreams to the world. The former warlord didn't give Enal a straight answer, looking to the side, seemingly trying to avoid the Emperor's gaze. Hey, so you have a grandiose dream, huh? Enal's smile receded as he turned his head to look straight at the former warlord. Crocodile didn't answer, only continued looking to the side while grumbling for a few seconds. Enal sighed a bit as he flashed and appeared directly in front of Crocodile's line of sight. His appearance seemed to startle the former warlord, not because of his speed, but because of the look in his eyes. Crocodile had seen those eyes in the past, emanating power and authority which resembled that of a cane. Crocodile. I'll be blunt with you. The Emperor's stone-cold gaze studied the former warlord without any prejudice. I'm building an army. Enal's words made Crocodile raise an eyebrow. An army? Crocodile couldn't help but remember that the Emperor was already allied with the revolutionaries. The former warlord also assumed there were more pirates under Enal as well, especially since Crocodile knew that Whitebeard also owed Enal a favor. Yes. One so large and overwhelming that it would take down the current government in one fell swoop. I need powerful allies and powerful weapons. Crocodile couldn't help but scoff when hearing that. So he has similar goals to the revolutionaries, huh? Well, I won't Joe. Crocodile didn't get to finish his sentence, as Enal interrupted him right away. A war is coming, Crocodile. There's nothing that you, or anyone else, can do to stop it. You either choose a side or get swept up by it while trying to remain neutral. Crocodile scoffed a bit as he gulped and wondered if Enal was trying to force him to agree. The Emperor was certainly putting quite a bit of pressure on him. Thankfully, Enal's next words calmed Crocodile down effectively. I'm not forcing you to take a side now, but you will have a choice to make in the near future. Consider it well. The heavy atmosphere broke as Enal's smile returned. The rest of the journey passed quickly, the ship coming to a halt and landing relatively close to something that Crocodile could recognize. The marking that he had read about was the large stone in the middle of the desert. Be careful with the temple and unearth it in its entirety. Create a more solid dome of sand around it if needed. I don't want it being buried again too quickly. Enal didn't really need to give Crocodile any instructions. The man seemed to already know what to do. With a wave of his hand, the sand around them rose and shifted, and a tornado seemed to form, which parted all of the sand from around the temple. Crocodile then carefully plucked out the sand from inside the temple and spread it all around the desert nearby. He then compressed the sand around the edges of the hole he had created, making a sturdy wall to prevent the temple from being buried anytime soon. Enal just smiled as he looked at his handiwork. The two of them then looked at the temple in its full glory, both landing at its entrance. Looks quite strange, surprisingly whole. Crocodile narrowed his eyes as he studied the pyramid-like temple in front of him. Enal raised an eyebrow as he finally realized something. This looks eerily similar to the ruins found on the Sky Islands, the remains of Shandora, the ancient city of gold. Whole, it seems that the desert treated these stones well. Enal then walked over and touched the entrance, which seemed to be unmoving. The door mechanism was unlikely to still work after all. Enal's raised an eyebrow once more as he realized what the temple was actually made out of. Stone from the red line. Crocodile also seemed a bit surprised when hearing that. He also walked over and touched it, seemingly wanting to confirm it for himself. After a few seconds of studying the exterior, the two of them finally decided to enter it. They forced the door open, carefully breaking it off its stone hinges and placing it to the side near the entrance. The T1 large room inside, pillars of stone seemed to hold up the ceiling, and at the end of the temple, on a rather large pedestal, stood the poneglyph. The two of them walked forwards without any care, knowing that any traps that could be present wouldn't work on them. Logia users always had that confidence when walking into ancient sites after all. Besides that, both pirates had haki, so they were even less worried. The two of them reached the poneglyph quickly enough. Crocodile immediately pulled out a notebook and started copying its contents. Meanwhile, Enel just started outright deciphering it right away. He still didn't consider himself as good as Robin, but he was able to make out the words written on the poneglyph rather quickly. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as he finally finished reading the ancient stone. Crocodile also seemed to have written down the contents by then, and the former warlord looked at Enel with a strange expression. Why is he staring at it so intently? Don't tell me. Enel, can you read it? Crocodile asked as he hoped for the best. Yes. Enel answered as he still pondered on some of the words in front of him. Crocodile also narrowed his eyes at that, putting his booklet down as he digested that information for a few seconds. An emperor that knew how to read poneglyphs. Now that was a rather scary concept. It did make sense to Crocodile since Enel had already claimed to be an archaeologist. But that also meant that Enel was closer to becoming the Pirate King. Most likely closer than all of the other emperors. This isn't talking about ancient weapons or history in general. Enel scowled as he decided to tell Crocodile a few things about the contents written within the poneglyph. Crocodile was immediately disappointed when hearing that. He did consider the fact that Enel was lying to him for a second, but he shook that thought out of his head rather quickly. He's got no reason to lie to me. He can easily kill me anytime he wants. It's a message to a future generation. Enel blinked a few times as he took out a notebook from his coat and started writing down said message. A message? Crocodile raised an eyebrow when hearing that, gaining some of his interest back. To those who will read this message in the future. We have failed. Miserably so. Enel started reading out the poneglyph as he wrote it down, word by word. The power of 3 gods was unable to win over fate. Yes, indeed, it was fate that killed us in the end. The one with red eyes is but a messenger. A puppet controlled by something else. Be wary of the one that stands upon the empty throne. Crocodile blinked a few times as he tried to make sense of the message. 3 gods failing in something. Is this a message about religion? But the empty throne. I can't help but feel it sounds familiar. Enel didn't go on, as he believed Crocodile had understood that the poneglyph wasn't of interest to him. But the rest of the writing was the most intriguing part. But who knows, maybe you will be the one to defy fate. Maybe you will be the one to make all of this suffering worth something in the end. Free our world of its predestined future. Give us our freedom back. Signed Thunder God Raging. Enel couldn't help but tremble a bit as a mystery only deepened before him. But he knew that thanks to it, he was now one step closer to unraveling it all. So he wasn't actually killed in the war that seems to have occurred during the Void Century, or at least he didn't die instantly. Enel then sighed as he closed his booklet. He then walked a bit to the side, noticing something quite strange. Lines seemed to be all around the stone, a mechanism of sorts. In the middle, there was the shape of a palm. Crocodile also blinked a few times as he noticed that, walking near to it and trying to study the poneglyph closer. This looks much too different from other poneglyphs. Maybe we should take this with us, study it properly. The former warlord said as he scratched his chin for a few seconds. Enel didn't answer, he only blinked a few times as he placed his palm on the side of the ancient stone. Nothing happened at first, but then the emperor decided to try something else. His palm sparked with lightning, and in that instant, the whole ancient stone seemed to become alive. The message that Enel had read seemed to morph entirely, unfolding on itself as pieces of the poneglyph fell apart. Enel immediately retracted his hand, and Crocodile only looked on in shock, as the seemingly indestructible stone had broken itself. But it seemed to be designed that way. Now it displayed a different, much shorter text. Enel immediately started reading it, his eyes wide open in shock. Ah, I see you are my successor. It's strange how fate plays with our lives, isn't it? If you wish to know more about us, if you wish to unlock your full potential, then seek out my grave, on the island of eternal lightning. Enel smiled widely, as he read out the passages in his mind. A new journey, huh? I can barely wrap my head around the message that Enel read out to me. Too much I don't know about history, too many references I don't understand. Maybe I should try and get in touch with Dragon and the rest, but how exactly? Baltigo's been erased. I could ask Enel about their location, but something tells me he won't be so enthusiastic to give me that information. I'll have to visit Okama land, I guess. Running into Ivankov won't be nice at all. Gah. I hate that woman. Yeah. I am one of the very few people that remember Ivankov's original gender. Not that it matters much nowadays, since he tends to switch it depending on his mood. Sky King Enal seems to be more interested in the writings that were uncovered after he touched the poneglyph. In all honesty, I had never heard of such a phenomenon. I guess it reacted to his devil fruit? If that's the case, I guess the message on it is a bit more personal. No reason to expect him to translate it for me. I'll just wait for him outside as he contemplates everything. My job in Alabasta is done already. I may not have gotten to take out the Nefertari family, but that doesn't matter anymore. It's a shame, but they would have only been a pain in my side while I was looking for this special poneglyph. I did somewhat wish to see Vivi's eyes fill with despair one last time before getting rid of her. Crushing her will and that of her people would have been a nice way to wash away the shame of my former defeat in this small kingdom. Have some semblance of pride, you pathetic worm. Tisk. Why'd I even bother remembering this monster's words? He made a name for himself hunting weaklings as well. He's no better than me. And yet, he is the one surrounded by powerful allies like Whitebeard and the revolutionaries, while all I have are some weaklings that shouldn't even be on the first half of the Grand Line. Well, whatever. It can't be helped. I'm not stupid enough to try and attack the territories of emperors yet. Whitebeard seems weaker nowadays, but I can't take him and all his children on by myself. Better find some allies, quickly. Enal talked of war and choosing sides, but I'll have to look into this myself before making any major moves like that. Better build up a significant enough force to survive regardless. HMPH. I think I'm better off just heading to my ship. No use in wasting more time here. The poneglyph also turned out to be dud, but that's just par for the course at this point. This whole journey's been a waste of time. Well, off to the new world now. Pa of narration _ Enal didn't bother saying goodbye to Crocodile. Hell, the former warlord became more of an afterthought to the emperor as he tried to search his mind for any island where he could find the tomb of Raijin. In the end, nothing came to his mind. I'll have to ask Sengoku and the rest. They may have more knowledge of this. I just hope the island wasn't erased by the world government already, since that's always a possibility. Enal then placed his notebook back into his coat after scribbling down the last few words. After he turned away, he could hear a few mechanisms turning inside the temple, which made him raise an eyebrow. Without any hesitation, he disappeared from the temple, reappearing on his ship, starting it up and flying off. It didn't take long for a large explosion to rise up in the distance, which made Enal feel a bit strange. The smoke cloud rose up high, and a shockwave spread through the entire island as a sandstorm formed and threatened to cover the entire island in sand, including houses and what little crops they still had. Did I trigger all of that with just a bit of electricity? Enal knew he needed to do something, so he decided to try his best and stop the dust storm at the very least. He flew his ship above into the sky and started gathering up as many clouds as he could. Thankfully his arrival to the island had already attracted quite a few, which made his job easier. He then started doing something he hadn't quite attempted in the past, drawing water from the energized clouds. His lightning rained all around the island as well, and parts of the sea were raised to protect the people and towns nearest to the edge of the island. And thanks to the water from the clouds, Enal was also able to put up a dome of energized water around the settlements from further into the island, including the castle. Groups of people that were out and about were also covered, as Enal struggled slightly to keep everyone safe from what was essentially his blunder. The sand and the water clashed, but the clash didn't last long, as the storm died down rather quickly as soon as the explosion died down. Enal was able to see that an entire kilometer of land was turned into a large crater around the temple. It was as if a nuclear weapon had gone off there, which really went to show the extents to which his predecessor was willing to go in order to hide his message. As a result of that explosion, the poneglyph stone was now also gone. Well, mostly gone. The explosion had started from somewhere within the poneglyph, so it had managed to scatter pieces of it through the desert surrounding it. Enal could feel quite a few pieces of it throughout the desert but knew that seeking them out was a waste of time. Instead, he decided to return to the royal palace, where everyone was still reeling from the large explosion and weird weather phenomena that occurred. The dome of water had also lost its sparks and fell down on the heads of the civilians like rain. Well, it was more aptly described as a water bucket being dropped on their heads. What was that? Cobra said as he spits out some of the dirty water he had taken into his mouth. It had already been a while since he had water, so he had subconsciously opened his mouth and swallowed some of it. Alas, the dust storm didn't leave the water all that clean. An explosion, I think. Stirred up quite the storm. Vivi muttered as she watched the desert in the distance with a pale face. And that water. I'm guessing Enal protected us. Cobra coughed a few more times as he spoke. After all, Enal was already quite well known for his ability to control water as well as clouds. It was basically common knowledge for most that facing him at sea was suicide. It wasn't uncommon for devil fruit users to affect the sea with their powers. Things like blowing it away, evaporating it, or even freezing it. But controlling it was quite unprecedented, which was why it was quite memorable. The people below were still confused, but they were a tad too busy restraining the still collapsed soldiers of Crocodile, who the former warlord had left behind without any worry. Enal appeared behind the royal family after a few moments, tapping the two of them on the shoulder and startling them quite a bit. Vivi turned around instinctively and got into a fighting stance, only to realize that she had no weapons and that she was stupid. She ended up just relaxing after seeing Enal's face and taking a few breaths. Cobra was a lot calmer, already knowing that Crocodile wasn't stupid enough to go against an emperor directly. The Lightning Emperor towered over the two of them with a meter to spare, so he was essentially crouched down to speak to them. "Sorry about the explosion, don't worry, I made sure no one was affected by it. Poneglyph turned out to be some old bomb. Crocodile's already on his way off the island too." The Emperor briefly explained the situation to them, not bothering to give them any details or tell them about the contents of the Poneglyph. "I see. In that case, thank you for protecting my people. I also thank you for saving me and my daughter. We are truly indebted to you." Cobra just nodded and bowed slightly, thanking Enal for helping his people. Vivi also did the same, not wanting to be disrespectful to the man that had just saved their lives. "No need to thank me, just doing what I felt was right." Enal just waved at them to Rare, sighing a bit and continuing. "So, there's a lot to talk about regarding this now being my territory, but I'm guessing the two of you need some time to recover," Enal said as he smiled at the king and princess. Vivi was glad to see that he was back, though she had to admit he did seem just as scary as Crocodile. In a sense, Enal had just turned Alabasta into his country anyway. At the very least they got to live, right? Maybe Enal wouldn't treat their people badly either. At least those were the thoughts of the princess, as she didn't have much knowledge of how emperor territories worked. "Vivi, you can go rest if you wish. I need to discuss the terms with Enal." Cobra himself needed the most rest, but he was quick to put assurance that his nation was truly safe above his own health. "No, father, I'd much rather stay by your side." The princess was not the type to shy away from these types of discussions though, which was exactly why Cobra had wanted her to rest. "We can't afford to offend Enal in any way. Even if he's friendly now, we don't exactly know what his link with Luffy is, or why he's helping us. I don't mind if the little princess is around. I'll keep things short and sweet since I'm also in a bit of a hurry." Enal didn't want to stay too long in Alabasta. He had already gained a lot more than he had expected from the slight deviation in his journey. Now he also had a kingdom as his territory. "Fine, but I'll say this now. Our kingdom is too poor currently to pay you any tribute. We simply cannot afford it without starving our people completely." Cobra's lips trembled as he spoke, and Enal shook his head. "That's fine, I don't need any tribute, not much you could give me anyway." Cobra's eyes widened in disbelief at that. It did feel quite odd to hear that a pirate was rejecting money. Vivi just smiled when hearing that, realizing that Enal was like Luffy. Well, he seemed more intelligent thankfully. Cobra didn't even get to comment on that, before Enal opened his mouth again and continued. "I don't exactly have a Jolly Roger, if I ever get one I'll send it to you and all that. For the most part, it's impossible to announce to the world that this is my territory, but I'll take a transponder snail from you, and you may contact me on it if you run into any trouble." Enal just waved his hand dismissively as he realized that declaring Alabasta as his territory was impossible without any mainstream news to carry the word around to the rest of the world. It was going to become a well-known fact on Alabasta, and maybe some nearby islands. But for the most part, it was going to be hard to deter pirates from attacking. Thank you. I believe we can deal with most things ourselves. Food is really the only thing we have a problem with currently." Cobra smiled as his eyes lit up. Thankfully, Alabasta could still protect itself. Its people were strong enough to stand up to some measly pirates. They had already proven themselves, revolting against Crocodile twice. Well, they didn't exactly win, but they still had become stronger as a result of those struggles. As long as the likes of Crocodile didn't roll in town, they'd be just peachy. Well, peachy but starving. Food was really the only thing they were having issues with currently. "So food is your only issue? I was guessing that the rampant piracy in the world would be the problem." Enal tilted his head, his long earlobes slightly tilting as well, which somewhat startled Vivi. "Holy shit. They're almost as long as I am." The princess blinked a few times before shaking the thoughts out of her head and continuing to listen to the conversation. "You'd think, but it is quite difficult to sustain a desert country without any imports. Fishing is currently our main way of gaining food, but it's not quite sustainable and is extremely dangerous." Cobra just shook his head. He did have some semblance of hope though. His envoys were sure to return. Hopefully, the nearby countries would help them through that crisis. "Fine." Enal just blinked a few times. The skies rumbled and shook, clouds gathering up once more and turning black, as the waters around Alabasta's port towns seemed to become alive while lightning rained down on them. "I'll give you a small helping hand. Consider it a parting gift since I should be on my way soon." A small hand? Cobra blinked a few times as he looked at the clouds with a bit of fear in his eyes. Enel just smiled as he raised the waters further, this time pulling as much fish as he could from nearby. He also searched for some sea kings with his radar, striking them down and pulling them to Alabasta. Fishing is pretty easy for me. Your port towns should be stocked with fish and sea king meat now. Enel waved his hand around once more as the storm he had created died down. Cobra's eyes widened once more, as did Vivi's. It was a bit difficult to believe, but at the same time. That's an emperor for you, huh? An issue that had plagued them so much was solved in a few seconds. Well, I'm off now. Enel stepped onto the railing of the balcony and clapped his hands. Hey, already? At least let us throw a party in your name, Vivi said as she perked up. Both she and her father turned to see Enel's back slowly turning into lightning. On any other occasion, I'd stay, but as I've said, I'm in a hurry. I've already grabbed a snail. I'll contact you all later so you know where to call me. Enel waved his hand as he disappeared. His ship was waiting for him in the desert, where he had parked it after the sandstorm had died down. He wasted no time in starting it up and heading for the Sky Islands once more. Well, that was certainly a nice detour. Might have finally found a clue for my awakening. Enel just smiled widely as he looked into the horizon. Enel continued making his way towards the Sky Islands after finishing up in Alabasta. It was true that he now had the first clue for his awakening, but at the same time, he didn't want to rush things. At the end of the day, he was still not that strong without his devil fruit. He wanted to train himself properly before even thinking about an awakening. He also had to look into the aforementioned Island of Eternal Lightning, which he hadn't heard about in the past. Upon consulting a map, he did find something rather interesting, also glaringly related to the history of the three kings the revolutionaries had found. There's literally an island named Rajan. It was obviously meant to be the grave of that god. But a question still made its way to the emperor's mind when looking at that island on the map. Why the hell is this island still here? The world government had already proven, on numerous occasions, that they were more than capable of wiping islands from the face of the world. So how the hell was an island with such significance to the Void Century allowed to continue existing? Does IM's power have some type of restriction? Unfortunately, Enel didn't have enough knowledge about how that power worked. He could only speculate as to why some places weren't already erased by the world government. In the end, he decided not to bother speculating randomly. He just turned his focus back on training while steering his ship back to the Sky Islands. The rest of the journey took only around a week, with Enel focusing mostly on his armament and conqueror's haki. Armament haki he trained by repeatedly punching himself in the abdomen. And conqueror's haki he trained by drive by knocking out sea kings. It was surprisingly effective as well. Still, he didn't make much progress, but he didn't really expect much from just a week anyway. The first thing he did upon reaching the Sky Islands was to stop and stare. 2 weeks. I was gone for just 2 weeks. On a secluded island in the distance was trembling. Shockwaves, wind and flying slashes were ravaging it and even some of the islands around it. Enel could somewhat recognize the island. Well, what remained of it anyway? I'm pretty sure there used to be a mountain somewhere in there. 2 people seemed to be fighting on that island. One was a burly man with short black hair and a beard. He was only wearing a pair of white shorts and black shoes. His entire upper body was shining black as his punches devastated the island and created earthquakes. It was none other than Garp, who was grinning while punching away at his opponent. An equally shirtless man, wearing very similar clothes. He was less burly, his muscles still well defined, and he had short blonde hair and a beard. It was obviously Francisco. And he was wielding a strange cutlass, a blade that Enel hadn't ever seen on him before. Isn't that one of Shiki's blades? Yep, it was. Shining black as Francisco endlessly clashed with Garp, batting away strikes and trying to penetrate the Marine Legends armament haki, which was somehow even more monstrous than that of Kong. With a good blade though, Francisco was still able to leave a few good wounds. Bleeding gashes on Garp's body were already numerous. But Garp seemed to be able to stop the bleeding by simply flexing his muscles, tightening around the wounds and stopping all bleeding instantly. Certainly some type of application of Simon Kikon. Francisco, however, was in a less favorable position. Garp's fists were devastating. The legendary pirate needed to either dodge or deflect most of Garp's hits, which was exceedingly difficult since the Marine Legend also had absolute mastery over the 6 powers, which granted him inhuman flexibility. Sometimes his fists flew out at odd angles and trajectories. It made Enel sweat a little when seeing them bending around like snakes and striking at Francisco. I guess he really was going really easy on me when I entered the Marines. Francisco seemed to be able to take a few hits, but each one of Garp's strikes could injure him heavily, so he mostly dodged around and attacked whenever an opportunity arose. Enel had never truly seen Garp fight like that before, but he had to admit it. It was astonishing, the level of strength that his body had. How can a human without a devil fruit reach that level? Still, seeing his 2 most trusted subordinates fighting such a brutal battle rose quite a few questions in the Emperor's mind. But why would he need to keep them in his mind? What the hell are you 2 doing? The Emperor's voice thundered across the Sky Islands. The forest shivered and the animals fled at the sound of it. His loud arrival seemed to make the two old men stop. They both looked towards Enel's white ship as it sailed towards them. "Party's over, huh?" Francisco smiled a bit as he sheathed his Shiki's cutlass. "You're lucky he got here in time, Blondie, Fister." Both Garp and Francisco scowled at each other with exaggerated expressions as they spoke at the same time and gave each other the least impressive nicknames they could come up with. Enel's ship landed near them, and the Emperor appeared right in front of them with a frustrated look. "Captain, glad to see you back so soon." Francisco smiled as he wiped some of the blood from the corner of his mouth. His blue eyes shined a bit when he greeted Enel. Garp just crossed his burly arms and scoffed. "Soon, you went off on your own for a few weeks without telling us anything again." Enel scratched the back of his head for a few seconds upon hearing that. He did forget to inform anyone that he would be coming back using his ship. To the rest of the people on the islands, Enel just said he'd go meet with Vegapunk in the morning then return quickly. But he didn't return all that quickly. "Sorry for worrying you all." Enel smiled a bit as he continued scratching the back of his head. "Bah, who'd be worried about you?" Garp muttered as he continued scowling. "Garp was really close to just going after you." Francisco smiled a bit as he looked at the old Marine. Garp gave him a disgruntled gaze before turning his head away and muttering a few curses. Enel blinked a few times, deciding to ignore Garp's attempt at hiding his care, before finally remembering the reason he had landed on the island. "So, anyone cares to explain why the two of you decided to ruin a nice mountain range?" Both old men were silent for a bit, looking at each other and away repeatedly, likely hoping that either would start explaining things first. "The silence doesn't give me a lot of assurance. You two realize you're still allies, right?" Enel sighed as he tilted his head slightly. Francisco immediately perked up. "Oh, nothing like that, Captain. We weren't fighting to the death. This was just a spar." The old pirate's smile trembled a bit as he decided to be the one to take the fall. "Spar? You ruined a good piece of land for a spar?" Enel just scowled at the two of them. It was true that they were in no shortage of space, but they weren't exactly at the point where they could go off and ruin a lush hunting ground. Food was an important resource after all, although they could always hunt more sea kings if things turned sour. "Well, we wanted to see for sure. Who is stronger between the two of us?" Francisco's voice sounded a bit less carefree and confident than usual. Enel just sighed as he heard the answer he had expected most. So it was pride after all. It was just a matter of time now that Garp was also back in his prime. The two old men had been butting heads for quite some time after all. They both likely felt that they had something to prove, and they saw each other as a rival, of sorts. But their spar was certainly bloody. Enel just tilted his head and stared at the two of them, wondering how to go about telling them to never do such a thing again. But could he really control the two old men? They weren't exactly children at his orders, especially Garp, who mostly did his own thing and scowled when he was asked to do something. "So, what was the result?" Enel asked while looking around the island and at the two fighters. Both had been injured, neither looked to be a victor in that fight. "Well, when I was using a regular blade, it snapped after a while, and Garp won." Francisco scratched the back of his head as he remembered being punched in the face by Garp. "But with a proper blade, we are somewhat even. We've been going for 3 days already." Garp scowled when hearing that. "Even? You're dodging around constantly. If you weren't, you'd be dead already." Francisco seemed a bit displeased with his retort as well. "That's just my fighting style. It's not my fault that you lack the speed and skill to hit me consistently." Enel just sighed once more when hearing the two old men starting to bicker. It was something that he'd have to get used to, unfortunately. The result was about what he had expected. The two of them specialized in different things, but they were both powerful fighters. Prideful as can be as well, they had all the right to be, truly. Was this tie, which was the expected result, really worth destroying this much land? Even if Shiki could always float up more islands, we don't exactly want to attract too much attention to ourselves. Garp seemed a bit annoyed at the situation, but he also couldn't exactly retort Enel. What they had done was really hardly justifiable. Thankfully, they weren't alone in their schemes. It was inevitable. They were at each other's throats ever since you left. Another burly white man with white pants and black shoes walked in, having made his way to the island as soon as Enel had made his presence known. He had a large black afro and a small mustache and a long braided beard. It was none other than Sengoku, former fleet admiral turned revolutionary, or pirate? It was difficult to tell at that point. Whatever the government decided to brand him when Enel's army made its presence known to the world. But that's nothing new. Enel nodded towards Sengoku in greeting as he spoke out, his tone still sounding disappointed. Shiki will fix up the island. He made sure none of the chunks that made up the mountain fell off into the lower seas. He controls the islands after all. Trees might take a while to grow back though. Francisco said as he looked around for Shiki, who was off drinking from what Enel could feel, but it seemed that Shiki had indeed made sure to catch all of the rocks from the destroyed mountain. And for someone like the Golden Lion, rebuilding the mountain was going to be quite easy. Animals will also not be able to settle in quickly. But I guess it can't be helped at this point. In the end, Enel just sighed in resignation. There was nothing he could do at the end of the day. The deed was already done, and he couldn't really think of any punishment for the two perpetrators. It also felt weird to even punish friends. Make sure to not do this type of thing again. You're both strong, we all know that. We don't need any more proof. Enel shook his head and looked back at his ship. Both Francisco and Garp nodded at that. They had both seen how they fared against the other already. There was really no need to continue. We'll make sure to ask him to rebuild the island, Garp said as he finally unclenched his fists and loosened his muscles, which caused him to bleed. Sengoku seemed to be prepared for that though, as he was already carrying a first aid kit. Garp had no reason to be worried about ulterior motives now that he had just as many powerful marines on his side as Francisco had pirates. Things were somewhat balanced now. Their fight was really just something they had started on a whim, and it had continued much more than it had any right to. Sengoku and the others didn't bother stopping them either. In their opinion, it didn't matter as long as they weren't killing each other. I have some rather important cargo for Kuma, so I'll have to be on my way now. Make sure Shiki cleans up the sea of clouds when he's done getting shit-faced. Enel then turned into a flash of light and went back to his ship, before starting it up and heading straight for Bonnie, who seemed to already be expecting him. Let's just hope Kuma doesn't have any issues taking his memories back in.